Well, chat. Well, Punky, 47 months. Thank you so much. Yay, elections. Um, hello, everyone. I'm sure tonight's going to be comfy and cool and chill and fun and comfy and cool and chill and fun, you know? It's just going to be comfy and cool and chill and fun, you know? Right? Right, 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 right. I'm fine. Wore a Pride game shirt to my polling place and got some dagger stares by a few volunteers from the fringe, so I did my job. Slay. I love that for you. What's the news, Chris Masters? There's so much of it. There's always so much. I can't give it all to you. But we're just waiting. We're currently waiting for results to fly in. I've got my business shirt on because I mean business. Okay? Here I am. I'm standing on business. Okay? I actually, unironically, tried to do business, but it's a bit more like, it's kind of business pirate. Like it's giving business it's giving business pirate. It's giving business pirate. It's not really giving business. Do you know what I mean? But that's okay. The economy. It's fine. All my leggings are dirty and I can't wash anything in my washing machine yet because boxes are covering it and they don't get picked up till Monday. So I cannot, unfortunately, use my washing machine until the boxes go. Like I could move the boxes, but that seems like a lot of work. And so I simply refuse. So I shan't be doing any washing until Monday. And that's fine. It's cool. We're chill. I'm excited for this businesswoman to tell me who wins the election. It's an exciting time. You voted yes today? Slay. I mean millions. Welcome on in. Anybody else? Discord rolls. Yes. Okay, hold on. No, that's so much effort. Maybe Tasty could do it for me. Because I don't want to get it wrong. And you got to set up permissions and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I want to do it right. Been a long time since meeting you at GG Easy. How are you? I have no idea who you are. I'm gonna need more information than that to ring a bell. But I'm great. Thanks for asking. I'm not really. I've had the week from hell. I moved house. It's been Google me. I don't want to. Lamo, I really would rather not. Let's go, Dutton, to lose your seat in Dixon, Australia. Yes, it's close. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen any of the pre-polling. The ABC goes live with election coverage at 5:30, so we'll be keeping that on in the background and we'll go from there. Mondays can be Boxing Day. This is true. Yeah, well, that's the day my box is getting picked up, so I'm very excited. I am truly excited because that means then I can clean the other bathroom. Do you know? It took me 3 cleans of my shower to get. Do you know what I did? I left a paste of bicarb and vinegar on the bathroom floor for a day. I left it on the bathroom floor for a whole day. And today, when I scrubbed it off, the scum was gone. And so I'm very proud of myself because it's like a man never lived here. You know? Because there's no way. The floor had never been cleaned. Like, I mean, they must have had tinea. There must have been tinea. Truly. Anyway, hello, Kate. Hello, Tamsin. Did either of you get democracy sausages? I didn't. I did not get a democracy sausage today, but I did have democracy leftover pizza. So it shall do, for now. What did men ever do to you? Maybe don't answer that actually. I shan't. Who did you vote? Be honest. I voted a mix of Greens, Labor, and the Independents, and then I stood there for a little bit trying to figure out who to put last. Truly. Truly. And that, do you know what? Choosing who to put last was harder work than choosing who to put first. Not even kidding. Choosing who to put last was harder. It's like, which is the worst Nazi? Which one is the most racist? Which one wants to fuck over my life the least? But they all kind of want to. It's fucked. I got halfway through the Senate and realized I hadn't done enough prep before. No, you're like, as long as you numbered 1 to 12, you're fine. So, saw the weed party one. That was funny. A lot of people get votes in those parties just based on name alone. The Animal Justice Party, though, is less based than you think it is if you have a pet. They are anti-pet, which is a very extreme vegan position, which I no longer agree with. So yeah, I couldn't put 6 3 times. It's the hardest thing. I mean, Indigenous rights are really important. I would say, look, I will tell you my top priorities that I voted for. Disability rights, housing, and education. So, me personally, I really like the childcare policy of the Labor Party. It's not enough, but it's more than most of the other parties. And being a daughter of 2 teachers and having had a lot of conversations about what sets people up in a society for good lives, early childhood education should be one of the biggest investments that we have. And it's not right now. People who work in early childhood education are underpaid. They're not really respected. They're kind of looked at as glorified babysitters. And I really resent that. I think there's so much learning and community to be built from the age of 2. Truly. And it doesn't occur if you have to socialize your child from a very early age. And it doesn't mean you have to go back to work, but you have to socialize your child from that early for them to be set up well, to do well at school, and stuff like that. And it can be really difficult. And so having really good educators at that level sets a child up for success. So yeah, I'm just going to shut the door. I still don't know if I need all my neighbours knowing my political beliefs yet. We don't know. I could be in an apartment full of liberals, Probably not. But there is a small chance, We didn't have our sitting candidate show up to a few of the candidate forums. That told me a lot. Was it Peter Dutton? Oh, Dixon. Okay, so there are a few seats that we really do have a little look at tonight that are a little bit exciting. Dixon is obviously one of them. Kooyong, another, very exciting. So, and there's a few more that we'll pay attention to. But we will crab rave. If Peter Dutton loses his seat, We will crap rave. Okay. And then I'm not even kidding. If I make the dono goal, I'm also ordering champagne. Do you know what I mean? I'm literally going to order champagne. And we will toast la revolution together. Not that it's a real revolution. We're still in a democracy, but you know what I mean. I'm really curious about my seat. Been a Nat stronghold for as long as I've been alive, looking to be changing. See, that's interesting because the Nationals do, it's really interesting. So, for those of you who don't know much about Australian politics, the Liberal Party is in a coalition with the Nationals, right? So, a lot of people associate the Liberals and the Nationals. But there is this weird working crossover between Nationals voters and Labor voters, right? Because there's like this working class element to the National Party, and there's a working class element to the Labor Party, and so it's truly quite interesting. If Dutton loses his seat and the Libs win, what an interesting possibility. We'd be so fucked as a country. Chat, who would you perceive as a leader in the Liberal Party right now? Just if you had to toss out an idea. Anyone? Any? More fucked than we are already? I don't think we're super fucked.
Spirits of the internet, rise up and revolt, or at least enjoy having your spirits lifted by Pixels Mixel.
That's so nice. What a nice start to the stream. Linda, thank you for not having my dono Barbie naked. You should join the Liberals and lead them. I feel like I look like I could be a Liberal. I'm very good at, I could cosplay trad. You know? I can cosplay good woman. I will have to hide the tattoos. But, yeah, I could do that. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I do not want to be in politics, okay? I do not want to do that. Thanks, Bidens. As long as we're fixing the housing crisis, I'll be happy. Unfortunately, without the collapse of capitalism, I'm not sure if there is truly a solid fix for our housing crisis, but okay. You're already into tarot and crystals, you'll fit in well. Isn't that more like Green's energy? Did Kamala win Queensland yet? Stop it. Dude, I watched every debate and nearly every time Dutton stared down the camera, I felt like I'd been turned to Salt Medusa style. Dutton has exactly negative charisma. Gregory, parties still have leaders? I thought they had donors and daddies. Well, the Liberal Party has a mommy. Gina Reinhardt. A mommy. I don't want to mispronounce it. Is it Kamala? Is in Australia? Or is it Kamala in Australia? I don't want to get it wrong again. Because Australians, Kamala? Okay. It's it's the Australian accent. I do it every time. The wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. We have an issue as well, right? Because in Australia, the word socialist kind of means nothing, right? The literal Nazis hanging around are from the National Socialist Network, right? So you hear it and you're like, The Nazis are socialists, right? So it goes like that. Then you have other parties, right? Like the Victorian socialists. They're not Nazis. They're the opposite of Nazis. So it's like, and the average Australian does not have the information required to be able to be like, they're not the same thing. Truly. Wendy Firefly is a very cool name. I wish that was my name. In fact, I resent that Wendy Firefly is not my name. Truly, I think I lucked out. I want the name Wendy Firefly. The average Aussie doesn't have internet access. The average Aussie, Gregory, doesn't pay attention to the news, shows up on election day, votes blue or red so they don't get fined, and leaves. Truly. Like, the politically engaged are, I truly think, a minority. Like, truly. DJ. Popcorn, anyone? Hey, Astro. No popcorn for me. But look, if it goes well, champagne, perhaps. I saw a very confused man trying to put rubbish in the ballot bins. Oh no. I remember the first time I voted, the member that won in my electorate was Richard Face, and it turned out he was corrupt. Shocking. Shocking. The first time I voted Liberal. I didn't understand. I didn't understand that we were working class at that point. And because I was raised Catholic, you know. You know how there's like this middle class group of people who think they're not working class, but they are, but they vote Liberal. They vote like as if they weren't working class. I truly think in a lot of ways that's what that was. I didn't get to vote this time around. Hopefully the last election where I'm not eligible. I'm trying really hard not to F it up for everyone. Brave to admit, I have nothing to hide. What do you mean? I didn't most people with their like first election just kind of vote alongside their parents? I was 18. I didn't fucking know what I was doing. I agree with Dre Day. Welcome on in over on YouTube. I see you. I voted Nats 100%, followed my parents, yeah. No, I read the manifesto at 16 and have good opinions. Okay, I was still playing Neopets at 18, okay? I was trying to win the Neopet stock market at 18, okay? The best I ever did at capitalism was at 18 in Neopets, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I was cheating. But that also proves my point. So, have you been getting the trumpet text? No. What's that about? I kind of feel a little left out. I didn't get any trumpet texts. Do you think they know I'm like a raging leftist or something? You know, I'm a lost cause. They can't even be bothered texting me. What is it? Oh, it's true. Pixels do have great spam filters. Tasty. Lol. Hi, Moshinima. Anybody else who is joining us tonight? Professional news person fit. I need you all to take me very seriously. I'm the most serious news on the internet, uwu. Okay. Hello, charming Matthew. What a time to arrive. I legit only got this one whole election season on the do not text list, I guess. Slay. You need a tie so you can comically loosen it if things get rough. I don't have one. I wish I knew a boy that had a tie, but I don't have one. Same, Maxo. Oh, I can hear people in the hallway, which means they can probably hear me. Oh, I'm so nervous. Oh God, what do I do? It's fine. It's fine. I'm chilling. No, Mickey, I don't have any, like, you're very far away with the tie. I don't have any ties in my house. Actually, I do have a sparkly tie. I have a sparkly tie. Do you want me to go get my sparkly tie? We can try. We'll try. Hold on. Come, Pixel. Come on. Nah, don't worry about it. But I'll go It's giving risky business, guys. This is not giving professional. It's giving risky business more than anything. You don't have to be. Do you know what I mean? Is it long over short or short over long? I think that's long over short. This is truly... Oh, what have I done? I have not done this well. Guys, business. What news coverage? What? This is that news coverage in my sparkly tie. I love that emote so much. I want my own version. I want to steal Ludwig's emote. Okay, guys, and can somebody make me my own version of that emote? Like, I want my own version. Do you know what I mean? It's so fun. I just, you know? Technically, we have stolen it via BTTV. Okay, good. I'm glad. As long as we've stolen it somehow, I don't really care. Hi, Donnie. Oh, it's fine. We don't need it that bad. You look very 2004. It's coming off, okay? Guys, I understand everybody wants the tie. It's I look more professional in just a shirt, okay? We're casual, all right? I'll tie it again at some point, okay? I know it's giving the 90s, okay? Stop it. It was very 10 of the millennium, okay? Also, you shouldn't have to wear a tie to be taken seriously. Hi, Vegeta. Imagine how fun ABC would be if Anthony wore ties like that. I love Anthony. Thanks, Finn. What a time to be alive, though. Look, at least it's not fucking Bongo Cat, you know? Couple of minutes till the ABC coverage starts, by the way. So we that will be interesting. There was a lot of complaining today about the lack of democracy sausages. How long till there's results? Probably about another half hour, but they'll start rolling in. If it's Labour called tonight, surely, probably. So 4 to 5 hours until any clarity? Yeah, honestly, regular stream time. Unless it's hung, it's tonight, I would say so. Usually get some idea a bit after WA closes. Yeah, so around about 8, 9 o'clock probably. Okay, so can I get an idea on Australian politics? Who we rooting for? Ben, you have watched so much of my content. Do you even listen? Ben, it's been years. I do, but I'm an American. Okay, so Australia, it's not just upside down, we're also back the front. So our liberals, or as people refer to, the liberals, are actually the Conservative Party and they're blue. And then Labour, who is more center, right, left, depending on the policy, is red. Both guys wearing glasses, so it's hard to tell. Tonight we're anti-bold. And I'm really sorry, because I know some of you are bold, but like tonight, we want the guy with hair, most likely. All right? I'm not saying bald people are evil. Okay, I'm not saying that. But this specific bald man is not great. Okay? Hi, Chris. He's not great. And the Greens are the Green Party. Kate, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for adding that in. We're not saying they're evil, just evil adjacent, okay? I mean, that's a fine line. I would argue that elbow is pharmacologically keeping that together. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm pro gender affirming care. I ain't mad about it. All right? You've made your position clear. The balds will not forget. That man does not represent us. Prismism. It's so valid. There are a lot of bald people in here. In fact, I even have a bald command because one of my mods is bald and I know a lot about like how to style a bald head. I know that sounds crazy, but I can help you. Are you bald? I think the exclamation mark is anti-shine, idiots. Not bald, anti-shine. Exclamation mark, anti-shine. All right? I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. There you go. Right? So that way, if your head looks really bald in photos, you can put some of that on and it doesn't shine in photos. Anyway, I know a lot about being bald, okay? I'm pro bald, just not in this situation, okay? I love that I had to clarify all of this. But yeah, I'm pro gender affirming care. So, slay. I bet you'd look good if you button it up all the way, more modest and more class. Yeah, but then I wouldn't be a hoe. And that would be so disappointing for me. Do you know what? Like, what? You go, girl. Stop. It's very annoying when people come in and they're like, you should be more modest. Why? Why do you say that? Am I making you uncomfortable? What is it about me specifically that's making you uncomfortable? Because there's not even cleavage. Is it collarbone? Oh, tattoo? Uh-oh. Fucking lol. You sound American mixed with Aussie. I can't tell if you're an Aussie living in America or an American living in Australia. I don't know. You'll just have to stick around and figure it out. I don't know. I can see your sternum skin. I know, because I'm a hoe. What do you want from me? Imagine having a neck. I know. So slutty. Having a neck is like the sluttiest thing women can do, really, when you think about it. Honestly, election season is leaving us hoe-starved. None of our political leaders are slaying at all. And that's why I'm here. Okay? I do this all the time. All year round. Okay? We're out here slaying every day, modestly. Clearly. I can sound particularly Australian if I need to. It's like not very hard. I did spend some time here. Hello, I'm here for modest slaying. Cheers, cunt. Very grateful. No, the UK is the hillbilly of Australia. Like, you think we sound lazy. Yes, Gaga, stop it. Tiger.
Yeah, Puggy's Gaga slay mama.
Thank you for the 17 months. I can't believe you subscribe to a certified hoe. Crazy. Like, you are aware I have a neck, right? I can't believe you did that. That's the only reason I sub? Stop. They sent us the classiest convicts. Stealing was cool. Okay? Sorry my ancestors stole a loaf of bread to survive. Fucking weirdos. So we're actually
certified
the cool ones.
solidarity.
Certified host solidarity? Darielle, stop. Thank you. Nigel, host solidarity, what did I drop into? I'm being shamed for having a neck. Nigel. It's so slutty. Cyber waste, a prime for me.
Unfortunately,
on this very special day of days.
It's the end of the road for anybody who has already found themselves in here.
Stupid neck havers. It's just so inappropriate. Really. Guys, I literally dressed professionally tonight. I could have done bimbo coverage. I could have gone for so many different cosplays. I really did think about it. I was like, do I want to look really hot? What do I want to look like? Okay. And I went with a white shirt. Dottie.
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Neck. They have given 269 gift subs in the channel.
Your skin is distracting. I can't even think. Is it my wrist? Is that what's doing it for you? Is it that? Valid. Cute. Nice. Yes, but you forgot one important factor. No matter how you dress, there will always be a misogynist around. It's Saturday on Twitch. Oh, I forgot. Not the bare wrist. I know, and it's tattooed, which means I am an absolute hoe. Don't you forget it. You know, but can't be conservative and have a tattoo. I'm getting the vapors. Stop it, chat. Oh, fuck.
Anthony Green covered his first election.
I don't know where I put my headset anymore, so that was exciting. Yeah, well, I'm not Anthony Green, am I? Hey, miss, I see you dressed all conservatively with all that non-revealing clothing, but what's your body count? 500. 500 and counting, clearly. Yeah, old people do mostly vote Liberal because old people haven't, like, that's 500 votes, that's right. That I'm doing it for democracy. Old people vote Liberal. Why? Because old people are still of the idea that Liberals are good economic managers. They have a chokehold on the oldies, okay? They just do. Because it's like, they're in a nursing home. They're only watching mainstream TV. Mainstream TV is predominantly run by Murdoch and other fucking liberal people. Like, trust me. Nah, there's some pretty progressive Gen Xers.
Now those primary votes for the major parties are at a low that we wouldn't have thought sustainable 20 years ago. And it's the preferences of those independents and third parties, and whether people lower down the form go back to those major parties is going to make a huge difference and create just massive amounts of headaches over the course of this evening. Of course, on one level, it will make for
that makes it good. Well,
I
let me
hate
tell you
this
about
guy.
what else is coming. After 6 p.m, we'll be joined by the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, and LNP Senator for Queensland, James McGrath.
And Jeremy Fernandez is with us at the big board. Jeremy, take us through how this is going to help explain tonight's results.
The big board is one of the best features of an ABC election count, and we've brought it back
I love a big board. It's like Big Bird, but a big board.
again tonight. Now, this is all 150 seats. that
It'll
will
be interesting to
represented
see,
in the 48th Parliament
Avo.
of Australia. At any point during the night, we'll be able to look to this board and
Unfortunately, Gen Z hasn't swung as far left as you would think. There are quite a few pretty right-wing young men. So it's hard to tell, all right? Young men are pretty disenfranchised and aren't as left-leaning as you think they might be.
gauge the state of the race based on which colour hold that majority by very much. Only 3 seats, which is why you've seen Anthony Albanese campaigning aggressively at seats on this side of the board, trying to win back Griffith from the Greens, Fowler from the Independent.
I can't believe the old lady on TV is showing more cleavage.
Warren Inch is retiring and adding a bit of spiciness to Dixon. This is the most marginal seat in Queensland,
What can I say?
held by one Peter Dutton.
I'm
now,
modest.
if neither major party can make it to that 76-4 majority government, that is where they look to this crossbench, and we'll be keeping an eye on this too. Will they shrink? Will they grow? We'll find out soon, but that is the state of the contest tonight.
With us too tonight is Q&A and afternoon briefing host Patricia Karvelis and former Labor strategist Kos Samaras and his former foe, now colleague at Redbridge, Tony Barry. Now, PK, you've been writing a lot about the young vote, the big young vote in this election. Why is it going to be so significant?
Well, it's the first time that Gen Z and millennials will actually be the biggest, Sarah, voting bloc in the Australian election. And that's obviously consequential.
But a lot of millennials are fucking pissed off and definitely left-leaning. So if millennials are the majority and we're a lot, because we've been locked out of the housing market, we're extremely progressive as a voting bloc.
Well, for lots of reasons. Baby boomers for a long time been that dominant group, and now their power
One can only
as
hope,
voters
Timji.
is waning. Gen Z and millennials, 3 points I want to make. The first one being they're not rusted onto the political parties like older voters have been. They are digital natives, and so they're getting their information in non-traditional ways, although I know many of you are watching tonight. And they're also really cranky with the major parties, particularly on issues like housing. How they vote will be really, really interesting. And I think the major parties have been trying to target them because they're very worried
Hello,
about
Teres.
where
We
their
don't know
votes will
yet.
go.
Tony Barry, you call it as it is on election nights, and we love you for it. And 3 years ago, you said on our election coverage, the Liberal hamster was dead, but the wheel was still turning. Will we see the Liberal hamster come back to life tonight?
I think it's a very big ask. Perhaps the only caveat is in our last track poll, 33% self-reported as soft voters. That is somewhat likely or very likely to change their minds between now and casting their vote. So that's a massive and atypical number at this point of the electoral cycle. And so where that 33% falls will obviously be critical.
That's
whether it
not
be
getting
primary vote or
old, Justice.
preferences.
How old are
And-
you? Politics
But
is
on the soft
interesting.
voter profile, when you dig into the crosstabs, they were showing all the indications of landing on the Labor column, either through primary or preferences. So I'd expect them to break that way tonight. Because
Victoria, we know leading up to and during this campaign has been the big focus. Labor really worried about losing its heartland seats in the outer suburbs and outskirts of Melbourne in particular. How are they feeling, do you think, tonight? Have things come back for them during the campaign there?
Well, it's definitely
No
come
one
back.
yet, Zombie.
If we go back 8 weeks, the Labor camp was looking at losing up to 6 federal seats. It's now probably only seriously worrying about 3 of them tonight. But that said, there will be some level of pain in the outer western suburbs of Melbourne, and hence why the coalition's quite excited about finding themselves campaigning in seats like Hawke and Gorton.
Oh.
But although what I think will happen there is the vote's going to
Why did it
spray,
go so big?
just like it has in Western Australia during their state election and the Werribee by-election, where, again, young millennial Gen Z voters in the outer suburbs don't swap over to a major party when they're angry at a particular, let's say the Labor Party in this case. They actually jump into minor parties, and particularly the Greens.
We'll see where they go. Cos, Tony, PK, thanks. Look forward to your analysis through the night.
Now, Annabelle, you've been spending some time, you've had some very special access
No,
to
just as
the
these are
Electoral
different
Commission,
captions.
doing a deep dive into Australia's very special, and I think we can all say much-loved voting system. Tell us about that.
Yes, a big shout out to the 100,000 or so Australians who are spending today working for the Australian Electoral Commission. Their night is by no means over. In fact,
no
tricky
pressure.
bit is just starting. But we're going to be talking a lot tonight about preferences and where they go. They're going to be very, very important. So I thought it might be a good idea at this early stage in the evening to have a look at exactly what our unique preferential voting system, unique in the world, is and how it works.
While we're all waiting to find out exactly what decision the nation's made today, it's worth taking a moment to consider our electoral system. We take it for granted, but it really is an extraordinary piece of design and unique.
Look, that is another thing that I can tell you guys. So we don't have electronic voting here. The voting that we have here is paper ballots. And it's relatively compulsory. We have compulsory voting. It's not like, do you want to vote? I want your vote. It's vote. I want your vote. So it's vote or you get a fine. There is mail-in. You can register to postal vote. I don't think the Trumpet Party has any footing. They'll get votes, right? Because like every other country on the planet, we have this group of people who do consider themselves temporarily embarrassed millionaires, right? And the way they perceive that they are going to become a millionaire or a billionaire is by licking the boot of other people they perceive as successful, okay? And there is just a large group of people that look at, you know, a very doofy, large douchebag of a man and go, wow, he's so sexy, I want to be him. They don't look at the boot and go, that's so annoying, I wish everybody was equal. They look at the boot and go, oh, I wish I was a boot. A big fat boot. I wish I was a big fat boot. So I was powerful and, you know, could have women pretend to like me. Do you know what I mean? And there are women who vote for that as well. There are. There are women who are like, oh, I feel like these big, strong men are going to protect me. And I like the way of life that I have. And so I will vote for the big, strong men who I feel protected by. And so that's how you see a lot of women voting for this as well. No, I don't. What is this metaphor? Okay, so JT Beeman, there is a metaphor, right, about a boot, right? And it is the idea that the patriarchy / capitalism is like being a boot on someone's neck, right? And there's all of these metaphors that surround the boot, right? Including like pull yourself up by your bootstraps, or, you know, there's a lot of there's lots of ways that we bring this in to conversation, but it's basically a metaphor for those in power, right? and those in control of society.
So
Boot scoot and boogie.
My boot scooting baby is driving me crazy. My obsession for a Western, my dance for a day. Sorry. Scary, thank you for the 53 months. Enjoy your Marlin. A chucker in the boot, mate. Lol. That's very Australian. Wait, you're not a citizen, are you? I didn't know that, I don't think. Not to be pedantic, but I think it's a specific reference to Orwell. Well, yes. But colloquially, Vox, these days it's just used as a metaphor, right? The famous quote often attributed to George Orwell regarding boots is, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. This line encapsulates his themes of totalitarianism.
I love people who roll on.
Oh, stop, Julia. Welcome to hell. I love that you come from like cozy Julia Joy to the dregs of Australian politics. It's election day here. We're currently here. Hello, everyone.
The emergence of the Greens on the federal stage in the early 90s.
This is where we're at.
The presidential voting system has worked
Doty
better
_90
for Labor.
gifted a
And
tier
as
1
more
sub
and
to
more
what of
voters
Julia.
go for
They have
third
given
parties and
270
independents,
gift subs in the
more and
channel.
more lower house
Dottie,
seats
thanks for
go to
gifting
preferences.
Julia.
Way
That's
back
so
in
nice.
1949,
Enjoy your
only
hermit crab.
22 seats went to preferences. By 1969, that number...
We should have results rolling in about 10 minutes. I'm really hoping we do the Canada thing rather than I'm really hoping we do the Canada thing and not the fascist thing. But stay tuned. We'll find out. Hey, Ratwitch. You're allowed to be quiet. You're allowed to chill. You know, I'm just going to have ABC on in the background. First polls close in exactly 5 minutes. So we find out together. I'm sorry you live in fascist America. My voting location did not have a democracy sausage. No, it seems to have been a thing. There's been a lot of complaints about a lack of democracy sausage. And I truly think if people want a democracy sausage, they should be able to get a democracy sausage. Like, what is democracy without sausage? You know what I mean? Which are you all hoping for, majority or minority? Ugh, you know what? For me particularly, I would love the Greens to be able to like make Labor do some shit, right? Swing us a little more left. I don't know if I mind. I would also just like 3 years of policy getting voted through. Like, personally, I don't want to see 3 years of Labor being wedged so hard that nothing gets done. So I'm a little like, it's hard to perceive how it will play out. I'm a leftist, just to really put that out there, right? So to give you an idea, but more than anything, I just want to see improvements for people. To be completely honest, I think Elbow is so Greens hostile that minority would not go well like it went with Gillard. Yes. So for those of you who don't know, welcome to Australian politics. Our Liberal Party is our Conservative Party. Our Labor Party is our centre right-left party, right? Then we have the Greens over on the left, and we have a bunch of independents, and we have like a bunch of other Nazis, okay, right? So, ta-da, right? Now, the problem is that the Greens can't steal seats off the Liberal Party very often. That's just, it's not how it goes. So what you will find is that the Greens are only ever really taking seats off the Labor Party. They're kind of wedging the Labor Party most of the time. So what ends up happening is a relatively rough relationship between Labor and the Greens. I think that's very wrong as a Queenslander. Most of the seats are taken from the LNP here. Well, it's different in Queensland. Look, the way Australian politics works is you can't really across the board anything because it is so candidate specific. So in most areas, you are voting in a candidate, you are not voting in the party. And while the party is kind of like an overarching thing, people within parties differ kind of significantly. Like there is a left faction of the Labor Party, there is a right faction of the Labor Party. There are Greens that are relatively good on like a bunch of issues. There are some Greens that I don't necessarily agree with on some of the views that they have. So, you know, it's complicated like that. I reckon they should change the preference system so your vote counts twice if your first candidate gets eliminated. Let's mix it up. Stop. Sounds like the Green Party versus the Dems here in America. No, because your Green Party doesn't even have any footing. And the Dems are more corporatist in America. In Australia, the Labor Party here is pretty intertwined with unions. So we have a much stronger union movement here in Australia. It still has problems, but as somebody who has covered both American and Australian politics for a little while now, the Dems don't have a working class base. You tried with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders had a pretty grassroots working class like push for the Democratic Party, but no, you voted in Biden, who is a more across the aisle, shake hands, bullshit kind of guy.
So, Democracy Day anniversary. What an achievement. No sausage. I planned ahead for that. I've got some snags in the freezer.
I love that you're making your own democracy sausage. Guppy, 52 months on election day. Slay. Thank you so much. Sorry, that's what I meant by the second part, that there's no footing versus the effects in a parliamentary system. Yeah. Hi, Pastry. Anyway, guys, if you don't follow Julia, I'm sure most of you do, but Julia is one of the coziest places on Twitch. I love her so much. Like, if you don't, I'm sure you all do, but if you don't, go. May I ask what a democracy sausage is? It's exactly what it is. It's not like you win at democracy and then get a good dicking or anything like that. It's not a euphemism. A democracy sausage is literally you participate in democracy and you get to eat a sausage. Not that kind of sausage. Do you know what I mean? It's not it. I know, I wish it, you know. How fun would it be if it was like everyone in Australia had sex after we participate in democracy? Alas, that is not what it is. I'm sorry, Loony Salamander. I wish it was cooler, but it's not, okay? You know, it's not. It's not. Sigh. Sigh. All right, let's see. It's just hit 6:02, so let's see what the first results are coming in.
On the east as well. So whether we can limit our losses, particularly in Victoria, and make up for them elsewhere, particularly Queensland.
Oh,
James McGrath,
hello.
You're also very welcome. Can you see a path to victory? And if so, how would you describe it?
I don't think we're going to know who the next Prime Minister of the country is tonight.
Really?
Big call. I think when everybody goes to bed, too many seats will be too close to call. There is a high soft vote out there still, and there are just a number of really unique and different contests across the country. We're proud to be actually competitive in this election. You know,
literally.
It's rare for governments to lose after one term. It's only happened, I think, 90 years ago was the last time in 1931. Very narrow pathway. It's a goat track.
Probably Cope it'll get called tonight.
Rock slides.
That's what I
but
say.
We're not going to know tonight, I don't think.
It's a goat track, but for you, what are the trend seats that you'll be looking out for early in the evening?
Well, I'd like to see what's... I spent today in Brisbane and Ryan, so hello to the campaign teams there. I was setting up St Finbarrs last night in the electorate of Brisbane. Let's see what happens in those seats and the Greens vote. In Queensland, I'm also interested in Leichhardt, which will be a knife fight. A number of seats are actually going to be a knife fight.
Being pissed off over political commentators on national TV is a universal language.
So already, and we're not up for the first 7 minutes. Yes, you know, let's look at Solomon. Let's look at seats like Pearce and Curtin in WA. I'm really interested. There's some interesting intel out of the Teal seats in Victoria and Kooyong and Goldstein. So there's going to be, it's not 150 by-elections, it's going to be almost like this, a collection of general by-elections happening on one night, of Labor versus LNP contest, Labor versus Green, us versus Green, three-corner contest, five-quarter contest.
I think it's a really good point that there's the big story of who's going to form government, but there are so many other stories going on in all those myriad contests you talk about. And guiding us through it all, of course, Anthony Green, our chief election analyst.
Anthony! Now, okay.
Well, let's look at the chamber.
For everybody who doesn't know, Anthony Green is a national treasure here in Australia. This is his Christmas. It is. He does this every election. He is, you know, it's, and this is, I think, the last one as well.
78, courtesy of the Aston by-election. Coalition's down one from 58 to 57 because of the Aston by-election. The others, which is Catters Australia, Centre Alliance and 10
No,
independents,
JJ, we're not closing down democracy. Oh my God, I forgot to post on fucking
10,
Instagram like an
North
idiot.
Sydney, the independent seat of North Sydney was abolished, and there are 4 Greens. So that's the current position. Labor loses its majority. If it loses 3 seats, a swing of maybe 1%. The Coalition need a swing of about 3.5% to finish with more seats than Labor, but still in minority, and they need a swing of something like 5.5% to get into majority. What I would say is that it's a bit hard to talk about uniform swing these days when, you know, one in 6 seats is not a two-party contest. If either side loses or gains seats to the crossbench, then how many seats they need to win to get to a...
Republicans are winning in Parliament too. Red is good. I don't know how to tell you this. Okay, not good, okay? Red is less shit.
Which aren't in the traditional
in Australia, I know
Thank you
blue.
very much, and we'll head
you
back
think
to
blue,
Anthony as we start
you
to
think
see
blue, and you're like,
reported with us at the big
progressive.
board now is Jeremy
No,
Fernandez.
okay.
Jeremy, what are some
Red
of the key
are the
seats
less
that we'll be
fascist,
watching tonight?
okay?
The most interesting seats tonight to watch will be down the middle of the board. Here's how we've divided up the board.
Okay,
just a reminder,
red not
if you've
for
just joined
MAGA.
us, we've got the Coalition in blue, Labor in the red, and the crossbench down the middle here in grey, green and brown. Now, the most interesting seats, I think, will be to watch
blue,
this middle section here. The most marginal seats on the Labor side, the most marginal seats for the Coalition, and the crossbench. As we said, the biggest crossbench in modern Australian political history.
I know, but we
it's
have
time to say
American
goodbye to the
centrism,
47th
you know.
Parliament of Australia. This
I'm
is how
speaking
it
to
was.
my
It's
majority
time to wipe the
American
board.
audience.
And as we go through the night, we'll see these squares individually being filled in. It'll be interesting to see which seats go first.
Oh my God, so
and
excited to
how
see a
they're
filled-in
spread across the board.
square. I love a filled-in square.
Jeremy,
Sorry,
thank you, and we'll see that board light up over the coming hours. Now, our reporters are at party headquarters this evening. Jane Norman is in Sydney's Inner West, and Olivia Casely is in Brisbane's CBD at the LNP
Guys, look at these two women with necks, and they're not getting in trouble.
At the Greens as well. Jane, let's start
Only
with you.
women
The
on
PM has
Twitch
chosen
aren't
the same
allowed to
venue
have a
as,
neck,
last
apparently.
Last election 3 years ago. You must have some good memories of that room, I guess.
Yeah, maybe as sort of
I'm about to start
here in this
pacing.
room. The door's
Don't
going to be
worry.
opening in about half an hour, so not many people behind me at the moment, but this is, of course, where Anthony Albanese hosted his event last time and is doing the same tonight. Right now, though, he's at Kirribilli House and he's there with his fiancée, Jodie, and his son, Nathan, also joined by Penny Wong, his close friend, and some staff members. And really, he's waiting for that key moment tonight. You know, will he receive the call from Peter Dutton, or will he be forced forced to make that call first. Spizzy, I've been on the campaign trail with him for the past week. It has been a frenetic, chaotic, high-energy campaign. And the Prime Minister seems like he's been enjoying himself, and he'll tell you as much. He had a plan going into this election, and he thinks he's executed it
Clearly,
just
Liberal
as well
voter.
as he could have. But today, interestingly, there was a bit of a
that's so
change. When he
funny.
walked out of the polling booth in Marrickville, he seemed almost a bit emotional, like the weight of the moment really struck him. He could be on the cusp of history tonight.
My personal favourite moment when I went to vote was I took the ones from the Liberals, from the Labor and from the Green, and then I came up to the blue guy and he goes to hand it to me and I was like, no. And kept walking. It's the most satisfying part of any voting moment. Do you know? It's delightful. No. I do not need to know how to vote for you. I didn't say that, but like, no. Powerful women stay winning. Stop it. Don't make fun of me like that, okay? I'm a very serious person, all right? And I've been very seriously covering news and politics for years now, okay? Because news and politics is very serious, and the only way to cover it is very seriously. In a white shirt, all right? Don't say I'm girl bossing the election. Why are you like this, chat? Stop it. Oh my God.
And Melbourne, which they do consider to be their pathway to victory. Ultimately, they've downgraded their expectations substantially since, say, February of this year. What they want to do is really drag Labor into minority, and they are looking to pick up about 10 seats. They're also hoping for a couple of Labor upsets too. Particularly, they want to win the Heartland or Labor Heartland seat of Werriwa in New South Wales, which was the former seat of Gough Whitlam, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, indeed. And Mark Latham, too, Liv, thank you. And this is more than just the two major parties, as we've been saying. Let's go to Pablo Vinales now. Pablo, you're at the Greens function. We saw the Greens pick up 3 Queensland seats in 2022, right in the middle of Brisbane. Are they confident they can hold those 3 and then make inroads in other parts of the country?
Yeah, David, well, the pressure is certainly on to try and retain those seats. It was an extraordinary election result for them in 2022. We've just had the Greens leader arrive here at this event. He has had dinner with his family tonight as he watches these results come through. Interestingly, as we've seen for the Coalition and for Labor, their goal obviously is to win a majority government. But for the Greens, they've actively been campaigning for minority. Adam Bandt making the case to disaffected voters, arguing that a bigger crossbench, that the Greens in the balance of power can push for change. We have seen things like Adam Bandt really give Anthony Albanese a run for his money with the use of props, with the use of novelty toothbrush and Medicare card, saying that it would be a priority if there was a minority government to push for dental into Medicare. So that has been the strategy from the Greens leader. And obviously Adam Bandt, the pressure is on him to retain those seats that the Greens were able to win in Brisbane. They will be a 3-cornered contest as well. Obviously, he holds the seat of Melbourne here, and he's hoping to also make grounds in some of those inner city seats in Melbourne as well, David.
Yeah, Pablo, thank you. That big toothbrush has been an iconic image. That's not a prop. This is a prop in this campaign. It's been quite something. Thanks, Pablo.
Let's head back to the big board now with Jeremy.
There is nothing at this point to fill in on the big board, but I want to take you through the split in the previous House of Representatives and what will be represented in the 48th Parliament. Now, you can see the Coalition holding 57 seats there, 78 on this side for Labor. What is really interesting is the size of this crossbench. As we've said, it is enormous, and there's only so big it can get before it makes it impossible for the major parties to govern outright. So this is one of the races we're watching very, very closely tonight. And what it also speaks to is the appeal of third-party candidates in so many of these seats. This is a good time to bring in Casey Briggs, our elections analyst, to speak about how people are feeling, Casey. Stacey, about
But this is
the major
multi-chat,
parties?
so YouTube can
Jeremy,
have
there's
it as
obviously
well.
an arm wrestle for government happening tonight, but this is a chart that I'm watching pretty closely. I've become a bit obsessed with this chart in the last
Like, I can bring
few
this chart
weeks. We made a whole television show
if you'd
about it,
prefer.
Swingers. Catch it on ABC iView. But it's charting how the major party vote and the minor and independent
Kelly,
party vote
thank you
has
for the
changed
32
over
months.
not just the last few
Election
elections,
coverage.
but decades. Look back to the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. The major parties, the Labor Party and the Coalition, would reliably get 40 or 50% of the vote. Look at 1990, that's when Ted Mack, the independent, was first elected in the seat of North Sydney, and since then, we've started to see that really decline. Now, at the last election, the major parties were getting 30 to 40%. And this line, for everyone else, minor parties and independents...
I'm so excited for some more Sky
31.7%.
News
We have
cope.
nearly
If there's a
three-way
really
split,
good
an
moment
even
of
split
Sky News
between the
cope,
Coalition,
please
Labor,
send it through.
and everyone else on the primary vote last election. So one of the things we're watching for tonight is, what does that look like in 2025? Will that independent and minor party vote continue to grow?
I want to ask you what took place here. Just give us a reminder of what's happened at the start of this slope.
Yeah, so this is a trend. You know,
Absolutely. Preferential
this is a
voting
long-baked trend that has seen minor party and independent
it
vote
makes
go
the
up.
democracy
This,
more robust.
I think that's the 2007 election, right before the 2010 election, when, of course, what did we have? The second hung parliament in the modern era in Australian politics. We had 6 crossbenchers then that were pivotal to determining that government, the then Julia Gillard-led government, with 6 crossbenchers. But as we've seen since, that is continuing to go up. The crossbench gotten to nearly triple the size. We may well see it grow again tonight. Whether one party or the other wins majority or minority government tonight, the more that crossbench gets bigger, as you say, the harder it is going forward for majority governments to occur.
Interesting happened
the
yet?
more likely we see
I walked
minority
further
governments
for a
ahead.
democracy bacon and egg roll, but was very disappointed.
Oh, disaster. 46 months later and a sneaky tier 2, though. Thank you so much.
We're going to be talking about that a lot during this evening, but let's bring Jim Chalmers back in. Now,
dear old Jim.
Last year, last year, Peter Dutton did a
I unironically... I like Jim Chalmers. Unironically. I think he's a smart financial guy. Relatively. Not mad about it.
job of prosecuting the... Have you done enough?
Oh, look, first of all, I think I'd say, we take no outcome for granted tonight. Obviously, we've taken no vote for granted throughout this campaign. But I think, to be frank with all of the viewers, we were in all sorts of last year. We were in all sorts of trouble. And I think the way that we got back into the contest, such that there are a range of possibilities tonight as the count evolves, I think is really about 3 things. First of all, and probably most importantly, I don't think I've seen a Prime Minister campaign as well as Prime Minister Albanese has. Not just the last 5 weeks, but really since we rolled into Gympie at the beginning of January.
What do you actually put that down to? He's a confidence player like many, many politicians. What do you put down that?
His experience, his performance under pressure.
I do think he's campaigned well.
And the fact that he's been, I think as
Okay,
others have talked about before, he's been underestimated.
So Jim Chalmers
his whole political career. That was a mistake to underestimate him. So I think first and foremost,
in the Labor
the
Party.
Prime Minister's performance. I think secondly,
has been treasurer.
The way that we got back in the game on the cost of living. I think by
and has
most
been
measures,
very good
public
at
and private polling.
I honestly, I think his economic management has not been bad.
In some polls, in some of the research that I've seen, the question of under which side of politics would you be better off
campaigned
in 3
well
years,
compared to Dutton and co.
I
mean, Dutton didn't have any policy, and any policy he did have, he rolled back.
Positive rather than
and then
negative.
he was like, "But nuclear, though."
The interest rate cut, I think, was part of the story because.
So I'm just intrigued what you're saying at the end of last year. You said you got back in the game. You must have felt like, you were headed for defeat.
Oh, we knew that there was still a long way to go, but we were. I think everyone acknowledges. That we were under a lot of political pressure as we finished 2024.
Had it been acknowledged internally, were you talking about it with your colleagues, the fact that it was a possibility?
Well, only to the extent that we knew that we had to win an argument on the economy and particularly cost of living, and I feel like we have. We knew that we'd be relying heavily on the team, but especially the Prime Minister. And again, I defy anyone to point to a better prime ministerial campaign, certainly in my political lifetime, than Anthony's on this
John
occasion.
Howard. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt.
You'll get your turn.
I mean, to be fair, it also involved a fair bit of spending, though, too, right? Whether it's on the Medicare
I'm
measures,
just keeping an
whether
eye
it's
on
the
Twitter
tax
as well.
cut,
If
this
you're
was
wondering
all
why I'm
part of
looking down, I'm
trying
not
to
just
deal with that problem you're identifying.
texting.
Well, I think we established a series of very clear choices, deliberately. Whether it's Medicare, despite the Coalition's best efforts on Medicare, I think most Australians will acknowledge that if you care about Medicare, you're probably going to support the government. But also on the cost of living, I think the budget, and particularly the battle over the tax cuts, I think that was an important part of it as well.
Well, let's bring in James.
Before I go to James, can I just mention my third one? Because I hate saying there are three things and I'm telling you about two. Very briefly.
Kevin Rudd would have done 5, though, to be fair.
He may have. The third one, I think, was really the way that the sense of the influence of American politics. I think
that's nice, Elsa.
We'll come back to
There's no doubt we'll come back to that. But James McGrath, you've just had to listen to 3 points there. Now, cost of living crisis, they proved to be potent political forces around the world. It looks like you may fall short of having done enough to create a coherent narrative that what you have on offer
No, probably
is going to
not.
make people better off than this government.
Well, I would disagree with that. I would say that our plan, whether the local plans that are in each electorate across the country, and also our plan for cost of living relief, is a better plan than Labor's plan.
It's literally a fuel subsidy.
That to be the case.
What do you mean?
Well, in terms of when people are given a choice between looking at Labor's plan in terms of a tax cut in 15 months' time, or immediate relief in terms of how much they pay for fuel at the Bowser.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's like, here you go. Here's a Band-Aid for right now. Please vote for us. Also, this will have no effect, like no systemic effect, like over a long period of time.
This is Plan A and Plan
like,
B.
it's so
People
stupid.
clearly preferred our plan.
But
the challenge for us
people
is
will
that,
fall for it. They'll be like, yeah, it's true. I do want cheap petrol. But like, it's not a systemic fix to any issue.
For that, because the Labor Party needed to do two things. To Jim's point, they did need to try and rebuild their economic narrative, and they needed another budget to do that, because the cost of living has been the #1 issue in Australia.
But were you on your own in the coalition thinking it would be May, with the rest of your colleagues thinking it'd be earlier, and then you were
James
sort of
McGrath thinking here in terms of, but in terms of what did Labor need to do? They needed a later election, because they needed to try and do something about cost of living, because they were behind in relation to that. They also needed to run a golden
Fire
right
public servants and tax vapes.
And frame him. And that's what we've seen in this
We'll come back to that,
campaign.
but just to cut to the chase here, will you acknowledge that the campaign the Coalition ran was not a good campaign?
No, I actually won't acknowledge that. I'm
love
someone who
this.
spent the last 3 decades of my life working on campaigns, winning ones and losing ones. And what I've learnt is to never judge a campaign until results come in to begin with.
That's fair.
But also, secondly, there are many aspects of
But this is the sort of campaign you would say is a James McGrath tick, good campaign.
So I think what the state directors, I think what Andrew Hurst and Lincoln Fowler have done, I think what Peter Dutton and his office have done, considering the avalanche of people against us, whether it is the Labor Party and the unions on one side, whether it is Climate 200 and the Teals on the other side. The fact that we have been competitive in this campaign is a minor miracle in a way, and the fact that people talking about us having the ability to beat Labor, whether 6 months ago or 3 months ago, considering Australians don't like throwing out a government after 3 years.
We'll see if they do. We've got some
That
votes
is
being counted
delusional.
right now. You can see the process in action. It's in the home state of both of our guests tonight. They're in Hendra in Queensland. Some of the vote counting that's already begun. There it is.
Yeah.
And a shout out from Annabelle earlier for those wonderful AEC workers who are doing their thing right now. It's a busy evening.
It does bring up the wonderful comparison with everything that we saw in the United States. Of course, if this was in the United States, you swing the camera to the right and you'll have a lot of very angry people with placards and shouting and
everyone just happy to be there.
So, once again, let's just celebrate that beautiful Australian thing.
That's true, and you know, Australia invented the
Hi,
idea
Dark Grey
of
Otter.
having a permanent,
Not the US
independent
slander.
electoral
Lol.
authority. It was the idea of a guy called William Boothby, after whom a federal electorate is now named in South Australia, and that is why we have such...
Chat, hear me out. I'm just gonna open, as like a little treat for just sometimes, I feel like I should have the Sky News coverage just like open. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like we should just check in occasionally. Do you know what I mean? Just to see what they're saying as a treat, like. You know,
the Persian army, which is
nothing too crazy.
Flowing in, and
but
you've got the Stoic Athens with Pat Conahan trying to keep them out, and it's such a combination of different dynamics.
Look who's on.
You've got superannuants in Port Macquarie. You've got more of an industrial.
The guy with
base
2
around
families.
Coffs Harbour. You've got a Bellingen Green, which is
Perfect.
becoming a very sort of vibrant green area. You've got a strong Aboriginal community that's there. You've got a strong farming community. And it's going to be interesting whether this sort of left-wing teal campaign, and that's what it is, prevails or fails against sort of grassroots National Party campaign.
All the Spartans died at the Monopoly. That's your lot.
Yeah, I know. Just look.
Yeah, it has been quite invisible.
I'm going
hey.
with that part maybe later on. Let's just let's just go with it.
But Athens was saved, right? So
Athens was saved.
Now they all look kind of red.
Up against Darius,
I think the lighting is kind of red.
And let's hope that's what happens tonight.
Up in Coffs Harbour.
In Coffs Harbour.
Sarah Henderson, a seat you know well, near Geelong.
Indeed, the seat of Corangamite, very close to my heart as a former member, but we have an absolute warrior as a candidate for the Liberal Party in Corangamite. Darcy Dunstan, a former SAS soldier, tradie.
The Sky News panel is so diverse.
Well. A really good indication on the first day of pre-poll. It is a 7-point.
Okay, we'll wait. I'm having that open as a treat, okay? Just as a little treat.
He's an extraordinary Australian.
Once independents are in, they can be really hard to shift, right? Once independents get a seat.
Absolutely, and
Greens Freedom gifted 3 months of Tier 1 to Ezra Bubbles. They've gifted 28 months in the channel.
That's so nice of you. Thank you for gifting 3 months to Ezra.
But it would be a wonderful outcome to see 2 leaders
Is there a particular benefit for first-term incumbents? It does wear off a bit, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it starts off being a protest vote, and in Fowler in 2022, it was a protest vote against the ALP, which had always held that seat, for dropping in somebody who wasn't that familiar to them. And now, for the last 3 years, that seat has had
Barney is predicting ALP win on the basis of his complexion.
The broader story of Fowler is actually a failure of both major political parties, because Di Lee had been a very successful Liberal candidate at the state level on a number of occasions. I think she got a 25% swing to the Libs when she ran one time in the New South Wales Parliament, and she's been expelled from the Liberal Party, and she's now operating as an independent, as a small business. Yeah. So I don't know if she's going to go back. I don't know if they've been invited.
Would she have won under the Liberal banner, though? I mean, being an independent obviously really helped 3 years ago.
She wasn't pre-selected.
That's what I mean.
She didn't get I mean, she was pre-selected a couple of times, then went no further. Yeah. So she went out on her own. And I think, look, the broader story is there is a declining stock of electorates in this country that either party can take for granted and think they can just shove someone into. And that's what we are learning, and we might see some more of it.
And just too quickly, on the point of how difficult it is to shift independents, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if an independent, once they've won a seat, sure, plenty have pulled out and not recontested, but as an independent who's won a seat, been beaten by a major party?
Not for a very long time.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's.
I'm not sure if it's
70,
That's
80
interesting.
years. Okay.
Anyway.
I think, Anthony... Oh, they're here a minute, gone a minute. just while we wait for you to find your feet, I think we've...
People say, oh, your screen doesn't work. The screen does work. What happened?
He's here.
Sat there for 2 hours with nothing coming to it in the room. And what happened, it sort of slowly just stopped talking to all the other computers. And so we came to do something and it wasn't there.
Give it a kick.
Right.
Give it a kick.
Turn it off and on again.
It's always the network problems, that is. Once upon a time, everything was plugged into each other. Now everything is on the sort of
Look, guys, the map of
network.
Australia. Isn't that cute?
This is Fowler. These are these first figures for Fowler. They're from the Haymarket.
It's giving
pre-poll, as I said,
Labor.
2 Lee ahead. Di Lee is the independent sitting member. Labor's
1%.
the new Labor candidate, the Greens,
Well,
the
look,
Liberals. But this is not
stop.
a very
For me,
representative. I mean, Haymarket is
on
in the
election
middle of
day,
the Chinatown of Sydney. That doesn't
that's
mean it's
so
necessarily
nice.
representative of Fowler. The other seat
And
I've
here I
got,
was doing
this
it
one
for free.
definitely isn't representative. This is Norfolk
Thank
Island
you.
in the electorate of Bean. Norfolk Island for the last 2 or 3 elections has been part of an Australian electorate for the first time. And at this stage, David Smith is ahead. No, interestingly, we'll see how it goes on the mainland. But Jesse Smith is an independent on 29.3, the Greens on 16, and the Labor and the Liberal Party on 15.
Independents can have a showing.
Miles away from the ACT. It just happens to be, for electoral reasons, it's part of being. But that's Norfolk Island's result.
Anthony, thank you. I want to go to Richard Marles, the Deputy Prime Minister, is joining us now, and the Minister for Defence. He's in his Victorian seat of Corio there in beautiful Geelong. Richard Marles, a very good evening to you.
Tasty.
What can we expect in that neck of the woods and in Victoria?
I want to do that.
Do you think tonight?
I'll just be like, it's over.
Well, David, nice to talk to you. We always fondly remember that your media career started here at K-Rock, and that's a newsroom which very much remembers you.
Shout out to the K-Rock.
Well, actually, I met one of the new journalists there, and I said to that person that David Spears began his career in this room, and so great things can happen to you.
Enough about me.
But look, okay. Well, we can do more about you, but look, we feel.
Also, I was wrong. I don't mind David Spears. I don't like the guy on Channel 7 who kind of looks similar with the grey hair. I'm sorry. It's not my fault that all old men with grey hair look the same, and sometimes I get confused.
I'm mindful that with all of these
sorry.
things,
is
you
that
never
a problem?
know what is going to happen really.
Do you know what I mean?
At the end of the day.
Like I just get confused.
We've executed here, and I'm thinking particularly in terms of Corangamite, has gone really well. Libby has been.
I don't know who hosted the 7 debate.
Calls. Her field campaign has been really strong. I think across Victoria more generally, you know, we've had our challenges during the course
he was
of
awful.
the campaign.
Yeah, awful. I dislike him immensely.
Executing what we need to do, and the field campaign right across the state has been really significant, more than we've ever done before in terms of the number of volunteers, number of doors knocked on.
As an old man with soon to get grey hair, I'm triggered.
Puts us in good stead.
It's all right, guys.
Richard
I'm not
Marles,
mad about it. My dad has grey hair, all right?
Look,
I'm not a hater.
there behind you in Geelong
all
tonight,
right?
but you must be pretty nervous about some of those other Victorian seats. How much damage do you think the state Labor brand has done to you, and could you potentially lose a string of seats in Victoria tonight?
Well, I don't take anything.
You're just anti-bold despite your mod team.
I won't venture any predictions. I mean, it's probably more a reflection of my personality than anything else. But once we get to 6 o'clock, I sort of hit a wall of pessimism. But that's happened in every election. So that is actually what's overwhelming me right now, if I'm being completely honest. I think.
Thanks,
look,
Mustafa.
I think people at the end of the day know which election they're voting in.
Spears is just an ex-Sky guy.
I mean,
I haven't got much love. I mean, I don't either, but I had mistaken him for somebody else. Anti-bold, I can't be him. No, Logan, I'm specifically anti-bold for Dutton, okay?
People have understandably focused in on what this election's about.
Somebody asked me, was like, who do we go for? And I'm like, not the bold guy.
I think that was a choice which was very clear to Victorians. And as we have put our message out there around, for example,
hello, it's Megan. Welcome on in.
Medicare,
I hope we copy Canada today.
20% off student debts and the like. That is a message that has been well received. So I think at the end of the day, I don't think I don't think state issues anywhere around the country have a massive impact. This is fundamentally a federal election, and history tells us that by and large, when Australians go to elections, they know which tier of government they're voting for.
Oh,
Richard
no.
Marles, thank you very much.
Maybe you have to cancel
polls
me.
have just closed in South Australia and the Northern Territory.
Yes, and
counting.
All right, we're halfway across the country. A couple hours to go now.
Well, now let's go straight to the panel and talk about.
I wanted
got there in the end.
Laura,
Well done.
actually. Can I just bring Laura in quickly? So I wanted to get Laura to respond to James McGrath. Laura's all the way over there, but James McGrath was just talking up the campaign. You've had a lot to say about the way the campaign was conducted by the coalition. I thought you should
Osby
respond
gifted
to
a
James
tier 1
McGrath.
sub to Anti-Bold. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
I'm joking. Osby, thank you so much.
Because certainly a lot of people within the coalition don't think it was a really top flight show, shall we say. There was clear divisions between the campaign operation, which is run by some very good operators, people like Andrew Hurst. But it seemed like the opposition leader's office continued to run his own show. A lot of confusion about campaign launches and things being cancelled. I think all of those things left a lot of bad taste.
Doty _90 gifted a tier 1 sub to not _ Voldemort. They have given 272 gift subs in the channel.
That they were seeing for the first time, effectively, or only a few days beforehand. And I think some policies also which people really absolutely dyed-in-the-wool coalition.
Leah, we had that conversation at the beginning of stream. I was like,
looking at these announcements and saying,
who leads the Liberal Party? Who
believe in this?
Who?
Is this what we stand for?
We didn't.
So
we
I
couldn't
think
come up with an
it's
answer.
Left a real question mark about how all of those parts of the campaign have operated in toto, and the fact that we've seen those policy backflips. And sort of changes of direction. I think all of that points to the fact that the campaign is certainly not the greatest that the coalition has ever run, certainly not of the John Howard scale, James.
Well, I don't know, do you want to defend that campaigning once more?
Yeah, of course I'm going to defend
Oh
it.
my God!
And as James Patterson said on 7:30 last night, particularly in relation to the work from home policy, that when a mistake is made, and that policy was a mistake, we admitted it as such, and it was dumped. And I think we should be praising politicians who admit when they make mistakes, rather than those politicians like the Prime Minister who keep going on and telling lies, which is what the Prime Minister has done throughout this campaign.
Yes,
so I think it's a good thing that
Corangamite.
Hold on.
Only potential pathway to power runs through those seats in Brisbane, and we've been really clear that keeping Brisbane green is key to keeping Peter Dutton out, and we began our campaign up there with that message. And I think as the campaign's gone on, I think people have understood that message, that we've got the, by voting Greens, you get the ability to keep Peter Dutton out, but also get Labor to act.
Saying that on Sky is crazy, and I love it.
Andrew Flanell here, how are you? I just wanted to ask you, you're talking there about keeping Peter Dutton out being one of your main goals. I'm speaking to some Labor people today. They were pretty unhappy that you're running an open ticket in Menzies and Deakin. That doesn't sort of serve keeping Peter Dutton out, does it? What was the thinking behind that? Because one Labor source said to me today, we thought we were a red-hot go at Deakin, and this could probably cost us that seat.
Oh, look, I think the Victorian parties address that. If you go to the Greens how to vote greens.org.au/vote site at the moment, you'll see in our how to votes in every seat across the country we're preferencing Labor above the Liberals. Vote 1 Green, preference Labor above the Liberals. I think there's been a bit of the Victorian Party has said there's been a bit of a scare campaign that's sought to be agitated at the last minute out there, but I'm very clear. Vote 1 Greens, put Labor above the Liberals, help keep Peter Dutton out. And if you go to our website and download a how to vote, that's what you'll see.
Well, I've got to admit, I was also sent a photo today purporting to be a Labor worker in Bennelong handing out green how to vote cards.
Oh, I like
Is that
this.
the sort of thing?
Cute. Look at them all. Look at them all go. We can't did the ADHD channel. All white men. Fascinating. Is it, or is it predictable? Oh, look. There's like a lot of women over here on 10.
The campaigns as the big behemoths ran them.
Yeah, look, I think whether we want to acknowledge it or not, or the two major parties want to acknowledge it, the primary votes for the major parties are
Notice how all the women on all of these
at
channels
a rapid rate.
like are mostly
one
blonde.
in 3 people in 2022 didn't vote for either of the major parties, and
So
I guess what I would suggest is we're going to see a repeat of
Look at all
those
the
results
blonde
tonight,
women.
because two things just struck me, and I have so much respect for the people that are on the panel tonight. But Dave's response when you asked about how the Liberal Party, the coalition, went about this campaign was that they went to beat Labor. And I think what's missing in that is that someone needs to work, to convince the Australian public that they can lead with vision. It's not about these two major parties beating each other up
all the time. And I think that's what we're seeing in terms of consumers coming out and saying, well, hang about, is there another way that we can do politics? Because 9 times out of 10, you know, we're getting people who are saying, well, we haven't seen a solution to the housing crisis. We haven't seen a solution to women's violence. We haven't seen a solution to the provision of early childhood services. Our healthcare services are going backwards. And you know what? You guys have been in power for our entire democracy.
We don't know yet.
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. You know, maybe we are in a really unique time in Australian politics. Globally, we are an outlier. In every other major democracies, their democracies are fracturing. They're moving to the extremes. All of a sudden in Australia, we have this emergence of this centre-based grassroots movement. And there are literally other countries around the world looking at us going, we want what they're having. Why is that happening there? And I guess I say this with complete honesty. I just wish there was some way to tap that back into these two major organisations, because if we're going to have a two-party system, that's the way it's got to work.
Well, the numbers will reflect the vote and what the sentiment is. So let's get back to Hugh and Paul now to give us some insights. As I don't think we've got any early numbers yet, but I know, given the polling you've done, Paul in particular,
Sure. OK, well, let me tell you, there are some numbers that are starting to come through, but they're in such low levels that it's almost misleading to bring them in. In the low hundreds, there are swings coming backwards and forwards. That always happens at this very early stage of it. But, of course, it is about the numbers that are coming through, and we have to be careful not to get ahead of ourselves. But there is an...
Why can't just everybody get along and we could all bake a cake of rainbows, OK? When you hold hands with Nazis, you move towards the Nazis, OK? Like, there is a centre, but the centre should be not between. Being a Nazi should not be an appropriate political opinion, right? Sure, we can discuss a centre, we can discuss an Overton window, sure. But what people think the centre is will, like, differ. My centre would be, like, somewhere between socialism, maybe, and democratic socialism. That's just the reality. I don't think societies get anywhere if you discount the poor, if you discount the disabled, if you discount, like, anybody who is different to you. It doesn't work, right? So the normalization of, like, literal fascist beliefs is a problem. And if we're talking about a centre like she was, I mean, that includes very bigoted beliefs. And I don't think that that is a viable way forward for a functioning society. That's just my opinion. You can have a different one if you want.
And their vote started to go backwards in those seats that make the difference. Even by the end of March, the vote shift we had from February saw 15 seats switching from Labor. Labor at 60, they were up to a likely win of rate of 75, purely on that issue. Our Labor were in stretching point of forming government. And now, since the election, the last 4 weeks, that is...
How goes the struggle, comrade?
Well, we don't know anything yet. Truly, I'm just sitting here trying to be pretty and entertaining. It's not going that well, but I'm really grateful for the 56 months of free willingly giving me your money on the internet. So that's fun. That's slay, you know. Anthony Green hasn't called it yet. No, not yet. We're looking at Lindsay over here. Holly McLean doing quite well. Oh, rest.
You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off.
We've got to find something to do. And 5 gifted subs. That's nice. Thank you. She talks about insanity, but isn't cutting important healthcare insanities. Some pendants there. I don't want any cuts to Medicare. I want Medicare expanded. Privatization for me, particularly bad. I'm not a super neoliberal sexy girl. Capitalism, non-functioning in my opinion.
PFFT.
Pfft. Pfft. Pfft. Stop. Thank you for the $5, Scary. That's very kind of you. That's fun. How entertaining. How entertaining and fun. No such thing as a sexy neoliberal. I mean, this is I don't think the free market works as the free market. I just believe capitalism is profit motivated, and I don't think profit motivation is actually conducive to a functioning society. I think the motivation should be innovation, sure, but I don't think that that's how capitalism ends up working. And I believe that we can do better. Okay? I do. I believe that we can do better. And I think if we prioritized people over profit, we'd just have a much more functioning society. Feels like Pix got the cosplay of news anchor down. Oh, I mean, I can do news anchor pretty well. I haven't. Do you want me to? Let me just, here, I'll pretend, let me be ABC for a sec. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll wait for another poll to come up, and then, do you know what I mean? I'll steal their information. I won't steal it, but I have news anchor in me. I can read out the headlines. Yeah.
106.9 Cult FM. Breaking news.
Good evening, everybody. There has been a swing against Labor in the seat of Bean. The Greens are defending their Victoria Liberals, hopeful of winning back Goldstein and Kooyong from Climate 200 Teals. Will it happen? Stay tuned to find out. FMR State Labor leader Rebecca White vying to succeed retiring MP Brian Mitchell. Will it happen? Again, we just don't fucking know, but we will sit here all night and wait to find out. Will we have a result tonight? Nobody knows yet, but... Ye fucking ha, my friends.
Sub to Pixel News.
Do you know
they
what I
have
mean?
given
Like,
4 gift subs in the channel.
we can make shit up. Oh my god, Usbia, thank you for the gifted sub. That's so fun. Thank you. Cyberpunk vibe. Sure. Yeah. Can you present what's happening in the footy? Sure.
106.9 Cult FM. Breaking news.
Hello, everybody. I love sports, and so here is your sports coverage. Today, both yellow and light blue sexy men decided to fight over a ball. The way they fought over the ball was brutal, but not too violent, just violent enough to be entertaining. See, you can see it right there. And then I love to cross my arms because that's so fun. And then basically there was very poor discipline associated, and it was bad, and someone got in trouble. Did you like that? That was good, right? Did you like that? Was it good? A big early swing to Labor in Braddon. But again, it means nothing at this stage. We still have to wait a little while. A Ferengi society is the bestest kind of society. Greed is eternal and Latinum is forever. I don't think greed necessarily has to be eternal. I don't think greed is an innately human thing. I think humans want to feel safe, and a way they establish safety is through greed. And I think that's an issue. I don't think it has to be. What are the last results or estimations for Australian vote? We don't really have anything yet. The prediction is that Labor will maybe hold potentially, or it will be a Labor minority situation. But we truly don't know. Sportsbet has Labor at like $1 something and the Liberals out at $9. And Sportsbet is rarely wrong. But look, we find out. Waiting for Queensland to screw us all again? Ideally not. Come on, Queensland. It's okay. You don't have to be racist. Not everybody in Queensland is racist, but Queensland is the Florida of Australia. What's going on in Liberal HQ, huh?
And obviously there were a few missteps along the way. No one's going to pretend otherwise. But I was very proud
The
of the
guy
effort that my
on the
colleagues
panel
put in
is
the
pretending
field, particularly our
otherwise,
candidates who
mate.
worked exceptionally hard, knocked on more doors than we've ever knocked on in any campaign before, made more phone calls than we've ever made before. They put in extraordinary efforts, and we'll see to what extent that's rewarded tonight.
We will indeed. Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's check in with the vote count this evening. Our reporter Nick Dole is at the Ingleburn Counting Centre in New South Wales. Nick, talk us through what's going on behind you.
Hi there, David. Well, yeah, this is one of the biggest vote counting centres in New South Wales here at Ingleburn. They're expecting to count about 150,000 votes just tonight. So once they're counted at the various ballot booths, they'll be taken to one of these centres amid tight security, and then they'll be exposed to what they call fresh scrutiny.
Brain
which is
boys, they are already like
just a
right there.
recount. So look, this is also
No,
where the
a lot of
postal
the
votes,
poll workers,
the
they're all
pre-poll
volunteers.
votes and also the declaration
So no.
votes are already being counted, as you can see. And as we know,
No, people volunteer for democracy. Crazy, I know, wild. But I did find out that some of the people handing out pamphlets are paid. There are some paid. The people managing are paid as well. So, no, some are volunteers, some are paid, but no, I hope so. But we'll see. No, the AEC workers are all paid. Scrutineers are volunteers and people working for the AEC are paid. Wait, please confirm. It's a mix, right? No, they're paid with actual money. AEC are all paid. Wait, so everybody is paid? But you can volunteer. Can somebody fact check this for me? I'm sorry, I don't know. Oh no, I believe you, Guppy. I believe you. A federal election creates over 100,000 jobs in cities, regional and remote areas to reflect the diverse community. AEC welcome people from all backgrounds. At the same time, you can earn income on a casual basis, 7 weeks of work, depending on the role, paid training. So it is all paid. Pay rates range from $30 an hour to $36.64. And it includes an hourly rate plus 25% loading. Overtime incurs a 50% and 100% loading. So there's... Yeah, subtitles are having a freak out. It's because there's like this many. I didn't get accepted and I'm still butthurt about it because I'm an expert in exactly the sort of thing they do, but I couldn't get past whatever their criteria are. Oh, that's rough. When I early voted last week, one of the pamphlet distributors was a local state Labor member, so a bit of a mixture. I do think some of the people handing out pamphlets are volunteers and some of the people handing out pamphlets are not. Girl of Tomorrow, we don't really have any updates yet. Like, we're not at a very large amount counted. Nothing's really been called. So. Hand-outers are volunteers mostly. Sorry, could we explain scrutineers? Are they checking everything is legit in the counting? Yeah, so basically there is a very clear process to counting votes. There are the vote counters, and then there are like supervisors, and then there are people who are doing checks, right? And the process itself is like, it's actually, it's kind of convoluted, but it's also simple and it's fairly robust, right? There is, yeah. For when results start coming in. All right, we'll open another tab. What is this? What is this? Why does it look like this? Oh God, do you know what I'm getting? I'm getting flashbacks to the American election. I know it's different. I know it's different, but I'm having awful flashbacks. I'm awful. Do you show identification? No, you don't have to show identification to vote. What you do is you register to the electoral roll, and then they have your information. So you go into a polling facility, and you basically say your name and then they ask you your address. Then you give your address. If it matches, they give you the voting things. And they ask you a bunch of questions and yeah. And it depends on if you're in your electorate. If you're voting outside your electorate, you might have to give ID. They ask you if you've voted already and you pinky promise that you haven't, and then they cross your name off. Truly, though, nobody really wants to vote more than once. Oh, I'm happy for you, Shivering.
Let's go to Zali.
Speaking of.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
Zali
I just put this on to stop the...
in her seat of Warringah. Look, thank you for joining us tonight. We haven't seen any results at least come through here for your seat.
The subtitles freaking out.
I guess you'd be feeling pretty confident about holding on again this evening.
Absolutely, and I can tell you I don't feel shameless. I actually feel like I represent
They're driving me insane. They're going.
It's been a phenomenal day. I got to 27 booths today, and the team has been amazing, and the feedback from the community was really strong.
Zali, hi, it's Bridget Brennan here. Can you tell us how will you approach working with an incoming government? Is it that you're going to be likely negotiating on bill by bill, issue by issue? What's that going to look like, do you think?
Surely Dutton loses his seat in Queensland.
If Dutton loses his seat in Queensland, we crab rave. I'm not going to lie. If Dutton loses his seat in Queensland, we crab rave, okay? If Dixon goes to either of the other women, I do not care. I know this stream has been dead for a while, but oh well. I can try refreshing the page. But yeah. So which is the party the fellow Australian kids gravitate towards too? Messi, it's a mix. truly, it's a mix. I would say that a lot of young voters, swing Greens, right? But we also have like a surge of young men who are particularly conservative. You don't know how they're going to vote. Hi, Toast. Welcome on in. You don't know. I don't know. Dutto has pledged to unban vapes, which is crazy. Happens when the left shits on your gender, but that's not what happened. It's truly not what happened. I don't understand how anybody can look at the violence towards women in Australia. Look at how that's playing out. Look at the rhetoric by Andrew Tate and be like, it's women that are the problem. Fuck off. Kindly? No. I will not be engaging that at all. No, vapes weren't fully banned. There's still a way to get vapes, but yes, technically they're kind of banned. You don't look at the over 100 women killed in a year in Australia from domestic violence and get annoyed at the women who are calling out that violence. Absolutely fucking not. No. You don't look at the way young boys are treating their teachers in school and treating young women, and you go, oh, it's because women. No. Women were like, hey, we'd really like it if women did not commit violence towards men. We basically asked that you stop committing violence towards us, right? And then the response to that was what? Commit more violence? That's crazy. No. And it's not about shitting on a gender. It's not. It truly isn't. But the statistics don't lie. The facts, they are facts, don't lie. Most violence is committed by who? Twitch streamers. That's right. It's me committing violence right now. Yelling at chat. Haha. Globally, could be the Americans. 1 seat to the LNP so far, according to ABC. Oh, great. Woohoo! Yeah, Mezzy Mez, it was surprisingly ignored throughout the election campaign. And it's concerning, isn't it? That we just brush it under the rug. There is no winner yet. It's still too early, all right? There's not a lot going on.
Guys, it's not a cult.
Miracle, that's going on. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm so grateful.
Community, guys. Community.
That is very kind.
Keep it casual.
I'm not a bully. Just because I beat you in 2 games of Magic, that doesn't make me a bully. It just makes me really talented at building a deck. I don't know. What do you want from me? I'm sorry, I'm smart. I'm not. I got really lucky. I don't even know if I was playing the cards correctly. That's all. Yeah, we've still got another hour. An hour? 2 hours. 1 hour? What time do the polls close in WA? It might be 9 o'clock. News anchor that knows football and plays Magic. So many talents. I don't know football. Although, I did get 7 out of 9 AFL footy tips last week. That's right. I've gone up in the family football tipping standings. Hold on. I'll tell you where I'm at. Okay, because I did get 7 out of 9 last week and people accused me of cheating. But no, I just got the vibes right. Okay? Oh, only 2 out of 4 so far this weekend, though. Coming 8th. But still. Also, some of my family is like so into football. Okay? Some of my family is so into football. So I'm really not in with a chance, but... Bye, Prom. Thanks again for the sub. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Does your family have a team? I don't want to talk about it. There's a mix, okay? Part of my family votes for Hawthorn. Votes. Barracks. They barrack for Hawthorn. Some of my family barracks for Carlton. And some of my family barracks for Collingwood. Which one am I? Take a guess. The unholy trinity? Fuck off. Family get-togethers must get spicy? No, they don't. I'm not, I'm chill. I'm a very chill girl. I'm chill and I have all my teeth. So come at me, bro. I also voted for Hawthorn in this year's election. Okay. All right. And sometimes I get a bit confused. All right. Swing against the Liberals in Robertson. Interesting. Interesting. No, I do. Look, okay, I'm going to tell you why I barrack for Collingwood. My dad barracks for Carlton, as does my sister. But I barrack for Collingwood. Why? Because my grandparents barracked for Collingwood. So, yeah, I know. I fucking know. Okay, I know. Okay, I know. Just stop it. Don't look at me. All right? But I do. And now both my grandparents are dead. So, I truly am out here holding it together, all right? Okay? Relax. Do you also steal hubcaps from cars as a hobby? If I did do that as a hobby, you think I'd be fucking telling you, mate? What I do in my own time is none of your fucking business, okay? I cover the politics. The rest of that shit, you don't get to know. Maybe I am out. You don't know. Maybe I'm out there doing wheelies every weekend in the Macca's car park. You have to decide what kind of vibe I give off. Okay? You have to decide. I refuse to tell you. You don't get anything out of me. Other than political coverage. Lol,
Tribesman John gifted a tier 1 sub to Collingwood. They have given 125 gift subs in the channel.
Stop it.
Between Scott Morrison's popularity and Peter Dutton's popularity is bigger and more pronounced in Tasmania than elsewhere. They are much less keen on Peter Dutton
that's
than
fucking
they were on
Tasmania
Scott
for you.
Morrison. So if you take Bass, which has a well-known local member, Bridget Archer, the maverick Liberal Member of Parliament, our campaign in Bass has been to say, you can like Bridget Archer, but if you vote for her, you get Peter Dutton. It's been a very, very effective campaign in Bass. And so if there is a world where we go backwards somewhere, Victoria perhaps, WA perhaps, maybe Lingari, then we would be looking to northern Tasmania in particular to try and pick something up.
James, can we just bring you in there? Do you accept that Peter Dutton represents that kind of a problem for the Liberal vote in Tasmania?
No, there are some local circumstances there. I agree with Jim about Bass and that Bridget is is a maverick, but she's a popular maverick. She held the seat at the last...
I never feel particularly good at these early stages when it's like the LNP with the 6 early seats. I don't like that. Why we got to count this way? Could we not count a different way? Do you know what I mean? Why we got to count this way? And just, you know, they're making up half these place names. No. Australia is just a place, okay? We have a place called Wagga Wagga, okay? We're just Australia. It'd be how it do, all right? Just relax. Maybe it's going to be like America with the landslide. Alyssa and get out. Bye-bye. Okay? It's just not nice to look at. I don't want to look at it. Chat, I'm looking at you. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at you, all right? You're being perceived right now. I'm just letting you know. I'm perceiving you. Okay? I am. I'm perceiving you. Because I cannot look at the election count just yet. You're technically looking at the camera and not chat. I know, but I'm trying to be intimidating. Oh my God, give me a moment of intimidation. Came back from ads to you perceiving me fully frightened. Perfect. That's the vibe I'm looking to give off. Like kind of scary in like a, not like a full threatening way, but like a little threatening. Hello, Lime Grey Vantage. Hi. A 7.5% swing to the coalition in Victoria after 1.3% votes count scare me. Everything's scary, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's scary. All right, look, we've picked up 3 seats. We've picked up 3. We're at 4 now. I don't like this. I don't like it. I honestly need a beverage. I forget that election coverage is awful. Truly. Every time I forget. Every time I'm like, what a fun day. It's my Super Bowl. And then it's not. And I don't really like it very much. That's all. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, actually this is stressful. It's actually stressful. And it's fine. I kind of hate it. Where's your comfort martini? I don't want to have a comfort martini until we have at least a few results. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can't do that. I've been anxious all day. I let it go for the day. I let it go for the day. Because, you know, we can't. Yeah. As scary as it is at the moment, you're doing an amazing job covering it all. Oh, stop. You're so nice. How you doing? Welcome on in. Anthony Green said we'll probably know by 10 o'clock. Oh my God, I love Anthony Green. I love that Liberal guy was coping so hard and he's like, we won't know who the Prime Minister is by tonight. And Anthony Green's just like, we're going to know by 10 o'clock. I'll be able to tell you, I'm a math wizard. You want statistics? I got statistics for you. It's his last statistic Super Bowl, and he's there, he's ready. He wants his moment in the sun, okay? So, I think we're chilling. It's not looking fantastic for Greens, but it's actually good signs all around for Labor and mostly abysmal for Liberals, so I am calm. Welcome. I appreciate your calmness, because I'm still not. Your coverage across all the channels is amazing. I really don't feel like I've done anything yet. First numbers for Dixon, minus 10% swing against Dutton. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I got goosebumps. Stop. Imagine we get to crab. Oh. Oh, imagine we get to crab. Imagine we get to crab and I order champagne. Do you know what I mean? Imagine. Oh, God, what a life. It'd be so good. Should we have a sneaky listen to Sky? Don't like this. Not the early swing to the coalition represented over here. Lol. It's just nothing. I'm so bored.
Now we're going to go to some first figures, and we're going to start, Anthony, in the ultra-marginal seat of Gilmore, where we have Fiona Phillips battling with Andrew Constance.
There's a lot happening here. We've got 18 polling places, 6% of the vote, which means there's a lot of pre-poll. It's actually over 50% of enrolled voters in Gilmore voted pre-poll. So that's probably 58 to 60% of all votes are pre-polls. So this is 18 polling places. Now, Andrew Constance is not polling well. This is a corrected swing from where the figures are from. And his primary vote is well down. There's an independent. They're just 67% of preferences. I'll come back here. 67% of preferences from everybody else is going to Labor. So if Labor's ahead on the primaries, they're getting a lot of preferences, so even if they're slightly behind. And just to look at the two-party preferred, an estimate, this is actually 4 actual preferences, and there's a 4.7% swing to Labor. But as I just said earlier on, maybe 58 to 60% of the votes in that electorate are pre-polls. They may behave differently and may turn around that swing. But they're encouraging figures for the Labor Party in Gilmore. Now, in Leichhardt, of course, Warren Entsch, let's do the setup here. Warren Entsch is retiring. Jeremy Neal is the new Liberal candidate, and Matt Smith, the former basketballer, Taipan's basketballer, is the candidate there. The votes that we're seeing there now, he's well ahead. We've got 9 polling places in. He's got twice
Matt
the Labor,
Smith
the
winning.
LNP vote, 12%
That
there
is
for the Greens.
not surprising. He's better looking than the other
That's a
two,
big
and
increase
that
in the
counts
Labor
in
vote.
politics.
The LNP vote down, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing of 9.6%. So I think that's an estimate rather than actual. But there's another big swing there. Now, Leichhardt's another seat with a big pre-poll. So, you know, it may be we're going to be buckling in for a lot of swings early in the night, and then we'll have to wait for what the pre-poll does later. Now, Bean, this is not as encouraging for the Labor Party. We do only have 2.8% of the vote counted. But David Smith, the Labor member's on 39%. Jessie Price is the... she's got Climate 200 backing from memory. She's an independent there. The Liberal Party have recommended preferences for the independent. So, and I think we've got an estimate of preferences. No, this is an estimate of preferences.
I find you appealing in a way that feels unconventional and unusual to my usual tastes. Although politics absolutely bore me. I hope Australia elects someone who does right for the majority of you, at least, fingers crossed. What? What do you mean? Did I just get negged? What do you mean? I'm going to need you to explain what you mean by that. Please. Just jumped on. What's the analysis? We're looking at some early swings. We don't have a lot going on yet. There's some early seats that have been kind of decided based on polling, but yes. Saying politics bore you on a political stream? I know. Oh, there's half my personality gone. And between that and magic, the politics is kind of the cool part at the moment. I also sing, though. My words would be an inefficient use of your time here. I love that you don't think that I am smart enough to use my time however I choose. Do you know what I mean? And also, why do we have to be efficient? I'm going to be sitting here for hours covering this bullshit. All right? I don't have to be efficient. Your capitalism can't touch me. All right? Yeah, Dixon isn't looking good for Dutton now. It's a full-blown house deposit, so...
Happy, I hope, Election Day picks. Thanks for your informative and entertaining streams.
Thank you. Citizen B, thank you for the 3 months in advance as well. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Morning from Europe. Hope the results are good. Well, we'll just wait and see. We're still very early at the moment. If Dixon kicks out Dutton, that will make so many people happy. You don't know. You don't know. I'm ordering champagne and we're cry braving. You have no idea. Because what did the Liberal Party do? Truly, if Dutton loses his seat, what do they do? Truly, what do they do? You might want to order early in case there's a run on champagne. Stop it. If Dixon kicks out Dutton, I will give Queensland a little bit of a, just a little something, something. What would happen if the Libs win, but Dixon goes to Labor? We don't know. They have to figure out a new leader for the party. And we don't know because who else is giving fucking leader? Wild. Stop.
I find you appealing in a way that's weirdly off menu for me, even though politics absolutely bore me. Honestly, I just want Australia to elect someone decent so we can all relax and have Stroganoff in bed instead of stressing over Parliament. Fingers crossed. Because let's be real, nothing beats Stroganoff under the covers. It's decadent, it's chaotic, it's the peak of human civilization.
For fuck's sake. True. We're a little closer now. We've got 15 seats for the LNP and 14
Goes
for
to
Labor.
an independent tonight.
It shows the challenge that the party is facing when Climate 200 spend money against us. In the seat of Bradfield, we've had someone who has been funded by Climate 200 as the shadow MP for the last 3 years. You look at the
sorry to jump in there, but it does sound like you're blaming them.
I'm pointing out.
Is there any introspection?
You asked the question in relation to my concerns about Bradfield, and I'm pointing out what's happening electorally in a number of our seats across the country. We've got the traditional fight with these guys, and now we've got on this other flank fight with the Teals. The Teals in the seat of Wannon have 6 fully funded officers that are staffed.
But is there
by
anything
people.
you're getting wrong in reaching these voters, or is it completely out of your control?
No,
it's just because everyone else is being
more organised and better funded.
Let's see what my party.
They're so hard done by Guppy.
After this election, should it not go the way that I want it to go in terms of what are the lessons from this election, what are the lessons from the last election,
But shouldn't you be at the lessons from the last election by now? I think that was the point of my question. There was a phenomenon in the last election attacking Liberal heartland seats, particularly in that northern part.
Barnaby
of
Joyce
Sydney.
is very
You had
popular
one left.
in his
It's under
seat,
threat
so
tonight. Did you learn the wrong
That's not
lessons?
surprising.
from the last election?
We've got a brilliant candidate there in Giselle, someone who's part of that community, who was pre-selected for the seat of North Sydney, but unfortunately that seat was abolished. We've got someone who reflects the broader, the North Shore community.
But what would it mean if that seat were to go, if that last piece of the Teal puzzle in Northern Sydney were to go? What would that tell you about the Liberal Party?
Let's just see what's going to happen first in relation to that seat. Let's see what happens with the pre-polls that are coming in.
Yep.
Let's see what happens with
We're all waiting to see. Jim Chalmers, can I ask
I've
you?
learned after doing this for many, many years to not jump in shadows.
You're right to be cautious. These are still early numbers, but similarly, Jim Chalmers, the early numbers out of Franklin, the bottom of Tasmania, and in Bean, in Canberra, of all places, show that Labor is losing significant ground to independence. The big question tonight is, what the polls have suggested is you you probably win, but minority or majority is the question. That's what the polls are pointing to. But at the moment, if you're losing seats like Franklin and Bean to independents, and again, this is early days, I'm not saying this is what will happen, that's got to be a concern for you.
Of course, when you see numbers like in the south of Tassie, but I mean, it is very early. The usual caveat about we think that the early voters will behave very differently to the on-the-day voters, and we're seeing on-the-day voters so far. But even in a world where, if we did well, we still wouldn't anticipate that it would be one-way traffic. You know, because of all these different kinds of contests, there's a much greater element of volatility and unpredictability. You know, I didn't have Julie's seat bookmarked on my ABC site to keep an eye on. So there'll be a lot of...
Been either in Canberra.
There'll be a lot of unpredictability. It won't all be one-way traffic. Even if we do well, even if James's party does well, there'll be seats changing hands in both directions.
It's going to be an interesting night based on these very early numbers. We've got no doubt about that. Seats moving in different directions. Let's go to Chinchilla now in Queensland. The local RSL, where the Nationals are holding an election night evening, and our reporter Steph Dalzell is there. Steph, what's at stake there tonight?
Yes, David Littleproud will be here in his electorate of Maranoa, but of course, as evidenced by the fact it's already been called, it's a very safe seat, and his focus will be elsewhere tonight. There's a key contest in the New South Wales seat of Calare, the Nationals versus the defector former MP Andrew Gee, who quit the party over its opposition to The Voice and is now recontesting.
I'm sorry, but somebody being called Andrew Gee is wild as well. So if there's a general swing to Labor, that's a Labor win, right? NZ here, so I don't know the dates. It's still too early to say. Andrew Gee, the host of Channel V. The reason I say it's funny, though, is because there's a very popular, now kind of cancelled TV show called We Can Be Heroes and Summer Heights High, and in those TV shows there was this character called Mr. G. So basically anybody with the last name G I put in that category. And I'll just give you a performance of one of my favorite songs from the now cancelled Chris Lilly because of, anyway, for reasons, but not for this reason. She's a naughty girl with a bad habit for drugs. Okay. It was something else. It was a time in Australia popular culture that we can no longer go back to because it's, again, cancelled. Yeah, it was just, look, yeah, there was a character, a very popular character called Jemay, who was like a private schoolgirl bitch. Hold on. It's so cancelled. Hold on.
You sure you don't want me to come down?
Maggie gifted a tier 1 sub to Eliza.
Seriously,
They have given 88 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, it's okay. It's going to be right. Just confront him.
Where have you been?
Class.
Do you know why I wanted to meet you here?
No.
Where's your phone? You don't know where your phone is, do you? Because I've got it. The reason I stole your phone was to check before I made a massive commitment to you that you were not cheating on me. I open your set box and what do I find? 4 messages to Madeline.
She's just my friend.
Who the fuck is she?
She's my friend.
Miggy gifted a tier 1 sub to Hazix_. They have given 89 gift subs in the channel.
English. Save me a seat. I don't know why I trusted a year 7. I don't know what you want from me. Seriously.
Hold on.
Like, I'm committed to you, okay? I'm, like, obsessed with...
My drama classroom is my haven. It's where I come alive. Welcome to Mr. G's room, G's room, G's room. Welcome to Mr. G's room. Come inside. Most of the time, it's just chill out with beanbags, pillows, cushions. That's
When I tell you that this is cancelled, right? It is cancelled now, right? Okay, but it was like it was like mass psychosis of the Australian population.
And take your shoes off. Find a spot on the floor. Welcome to Mr. G's room, G's. My teaching methods are fairly unique.
Someone join in.
I get pretty experimental, and I go crazy sometimes. I just let loose. Enter the room. Oh, thank God you're here. I've been shot. Thank God you're here. Where have you been, bitch? Boring is not a word that you hear in this room. Spin around, Chinaman. Spin around, spin around. If there's something boring to do, then we find a fun way of doing it.
See? Cancelled. It's just we don't talk about Jonah from Tonga. It's yeah. No. It's just the whole thing. The whole thing was just very interesting, to say the least. Early swings against Peter Dutton in Dixon. You love to see it.
But look, we were certainly getting the sense that, must have been something good go up, bit of noise in the background here, but we were certainly getting the sense that people had heard our message that we want to keep Peter Dutton out, but the government just wasn't doing enough on the housing, cost of living and climate crisis.
Good evening to the Greens Army tonight, Adam Band. It's Bridget Brennan here. You might tell them to have a bit of shush while we get on with this interview, just for a few more questions. Hey, I'm really curious, what are you predicting for Wills tonight? You've put a lot of resources into this seat in Melbourne's inner north.
Yeah, look, the
Yes, I forget that everybody doesn't know this. This is Adam Bant. He is the leader of the Greens Party.
And of course, I think
that is the left party that we have here.
In one big chunk, but the feeling from the booths that we were
He's a
on
DJ.
was really good. And of course, in that electorate, in the council
He's been known to
elections that we
DJ.
recently had, like in big
I don't
parts
know
of
what
the
other
north of the
information you want
electorate,
from me.
They turn into two-party Greens
That's the
areas
most
where we saw
important.
big swings to the Greens in those
He
seats in
can
the council
DJ. He's been
elections.
DJing for people.
feeling
He's
so
down.
Far is good,
He's
but as
hip.
I understand it, there haven't yet
He's
been
cool with the
numbers
kids.
coming in. So I think
Okay.
in that seat, like many others, we're probably going to have to wait a little while.
And what about those all-important seats in Brisbane, Adam Band? Are you at risk of losing a couple of those tonight? Those are tight contests. I know you've put a lot of resources up there as well.
Look, we're always clear. I know this from experience. At the first time around, everyone throws everything at you, and I think the three MPs up there have done terrifically and run amazing campaigns.
Yeah, so the Greens are the only party in Australia that were vocally pro-Palestine. The Labor and the Coalition parties were both very pro-Israel. Now, the reason for this, I believe, is because of our relationship with America. I don't think Australia has foreign policy that isn't approved by America because we are so reliant on America for military safety, basically. Australian foreign policy is whatever America says Australian foreign policy is. I think there's been a little pushback recently. I think Labor has done a particularly good job at reducing tension with China. We have Penny Wong to thank for that as foreign minister, and I'm really hoping it stays that way. some of you during the pandemic might remember that the coalition government at the time kind of shirt fronted and was like, well, fuck you, China, blah, 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 blah. And we had our own little mini tariff war. There was like beef and barley and wine. And I think even lobsters got caught in the crossfire at a certain point, I believe. So Australia does play its own game, but we are fairly beholden to America. We have followed America into every single war, even Vietnam. And it's, you know, there was no way that Australia's official foreign policy was going to be anything other than, I think, pro-Israel. Even the ABC was so disappointing in their coverage because, you know, I will say it. I truly think that Israel has committed a genocide. I think time will prove that to be true. I remember getting in an argument very early on in the conflict, and the argument was with somebody I knew, and they were like, Israel would never bomb a hospital. Bitch, there's not a single hospital left in Palestine anymore. And I'm not saying I'm pro-Hamas, okay? Right? There is a lot of nuance that goes on in that area of the world, right? Absolutely. But you have to pay attention. Now, also, I just want to be very clear. There is a rise in anti-Semitism that also needs to be addressed. Okay? There is a rise in anti-Semitism that needs to be addressed, right? And anybody, I don't know if anybody else decided to brain rot themselves this morning and watch any of the conversation between Hassan and Ethan, but it was not fun for anyone, I don't think. Yeah, it's not. It was awful. It was literally two men screaming at each other, and it was awful. It was awful. It was just God. So yeah. I think showing a bit more humanity towards the Palestinian people wouldn't go astray. And I really reject a lot of the, I don't know, guys. Israel's pretty fucked. Let's focus on Australia tonight, please. It's my stream, Guppy. I will comment on what I want to comment on. And Australian foreign policy is part of what I want to comment on. And the reason I brought it up is because the Greens, as a party, were the only party who seemed to show some empathy towards the plight of the Palestinian people. And it's not supporting terrorism. That's not what it is, okay? It's infuriating, right? Please keep in mind, my friend Joe used to work for the Palestinian delegation, okay? You can go to my YouTube and you can watch our conversations that we had about this, okay? It is extremely, it's nuanced. The conflict is nuanced. The players in the conflict is nuanced. But the reality is there is not a single hospital left in Gaza. Sorry, my boop. There's not a single hospital left in Gaza. They are blocking aid to Gaza. There is a lack of food and water, and I am anti-suffering. It is really not that hard to be anti-suffering and anti-war and pro-fucking diplomacy, right? And it's just, it is enraging to me when people are like, whatever, I'll let it go, but I'm going to make my position on that very clear. Okay? Because it needs to be. Where are we? Down here? Wait. we'll just go back to the
We won't know till later in the evening.
Anthony, can I just get you to recap for anybody who's joined?
Wait, what the fuck is happening on 10? Let's have a look at the guys in hats.
Well, yes, but that hasn't really been happening under Peter Dutton. After getting a pretty serious clip on the ear from the Teals in 2022, the Liberals seem to have leaned harder into the policies that actually alienate those Teal voters. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether they've made ground in seats like Wentworth and Goldstein and Kooyong.
Look, at this point, I'd say the Teals are safer than the Greens. The Greens are just disaffected Labor voters who are being dared by Peter Dutton to vote for Labor once again to avoid a minority government.
All right, boys. Thank you as always. Keep those updates coming, and we appreciate it.
But they're standing in front of a green screen. I don't understand.
OK, all eyes are on Peter Dutton.
Also, am I supposed to have a cowboy hat on? Am I doing this wrong?
Brilliant. But the fact that there is a movement, I know this is the on-the-day vote, but a movement to Labor in Victoria, and as you rather ironically said, their worst state is Victoria because the swing to them is smaller than other states. You've got to say, it's pretty hard to see how the coalition wins government from here, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's hard to see them winning government. I must say that. Whether this is going to translate to Labor having a win or a big win, it's going to take a lot more to go. But while we're just talking to the Greens, and I thought it was worth bringing up these figures for the 3 inner-city seats. This is Griffith, and at this stage, the Labor Party is ahead, Greens are second, and the LNP's third. If those numbers continue, and we're projecting that they will finish in that order, then if that continues, then Renee Coffey will win that seat for the Labor Party, defeating the Green.
Goodbye,
the next seat is Brisbane. Same situation, Madonna Jarrett is ahead, Greens are second, the LNP third. There will be a lot of pre-polls in this seat and they may affect things, but that's the order at the moment. And on our current projection, looking at where the figures are from, it's projecting that order as well. Not calling those seats, but that's what the position looks like there. And in Ryan, I mean, if that continues, I'd be surprised personally if Labor leads in Ryan. But at this stage, Labor is ahead, Maggie Forrest second, the Greens third. So all 3 of those seats at the moment
Kamara, very
held
different.
by the Greens. If that
Red
trend continues, they will be probably won by
less
Labor.
conservative.
Amazing.
Blue,
an hour and a half
most
into the count,
conservative.
and the movement is all towards Labor across the board, and none of the news is good for the coalition. I want to bring in Patricia Karvelis, Tony
Green
Barry
is
and
the
Col
left.
Samaras for some thoughts on where we're at.
Independence
PK,
range across the spectrum.
we need to keep those caveats there about the pre-poll could look different in an hour or 2 from now. But what we're seeing so far, what do you make of it?
Well, I think it's pretty extraordinary, but does actually speak to the campaign
It's giving
we've already
Canada.
had. It was really obvious to anybody, including everybody in the coalition, and I respect James immensely, but I've spoken to many people in the coalition and they all concede they had one of the most terrible campaigns on record. And so clearly the campaign has had an influence.
Not
Prime Minister
Patricia
had
just
4
going
debates.
in on
Don't
the
forget
Liberal guy
this,
who
4
refused
debates,
to say that the campaign
with,
was bad.
Peter Dutton, his strategy was always to allow people to see Peter Dutton
Osby
more,
gifted a
thinking
tier
that
1 sub to
they
Crab
would
Rave.
see more of
They
Peter
have given
Dutton
5
and they would
gift
make a
subs in the
judgment.
channel.
It seems that his assessment is right. And if you look at some of the swings, I just spoke to somebody in the, senior person in the Labor Party who said if you look at Reid, Bennelong and Chisholm, very, very, very positive swings to the Labor Party there, all places where there are high levels of Chinese Australians. So the demography is still in the same place we were at the last election, particularly when it comes to some of these multicultural communities.
Coles, I want to bring you in there. You heard what Anthony said before. He thinks it's hard to see an alternative to the outcome that we're starting to discuss.
There are 2 states that
Flying,
determine
I've been here
election
like
results
7
now.
years. Well,
it's New South Wales and
6
Victoria, and the
politically,
coalition is getting absolutely hammered
and
in
8
both
all
of them.
up. But
And pre-polls will
You're
need to
welcome,
be
you
absolutely
just haven't found
extraordinary.
me.
Another wonder weapon that the coalition seems to have relied upon in this election campaign, including false
calling it
polling
early,
and
we're
all
getting
that.
the crab rave.
So at the
Should I order
moment, it's pretty
champagne?
clear that they are struggling with diverse communities.
I don't want
They're
to
struggling with young
jinx
voters in the outer
myself.
suburbs, and they're struggling with even older Australians who they lost in our polling, who primarily are renting and have a mortgage. They've gone to minor parties and not coming back to them via One Nation like they predicted.
Tony Barry, even Peter Dutton's own seat of Dixon is in trouble at this point of the evening. How worried are you about what's happening to the coalition right now?
Well, I think my biggest concern, and we saw this in our research, was the Liberal base is now basically boomers.
Aussie.
And I don't say that in a pejorative way. I'm spiritually a boomer, but it's too narrow a base to win an election on. And we've failed to expand the base. And if you can't expand the base, you can't expand the electoral map. So I think, notwithstanding all the caveats that I'm sure viewers were getting tired of now about the pre-polls having a differential to today's vote, but Victoria should be the exception to the rule. In Victoria, the coalition should have raced away to an early lead on ordinary votes, today's votes. And the fact that they're not, notwithstanding it's a very small sample size at the moment, would indicate this is going to be a
Angelica, don't
thumping.
worry. I think...
You think we're in for a thumping of the coalition?
I think, look, I think Labor will, on projections, sail past 76, but then start coming back as the pre-polls and postals come in. Whether it remains above 76 or not remains to be seen, but it's going to be very close to that number.
Thanks very much indeed, Tony. We're going to bring in, we're going to speak to Tony Burke in just a moment in his seat of Watson, Casey.
Yeah, thanks.
Should we listen to Jackie Lambie?
To tell the troops. That was just a hello and how are you, and keep the troops quiet while we can talk to you.
Good luck.
Now, looking at the seat of Bass there, it's basically a swing towards Labor there, the ALP member. What are you feeling and seeing and hearing?
Yeah, I thought that might be a problem because Bridget, it's not that she hasn't been active, but she was up against Scott Morrison and obviously crossing the floor and showing her strength back then. And I just think she's had a much quieter 3 years, unfortunately for Bridget. So
Tony,
I'd imagine between
the bubbly.
they'll end up being a Labor seat with the Green preferences, I would think. So that's been an upset, fairly upset for the night. I could see a turn just before Christmas time and thinking, oh, Bass may have half a chance here. So, and certainly we're seeing it in Bradham with Anne Urquhart. And then, of course, what's going on with Peter George down there in Franklin. So Geordie Collins might be under a bit of pump at the moment as well.
I mean, Tassie's just interesting to look at the moment. And, you know, talking to Annika Wells and Richard Miles and what they've sort of been hearing from people on the booths, it's probably get a clearer idea from someone like you, Jackie, because I feel like people come up and they just unload. What are people telling you about how they're feeling about both major parties at the moment and this election?
Yeah, I think with most people, they've just had enough, to be honest. I mean, I think we're all about election doubt. Well, we've had one in Queensland, was one in New South Wales. There was a state election here last year. So, you know, I think that they're really feeling it over that cost of living, and you could just see it over the last few weeks. I think with the Liberals not releasing their policies and their costings, and that's actually really done them some harm. They just did not look like the team that wanted to win in the last few weeks. I think they really slowed down, and that was a real problem. So that's what's been happening down here. It's just like Labor, they were a lot more hungrier for the election, and they're everywhere, certainly down here. If you're looking at call flutes and stuff like that, they're everywhere.
Did you have many volunteers out and about today, Jackie? We're sort of hearing that no one really saw your team.
No, we don't have volunteers out on polling day on the Saturday. I haven't done that. For myself, I haven't done that this election or last election. Quite frankly, I've stood at those polling booths, and most people that I see coming through on a Saturday, they've had enough
red
and
and
they're
a
not
little bit of
taking
green,
anything.
Mr.
And quite frankly, they just want to get in there and take their vote. So to be honest with you, so I pull them off. And I hear some of those, you know, some of those polling places down here have been a little bit, you know, there's been a bit of stuff going on at them. So, you know, I'd just rather not have volunteers involved in any of that stuff. They can come off Saturday. So it's been, you know, so we don't have that.
Yep.
So, Jackie,
and
what's it going to...
We're not running lower house, so we're not running lower house seats either, mate. So I don't have... I call them draft horses out there, so it's just two. We're just running on the Central down here, that's it. So, and I mean that politely, and they know that, because when you run people, they're looking at about 10%. I got them in my little draft horses, because they pull the wagon, so we haven't had all that down here, you know, so, yeah, it's been a much quieter campaign for me, to be honest with you, so...
So, very quickly, what's it going to look like at the end of the voting? What do you feel?
Well, I'm hoping that I've still got a job Monday morning. That'd be a good start. You know, it'd be nice to take a centre seat in. Well, I'd like to see Rex Patrick get up, obviously. You've got Glenn Colomet's here, and we have Angie Harper in Queensland. So let's see how the Senate ticket rolls in the next 24 hours, I guess, or 48 hours.
Sure. Good stuff, Jackie. Always good to chat to you.
Unironically, like, Jackie Lambie gets it wrong a lot, right? But she seems authentic. Truly. Truly. I don't think she gets it right all the time, but I do think her policies are pretty straightforward and fairly authentic to her life experience. Rex Patrick got my vote. He's a good dude. Mate, how fucking good are democracy sausages? In fact, I need a piece of pizza. Hold on, I think I've got one bit left. I do. I have democracy pizza. What toppings does democracy pizza have? Cheese and garlic and green? It's a garlic pizza. Yeah, a lot of people went looking for democracy sausages today and couldn't find them, I believe. Excuse me, wrong side. That's so valid, Flying Garfield, to be honest. This is in a gym.
By these numbers that are coming in, but we have the same.
Let's listen to Monique Ryan.
Large numbers of people being trucked in from outside of the electorate to campaign on behalf of the Liberal Party, people who did not belong in the electorate and did not know the community. There was more tension than there normally would be. It felt uncomfortable, and
this was the
I think
seat
we probably
of
need to look
Kooyong,
at the rules around
and the whole
that
thing was so
perhaps
dramatic.
improve them so it would improve the experience of the voter in the next
Amelia
federal election.
Hamer.
Monique, there was a lot of talk from certain areas that the Teals.
Amelia Hamer was like, I get it. I'm a renter too. That woman has an investment property worth millions of dollars in the UK and another one in Canberra. Sure, she rents in Melbourne, but she's not a renter. Okay? And she's like, I get it, I'm a renter too. Like, so much shit happened in Kooyong. It was crazy.
The Albanese ALP, and they've been very frustrated with Peter Dutton's coalition. And so I'd be surprised, actually, if there's any significant change in the size of the crossbench, other than potentially an increase in the crossbench after tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, looking at those early numbers coming in, sounds about right.
Monique Ryan, thank you for joining us from Kooyong. We'll leave you there. We wish you well. Let's go live to Carl Stefanovic now at Liberal HQ in Brisbane. Carl, you have a guest with you?
James Patterson is with me. Yeah, it's a pretty bleak vibe here at Liberal Party HQ, James. Just looking at,
Evan.
I don't know how you're smiling. I mean, literally, how do you win?
I know, votes.
Mate, that's too early to say. I think we've still got a lot of vote to count. What we've noticed in this campaign is a really big behavioural difference between people who vote early at pre-poll or do a postal vote and those who vote.
I love cope. I love watching these fuckers cope. It's so enjoyable.
Our polling suggests that there can be as much as an 8% difference between the on-the-day vote and our pre-poll vote.
It's just math,
You're sugarcoating a little bit.
No, not at all, mate. Not at all. Wait and see. This is very early days. I think
Yeah.
we've got about 5% of the vote counted. The on-the-day booths were always going to be better for Labor. Let's not make the same mistake that was made in the Queensland state election, where I think people were virtually calling it for Stephen Miles based on a small proportion of the on-the-day vote being counted. Let's wait until we've got more data.
A couple of seats of note. Let's
Bye,
talk
Mr.
about Dixon
Scaramanga.
first up, if we
That's
can.
very base of you.
And Peter Dutton is up against it there. What are you reading from those early numbers and that big swing?
Well, Labor absolutely went for Peter in this campaign more than any campaign previously. They poured in an enormous amount of money, and he also had Climate 200 funding a candidate to try and tear him down, plus a national advertising campaign from Labor in the tens of millions
How
of
dare
dollars.
they
It was
go
very
for
personal and
Dutton?
very targeted to him. So, look, I'm
Assholes.
not surprised if that has an
Stop.
effect, but he's been the local member there for 25 years now. He's held that since 2001. They have come for him before, and he's held it, so let's wait and
You're
see.
pretty comfortable with that. All right, there's a couple of other ones that you mentioned to me. Bean, David Smith for Labor.
Yes,
looks
it was
like, that's gonna be
glorious
hard for
cyber
him.
waste.
He's
I covered it.
spectacularly
It was
anonymous.
delightful.
David Smith, isn't he? But he might lose that
Yeah,
seat.
well, I mean, this
There's
is
a
one that was
clip
not
of
on the
me
radar
laughing
really
at
until
them
the last
somewhere.
couple of days, and we saw that YouTube advertising by Labor, which was a bit of a hint that they thought they were in trouble, and maybe they will be tonight.
Okay, what about Franklin, Julie Collins?
Yeah, so a cabinet minister who barely left her seat in the campaign, and now we know why. That anti-salmon independent has done very well there and could well come over the top, we'll see.
Okay, let's get on to your forehand, the seats that you look likely to win at this point.
Yeah, look, I can't say any seat that we're picking up yet, but that's only because it's early in the count, mate. Let's wait and see the pre-polls and close to screen.
You've given me two Labor seats and you haven't got any wins of your own.
No, well, let's wait and see. It really is very early,
Yeah.
and I'm not at all discouraged yet by those on the day booths. It really is going to be quite different, I suspect, when those postals
You
and
still
pre-polls
think you
come in.
can somehow
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
I think
mate.
look, winning government from here and majority government from here, well, that was always going to be a hard task, right? The last election was devastating. We lost 19 seats in the last election, and in this term of parliament, we lost an extra one to a by-election, and 3 colleagues defected to the crossbench. So the first task was just to restore
Not
that
the
and then add
defectors.
some to it. The historical example I point to is 2010. You know, Tony Abbott was running against a government which had rolled its own Prime Minister and which had tried to introduce a carbon tax, and he only won 7 seats, right? So that, I think, is a good historical marker for us to compare to.
All right, there's been a couple of opposition leaders who've lost an election and come back, most notably and more recently. Obviously, John Howard, that was some years after his first try. If he loses tonight, there's always speculation, and there has been in the last 24 hours about Peter Dutton's leadership. Providing he wins his seat. Is that something you guys are rallying the troops for already?
Well, I'm very proud to have served Peter in this term of Parliament. He's a great man. You know him, I know him. He's a really good person, and he always puts the national interest first. So if he wants to continue to serve in public life in any capacity, I'd welcome that.
Tough night for you guys.
Not yet, not yet. Let's wait and see.
All right, James is going to come back in a little bit to Ali and Pete for the
fun.
moment. It's back to you.
So fun.
Good on you, Carl. Thank you. Christopher Pine, quick comment from you.
Well, my only quick comment would be that I've...
Oh my God. Carl Stefanovic. So funny. That was delightful. Oh my God. You just know he was getting off on doing that. You just know he was having the time of his life. Rough night for you. Stop. Oh my God. I assume that feels like when I was walking in to vote and being like, no to the Liberal people. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, how delightful.
But you would still anticipate a very, above 90% flow from the Greens, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure
seat?
about that. No, I don't think so. Others would be more au fait with Green preference
It's usually
flows
about an
than me,
80%
but-
flow, isn't
Okay, so too much.
But I guess my point is we are making a run in both of those places. I think PK made a good point about the Chinese community in particular. But we need to be careful not to assume that we'll get the exact same discipline there that we're getting elsewhere.
And just on the 1 week of
gooning.
pre-poll idea from James McGrath, Jim Chalmers, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't care.
Good to see you all voted
just tell
well
us
in the
well
poll.
enough in advance so that we can get the people there to talk
Very
to
happy.
the people
Well
we're
done,
begging
everyone.
to vote for us. If it's 2 weeks, I'll be there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 week. I'm not.
Speak
it's
to
not really
Dawn.
my focus.
Speak to Dawn.
Yeah, that's right.
Speak to Dawn.
All right.
That's a Don Farrell. That goes on the Don Farrell
I'm
list.
pretty sure after every election, though, the Joint Standing Committee does a review. Looks at
Yes.
the
They do.
things and
Yeah.
Guppy,
they'll
that is the same guy.
cast their wisdom on that
Yeah,
decision.
and I wait for my instructions from that rather than...
Good approach. All right, let's go to Senator Jackie Lambie, who's joining us from northern Tasmania
Oh, yeah, Jackie
tonight.
again.
Senator, thank you for joining us.
We don't need that. We already. What's going on? Let's see what they're saying on Sky. You ready? Oh. 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 Ooh. So tense. What a... That's some tense music. Ooh, okay. Sure. If you say so. So ominous. So scary. It's so scary. No, Sky, they're doing something down here, but they're clearly not streaming it. It says, Sky, no path to majority for coalition. Coalition can't win majority government. Oh, delightful. Oh, you know it's bad if Sky's saying it. Oh, it feels good. Oh, maybe I can have a martini. Has Sky gone woke? What happened? Sky like to be right, you know? And I don't know, Tasty, I don't know if we could find the clip of me reacting to Sky News doom music at the last election. But like now could be like a really good time for that sexy throwback because it was something special.
So what brand of champagne did we buy?
I didn't buy any yet. I didn't buy any yet, you know. I haven't bought any champagne yet. Labor having a win or a big win? Wait, conservative outlets accept election results in your country? That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
This is a full-blown house deposit.
Stop.
So
Maintain the sage. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you so much. Welcome. I just remember Peter Credlin's face. Oh, yeah, I know. It's going to be... it was glorious. They are kind of washing their hands of Dutton a little bit. Hi, is weed legal yet? With a prescription, but no, not really. Yes, Bob Katter has been re-elected. That's exciting. Oh yes, Sky News. Yes, Sky News is very different to Sky News in the UK. Sky News in Australia is different. Yep, Katter, I think, has been re-elected. Vote 1 legislation of weed. We're fine, right, Twitch? Sky's saying the coalition has no path to government. So I would say that we're probably fine. And it's just what is next.
For the Champagne Fund.
Oh, fine, you enablers. Hoping for a Labour minority? Yeah, so we might not know exactly what the like setup of government is, but it's really looking like the coalition will not win. Oh my god, that's so funny, Davey. Vegas, thank you for the $20. What's the scoop? The fact that there is a swing to Labour is crazy. You're looking at exactly what happened in Canada. You're looking at America. You're looking like, ooh, fascism not that cool. Which is quite nice. AEC tally leading data, ALP 58, Coalition 32. Okay. Kiwi Rob, you're just in here coping. You're asking me that because you're coping and you're annoyed. I'm not even kidding. Right? I get it. Do I think Albo will do a full term to 2028? Depends on how this term goes. Making predictions 3 years out is stupid. What is the point? Do you know how much changes in 3 years? Like, it's really like, I am the kind of political commentator that will tell you what's going on with a range of opinions at the time, right? And I will always do it with like a little bit of nuance. But I am not the kind of person who is going to sit here and tell you that I know what the future looks like when I am just a girl on the internet. Do you like the amount of things that can change in 3 years is wild. I can give you facts about what the climate might look like because we're on track to exceed 1.5 degrees. I can give you ideas of what the effects of policy that exists today will be. But like a prediction on whether Anthony Albanese will do a full term, it's pointless for me to speculate on that because it is just so far removed from what is going on right now. Like, hello? All right, the polls are closed. Chat. The polls
I'm back a bit
are
for Labor,
closed.
so that's...
Yes, yeah, and look, you know, it's that's looking a little better for Labor. I don't know if the seat of Bean in the ACT's come back at all for Labor based on those early numbers.
No, it was. It got to a higher count and was still looking like a really significant swing towards the independent there. On more than 5% counted, significantly more. I mean, I think there's a possibility here, allowing for the buffering that's going on around us, for there to be a significant new entrance of independents.
Yeah, sure. Andy.
The Labor Party's on 37. I don't know the percentage counted because the Election Commission no longer publishes percentage counted on their website for reasons to do with, it's a long story. The Labor Party's on 37%, Peter George is on 24%,
do we go
and the Liberal Party's on 17%.
the Moet?
And that's with 27,000 votes counted, which would be about a third of the vote.
All right, we're back in Tasmania.
How hard are we celebrating?
Yes.
Do we go the Moet?
At this stage, on those numbers, if that trend continues, Labor would hold Franklin.
It's
The
giving
Electoral
richer than
Commission
I am.
stopped
I just
counting
moved
preferences
house.
in that electorate because they believe that Peter George will be one of the final pairing. But on the numbers, primary votes I'm looking here at the moment.
But sometimes you
he's
just
not
got to
good
do
enough
what you got to
win
do.
Because the
You know
Liberal
what I
Party
mean?
did issue a how to vote card indicating preferences to the Labor Party.
Anthony, can I just ask you about that seat in Brisbane, the seat of Ryan that we were asking
how happy are
Adam
you?
Bant about
I'm not
earlier, but
sad.
does it look like the Libs have pushed themselves into second position there?
You'll have to give me a moment because I have to sort of navigate the Electoral Commission's website for the moment. At the moment, in that seat, the Greens are on 31, Labor's on 30, and the LNP's on 29. It's a three-way tie between those candidates at the moment. So it would come down to who finishes third.
Yeah, OK. Well, and that's been the interesting thing in Brisbane based on the earlier numbers that we had. It's that LNP dropping into third, which is going to knock the Greens out of contention.
Yeah, I thought they'd bounced up to second, but let's wait and
that
see.
Will be a devastating
Who would
result
the
for
Liberals
Greens.
coalition with? The Liberals don't have a path to
Part of
government.
their longer-term strategy to
There
try
is,
and get more
there
lower
is.
house
It's
seats,
not happening.
So
this is one of the vagaries of these.
And the Liberals are
preferential
already in a
three-way
coalition with the
situations.
Nationals.
Sometimes
Labor needs
the
76
position to be
seats.
in is to be number two when the party
Number
that's
three
being
gets
eliminated
excluded.
is going to support you
And we're
more
kind of
often
just
than
waiting.
number one, right? That's the come from behind
Can you
situation.
set that onto music?
I could give it a naughty
red
calypso
hot
rhythm
go.
for you if you
Thank
like.
you.
So, I mean, it's kind of a bitter pill, I imagine, for the Greens to find themselves in a situation where the LNP candidate is third and then pushes Labor over the line because they're preferencing away from the Greens.
I mean, that's how they won last time, though. The Labor candidate elected the Greens MPs in Griffith, Ryan and Brisbane.
I'm not claiming a moral failure here. I'm just explaining how it works because we talk about these preferences a lot.
In relation to Ryan, we expect to come first. On primaries. Okay. So we think the magical word for those who are playing pre-poll bingo at home in terms of having a sip each time, they're under the table now. Pre-poll figures will put the LNP first.
I'm glad we're not playing that game right now on this table. What do you make as a campaigner, James McGrath, of the Greens and the campaign they've run this time?
The Greens are horrible. The Greens are a nasty, horrible, racist, anti-Semitic party, and when you deal with them on pre-poll, they are just horrible people. I would happily take the Labor Party and, with all due respect, union thugs any day of the week compared to the Greens. They are horrible people. They are nasty. The things they were saying to Maggie Forrest in Ryan are just appalling. appalling. Things they were saying to Trevor Evans in Brisbane were just appalling. Because they don't believe that we have a right to express our views as Conservatives, they try to deplatform us and don't accept that we do have that different view. And I think how the Greens campaign, it is the ugly side of politics in Australia. They steal signs all the time, they deface signs, they are a horrible political movement.
I think the Corflute war, I mean, there's been some very bodgy tactics across the board in all sorts of different electorates we've seen. I mean, there's too many of them to list now. I think the patterns that we're looking for here is, you know, is the other Greens going to be in a position to add to their stock of lower house seats, which, of course, of which they had hardly any until recently in this country's history. So
the Greens
how they're going to go in Richmond, that's another seat that they've been looking at.
Wills.
And Wills.
Yeah,
don't know yet.
No, we don't. We'll see the data on that. We can see the votes being counted, though, at Bibra Lake there
The
in
Liberal
WA.
man is just mad.
Having closed
He's
there
obviously
just in the
getting in
last
his
5 or 6
earpiece
minutes.
that
So
they're
count
fucked,
is
right?
happening, and we'll bring you those results as soon as
And
we
he
can
has to
from
sit
Western
there
Australia as
all night.
well.
But let me just ask you, Jim Chalmers, about that. And I'm interested to know
Delightful.
if someone just rang Jim Chalmers, so I want to know who that is. Because
One of my booth captains,
I don't know
actually,
what to
who's
tell you.
so focused on getting the
This
booth
is hot.
results.
You were on
He's
air.
rung
Politics
me on the
is
panel.
so sexy sometimes.
That's allowed. That's okay.
Oh.
Anything to report?
Liberty. Delicious.
Look, in my own electorate, I'm happy to do that at some future point. In the context of the Greens thing, we feel pretty good about Brisbane. Really quite confident about Brisbane now winning that off the Greens.
Stop!
And we are a very good show in
BT.
Griffith. Very good show in Griffith. Most of the traffic I'm getting
Thank you
at
for
the
the
moment is
25
from
bucks and Vivid,
people
9
in
months.
South East Queensland, particularly
Thanks
at
for
the
the
Paddo
baby.
Tavern, where the gathering is,
Wait,
saying that those
What?
two places, especially Brisbane, look really good.
Yeah,
So
not
those
the
early numbers against for Max Chandler Mather, you think they may be borne out?
I'm being told that certainly in terms of the primary, in Brisbane, very, very strong showing for Madonna Jarrett, coming first in a lot of booths. And in Griffith, the Liberals are
Is
well
there a
clear on
national
third.
map you could bring up?
And in Griffith, obviously, the key for us, the point that Annabelle was making earlier, if we come top 2, we are a good show. And we are comfortably in the top 2 right now.
What would you put that down to
this is what we're
in
looking
Griffith? Obviously, a candidate with a high profile.
Yeah.
Made a big name for himself.
Yeah, he's a polarising figure, and I think the CFMEU stuff that he did was a big mistake in some of those more well-to-do parts of Griffith. Also, probably, you know, one of the best first-time candidates I've ever seen in Renee Coffey.
If Dutton loses his seat, we crab brave.
And so all of those factors, I think, are playing out there. I'm not calling either of those places, but my friends in both of those electorates
Can I
are
just
very
ask
confident.
what you think, and perhaps what you guys think as well, if Teal independent candidates had run in some of these seats in Brisbane?
Yeah, we do have the same
Brisbane,
urban-rural split
Griffith,
in a lot of
Ryan,
places,
would they
yes.
have
You're
done
looking for a
better?
four-way.
Well, yeah, would they have
That's
done better
confusing.
than the Greens?
Well, I think if you think back to what was happening in 2022 for those Greens, I mean, it was a surprise to see 3 city seats going to the Greens in Brisbane. There were local factors, aircraft noise, wasn't just about Scott Morrison and the coalition, so a significant protest vote. But obviously those seats are mobile now in the way that a lot of seats are across the federal landscape. I'm actually, now that we're back to just phoning people on the ground and working out what's going on, I'd be interested to hear from both of you, moving away from the 3-corner seats. What are you hearing about the seats like Leichhardt and Bonner? Because I think our early...
Tasty, I unironically thought that was the clip.
This is a full-blown house deposit. So
Yeah, 43
Donny
months.
loses his seat. Townie Pray Michael Sakar loses Deacon Christo cheer manifest sock 22 cheer with Naki cheer me curvy cheer chat.
Tasty, I thought that was the clip of me giggling at the thing. Oh wait, this is the last one. Oh, look. Look, chat. The good old days. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Though, and Josh Frydenberg in some trouble, but certainly in the contest.
Oh, wait,
and as
you can't
you
see
see
me.
here,
Hold
at the
on.
moment he's
Oh
behind.
my God.
Not willing to call
This
on
is
that. You've
arousing.
got still some though, and
Hold on.
Josh Frydenberg.
Hold on. You can't see. Hold on. You'll have to, it'll just have to be small. It'll just have to be small.
In some trouble, but certainly in the contest. And as you see here, at the moment he's behind.
Oh my God.
Not willing to call
this
it on
is
that.
arousing.
You've got still some very traditional Liberal fun though, and Josh Frydenberg in.
It was the Sky News moment. This isn't the right clip. Is there another one? The other is in Linkies. Okay, great. Hold on. Excuse me, I'm busy. Hold. Yes. Oh my God, chat. Are you ready? Look at this.
Saying Labor gets to 76.
No.
We don't know if it'll be that simple for Labor. They could still lose
Where's
seats.
the other one?
We know for the coalition, though, Kieran, their problem is they're stuck down on 67. For them to try to cobble together a crossbench of 9 seats to get to 76
is this it? Oh, it is
not
it.
viable.
This is it.
So we're saying we don't know exactly how it will look at this stage, but the Labor Party will form some form of government after this election.
So Labor's won. Tom Connell, thank you for that. The declaration, Sky News has called it. Labor has won. Murray Watt, whether it be minority, majority, how does it feel?
Well, maybe I'm too cautious, but I'm not quite there.
It's so dramatically bad. It's not even happy music. I'm dying.
Yet, but I think clearly the government can't. So I suppose that means Labor wins. That feels pretty good.
Look behind you.
I'm all for that. I suppose I'm just
saying Labor gets to 76. We don't.
Anyway, delightful times.
People like Keith Wallahan and Michael Sukkar are going to lose their seats in Melbourne.
I think it's going to be very hard unless there is a extraordinary flow of preferences, well beyond, heroic assumptions even. So big questions need to be asked of the Victorian Liberal Party once again. They continue to find new ways to fail.
Oh, files,
and
absolutely.
I think, with just
But
8
in a
seats
video
out of
game,
38
obviously.
to start with, and they could fall even further. There is simply no pathway to victory in the near future. In the
I
next
know.
couple of elections,
I'm a natural girl
unless the Liberal
now.
Party can
I used
be
to have blonde hair.
semi-competitive in Victoria.
And everybody
And I'm
thought I was a
talking
conservative.
15 out of 38 seats.
We
I'm
can't
not
have
talking
that.
about, a majority of seats. So there's some
I know, it's
soul
very
searching
blonde.
to be done. We don't want to have an autopsy just yet while the body is still alive, but it's pretty clear that Victoria, where the great hope was for the coalition, and there were potentially up to 10 seats on the table in early polling, all the way down the pendulum to, potentially Isaacs even, Gorton and Hawke were all in the frame.
2 seats
And,
left for
the
Labor to
Party have
clinch
run
it.
Look, all
Then we
credit
just
to Paul
wait and
Erickson.
see if Dutton
They've
loses
run a
his seat.
fantastic campaign. They leveraged off the nuclear campaign message there with
I know,
the $60
Guppy,
billion
that's so funny.
cost that will come out of Medicare. On our polling, that was net 43% agreement, which is massive. Now, there's some dubious claims about the $60 billion.
I think it's 600
billion.
That's a Labor figure.
It was obviously fairly dubious, but
All right.
the thing with good campaign direct.
I'm going to leave this up, but I am going to mute and I'm going to go get my champagne, but I'm also going to take my dog down to wee. So, you'll just have to talk amongst yourselves for 5 minutes. Not very, I don't know how long, all right? But I will be back, okay?
I find you appealing in a way that's weirdly off menu for me, like how lobsters flirt by throwing urine at each other. Politics bores me to tears. I just want Australia to elect someone decent so we can all relax and study lobster mating rituals instead. Fingers crossed. Nothing says romance like crustacean courtship and aggressively territorial seafood loves mix or lobster.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
I love silence, 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 I love silence.
Boy!
No more catboy in Steppen.
What I missed, chat? Labor ahead in Dixon? Oh. Continue to talk to me. It's over. Sky called it. Labor wins down in, Labor wins down in the corner. Hey, Beersy. Hey, there's nothing in there. What are you looking for? Oh, you can. Oh, she's so smart. I did put some of her toys in this cupboard. If Dutton loses his seat. Oh, chat. Oh, my goodness. I did put some of your things in here. Hold on. My dog has used her nose. And I did put some of her things. But none of them are toys. So, what do you want from me? No, there's nothing you want, girl. Look. There's nothing there. The LNP cope on the ABC is hilarious. Yeah. Oh, let's go back to it. Let's go back. Hold on. I love listening to this guy cope.
Have you actually talked about that?
Well, no, because no one's actually talking about it because we've been focusing on Labor.
So
I can read people. I've been in politics a long time. You don't get to look like this by not being
But explain to us this reading of people without talking
because
about
we've been focused on the Labor Party and focused on the Greens and focused on the Teals.
Sorry, I'm just keen to answer a question on this. You're reading people and you're confident that no matter what, they'll stick with Dutton.
Totally.
but you've never had a conversation with them, and you don't think you should have a conversation.
There's no need to have conversations because the party room for 3 years has been so strongly behind Peter and will continue to be behind Peter. He's kept us together. And I just, having these types of conversations, I don't think is helpful while the votes are still coming in. At such
Sorry,
early
Jim
stages.
Chalmers, hold that. Anthony Green's got something important for us.
I'm not sure it's important. I can't see how the coalition wins from here. Everything
sounds
I'm seeing
important.
Well, that does sound important.
is bad for them.
Don't let me interrupt you, Anthony.
Yeah.
Is that they've just gone backwards everywhere. I can't see. It is bad news everywhere for them. There's seats all over the country, all over the eastern states. They're losing and they're behind in. No, they need to get 19 seats for majority government. They need to gain 10 seats for Labor. They're currently in the process of losing 12 and 15.
their shit was
the
down.
trend is all
but
the
we'll
wrong
listen
way.
to him anyway.
I am a bit limited in the amount of data I can see at the
guys,
moment.
it's almost
but it is
a little
impossible to see how this
anti-fascist.
turns around. This isn't necessary. I mean, at the moment, it's a bit hard to work
Not
this.
entirely, but
Let's
a
just say
little,
that. I
you
can't
know.
see how
A
the
little
coalition wins from
anti-fascism
here.
as a treat.
Now, does that mean the Albanese government is won? Well, yes, it's a binary contest.
The coalition
have
can't
they got
win.
majority or minority? On these figures, they are going to have a substantially increased.
So you are categorically ruling out anything other than a minority or majority government for Anthony Albanese tonight?
I know.
Probably. I mean, I'm a bit hindered. Look, I can't see how the coalition gets into government from the numbers we're seeing at the moment. Therefore, the coalition can't form government. Therefore, Labor will form government in the next parliament. So you're helping me form my words by asking great
You heard
questions.
what James McGrath said.
Yeah.
He thinks the pre-poll is going to perform a
So hang on,
miracle.
just to be clear, you're saying Labor has won either in a minority or a majority government.
For pre-poll to turn around from here, they'd have to have a lot of loaves and fishes, I think. I think it's a big swing that's on at the moment. I can't see how it turns around. Now, I'll put the caveat on, I'm a bit limited by the numbers, but it's just, this could be a big win for Labor, but it's certainly a win.
It's certainly a win for Labor. I think we can take that as Anthony calling it as a win of some sort for Labor tonight. And look, this will be the final call that Anthony makes, and he might firm up that call as to whether it's a minority or a majority. This is his last night with us as our chief elections analyst. But that would make... yeah, but that would also make it, for Anthony Albanese, the first Prime Minister to win back-to-back elections in more than 20 years. He has taken Labor from being behind in the polls before the campaign began to now being in this position where he has won either in a minority or a majority government. And that's despite the frustrations of voters over cost of living and all these issues that we've seen over the last 3 years. And we can see someone with the Anthony Green T-shirt there celebrating that call from Anthony Green just now. That would be at the Labor headquarters tonight, and they'd be celebrating that moment from Anthony Green there. Jim Chalmers, congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you. Can I pay tribute to the Prime Minister again? The way that he has led our team in these circumstances has been nothing short of phenomenal. And the fact that we are at 8:30 on election night and Anthony is pointing out that
All right, everybody, we
Peter
can
Dutton
take
will
a
not
breath.
be the next Prime Minister with
We can
still an
take a
element
breath.
of uncertainty around seats and majority and minority. The fact that we're in this position at 8:30 on election night is a tribute to Anthony Albanese. And I think his campaign has been extraordinary. It has been phenomenal. He has dragged us back from a difficult position to what looks like it will be a winning position, and he deserves the credit for that, and I congratulate him.
Mute and open on the big
And
camera.
we're looking at some pictures here.
True.
Popularity.
Anthony Albanese returned as Prime Minister. Labor wins government.
Here's their
This looks like they're waiting for someone to appear, possibly from the back of the room.
I think they're listening to you right now, Sarah, and a shout out to those in the Labor crowd because this news has just broken. And look, first-term governments, we know, for nearly 100 years have been returned, but we have seen a lot of difficulty for this government over the last 3 years, as I mentioned, through the inflation problems that they've faced. The polling did show them behind. Things started to turn before the campaign began. The campaign has been, as many have noted, a textbook one for Labor. It is pretty clear now that they have won the campaign and they have won this election. We don't yet know whether this will be a minority or a majority government. All the numbers so far are in Labor's favour. this will begin a lot of soul searching for the coalition. James McGrath, I assume you're still going to stick to the line of waiting for the pre-poll numbers.
A number of seats, we won't know the results tonight or next week, or we'll have to wait till week 2. But if it continues in this trend, then it's very difficult for us to form government. And the party will need to take a good hard look at itself. We will do that in the normal fashion. I'm not going to do it live on the ABC.
That's fine.
A lot of my people across the country, I should say my people, a lot of party supporters and members will be hurting at this. They've done a lot of work
on the plastic.
for their candidates, and we will need to take the coming days and weeks
And I didn't lose that much of it,
what
but
we need to do to make sure we do return to power.
Well, indeed, whether you're going to have Peter Dutton in the mix, I've just heard a senior Labor source tell me that their reports are from Dixon. The pre-poll vote in Dixon are moving to leaning Labor. That's the pre-poll.
It looks like I just have to sit on the other side. I don't have anything else to sit on.
On the day votes have broken Labor's way. And now the pre-poll votes, I'm told, are also leaning Labor. So Peter Dutton's future in the Parliament is right now in real trouble.
Yeah, I'll go grab it.
The argument that we were having earlier about the party room's opinion may be completely
made up for them by the voters, the electorate.
So, let me remind everybody that in the Canadian election that we just saw, you saw a Conservative leader riding high in the polls, struck amidships by Donald Trump, and an amazing turnaround that involved the leader, Pierre Poilievre, losing his seat.
And a few days later, here we are with a similar result. It looks like. Laura, let me get your thoughts on this. I'm not saying he's lost the seat of Dixon,
it's
but
a great
all the
day
signs
for
are
democracy.
pointing to him right now,
I don't even
losing
care.
that seat of Dixon.
They are all
That's
pointing to him
it's
losing
so
that
fine.
seat. And I think more
I'm
significantly,
so
David,
not fussed. Am I drinking champagne out of a martini glass?
An
Sure
opposition
fucking
that
am.
was essentially an
But
LNP
it also just doesn't matter.
opposition
Yeah,
more
they've
than
called
anything
it.
else. I mean,
Labor wins.
Queensland was the heartland of the opposition.
And they've never had a leader from Queensland.
They haven't, and it was, you know, it was very much an LNP operation,
like
if you like. And their
might be on the right
losses in
side.
Queensland, I think, are, you know, they're likely. Potential losses in Queensland at the moment are staggering. Labor is
Oh my gosh, that was
leading
so
in a lot
stupid.
of seats that weren't
What
really
the
sort of
actual-
which we just haven't
I
been
cannot
talking
believe
about.
that
So to lose,
happened.
and particularly, I suppose, you know, Queensland is a resources state.
Okay, most of it
this
is
should
on
be
my
a state
genes.
That the coalition is really
Truly,
sort of
I think it's
bolstered
soaked
that
into my
race, and I'll be
genes.
very interested to see what happens
So,
in Western Australia, but
that's
I'm
pretty
quite
sexy.
shocked by the extent of the likely.
Well, whatever happens in WA, if Labor, Jim Chalmers, is gaining those seats in Queensland like Leichhardt, Bonner and maybe Dixon, the Tasmanian seats we were talking about earlier as well, you may not be sweating on those WA seats as much.
Yeah, well, the one that's really leapt out at me as I sort of rudely interjected on Laura a moment ago is Petrie is a huge, huge surprise for us.
That's Liv Howard's seat.
55% of the vote is counted. We've got a 5.5 point lead
Wow.
in Petrie. And Emma Comer's an amazing person, but I don't think a lot of us had Petrie bookmarked tonight. And so I think that gives you a bit of a sense of the broader range of possibilities for
Hey,
us.
Danabar.
I just wanted to say something about the Liberal leadership. I don't pretend, obviously, to be an expert on that, and I don't intend to dance on Peter Dutton's grave. I think the big missing part of this story we're talking about tonight is Angus Taylor. And so many of the issues that the Liberal Party campaign had can be traced back to Angus. And so I think we need to be careful as we go through this result, cautiously and conservatively as we continue to do.
Hi, Bloody
Obviously,
Drongo,
Peter
how you
Dutton did
doing?
not have a good campaign, but the main alternative, Angus Taylor, arguably had a campaign which was at least as bad, if not worse.
I just want to bring James McGrath in there. It's a big call to say that Angus Taylor has to carry a large part of
I
this
am
loss, isn't it?
outstanding right now, in a similar position to me, I
I think we're all
assume.
getting ahead of ourselves. You know, looking
Oh my
at
God,
the figures
wait, hold on.
in relation to Petrie.
Stop,
and
this
a
is
number of the seats in
crazy. What is
Queensland.
this?
The pre-poll figures are still coming in.
Over the last 3
the
years,
seat
as
of
I mentioned,
Dixon
through the inflation
is
problems that they
obviously
faced, the polling did
very,
show
very
them
tight,
behind
but a number of
things
these
started
other
to
seats,
turn before
the
began
pre-poll figures are still
the
coming in.
campaign.
So I think we just need to still
God damn it.
still be
I I swear to
calm
God.
in relation
So
to
annoying.
where these seats
Why?
are going to end up.
All right. Well, so we can talk
Gonna
about
call my
the
dad.
campaign that Anthony Albanese's run, and I think we should spend a little bit more of a moment on what's just happened. Because
You know what, chat? I'm so proud of Australia. Chat, robust democracy. There are some fail-safes here that do not exist in America. And it's easy to say, right, when you feel like your democracy is at least representing you a little bit. But it feels nice.
2.7, 4.6 down for the coalition. The two-party preferred swing is 3.9%. Now, remember this. I was saying that that's a projection. The current figure is 57.6. We're projecting it will come down to 56. Now, if the coalition do better on pre-poll, it might come down to 55. It may get down to 54.
Thank you so much
It's
for
not
the
gonna get
raid.
down to
Hi,
53 or 52.
Micromads. I know.
On
We
those
can all
numbers.
take
So
a
this is
breath.
this
A
looks
little bit
has
of
all the potential
anti-fascism as
to
a
be
treat.
substantial victory for the Labor Party.
Sorry if you're
And what I'll
American
do
coming
is
on in
I'll
here
draw
right
the chart. It
now,
is
but
20%,
Australia
so I won't
has
go
done
too
a
far into
Canada.
this. But we're
I
pretty
believe we
confident
have
Labor's
done the
definitely
Canada,
won.
and
We've got 176. That was
it
the first
honestly
time I've
looks
looked at
like
it.
there's
That's
no
the
path
that's the number.
So, look, just
for
because we haven't looked at
the
these figures for a
LNP
while,
to form government.
that's
So
a pretty,
at worst we have a
I mean,
Labor
as I
minority,
said,
at
when I-
best
few
we have a
minutes
Labor
ago,
majority,
I
but
didn't have the figures right in front of me.
it's
The
looking like a
Labor
Labor
Party- the
majority at this
coalition
point.
is not winning from there. They're not winning from 34 seats at this stage when the
Hey,
Labor's at
Maxie.
76.
Thank you so much for the raid, Maple. I hope you had a good stream.
Gets the coalition to 50.
What's
50,
doing in
maybe
Canada
60,
mean?
but,
It means we've pushed
that's
back
a long
against
way
the
behind
swing
at this
towards
stage. Again, we'll say
fascism in
22.8.
America.
Let's get that primary vote again at the moment.
Sorry, I've literally
it's been
just
pretty
spilt
stable like that for a
champagne
while.
all
Those
over
numbers will
myself.
start to shift. If you remember the Queensland
It
election,
popped
they were pretty
prematurely.
sort of
It was
level pegging or
excited.
labelled slightly behind
It was having a
before
good
they moved.
time. It
At
got a
this
bit
stage,
excited
they'll be
and just
substantially
opened.
ahead before that shift occurs.
So
That would be the lowest coalition primary vote ever.
You watched the Hassan Ethan debacle? No,
and
that's
that-
brave
in-
of you. I
Can I
watched
ask
a
the
little bit
pre-poll
of it
comes
and
in?
then I
Give
was
us
like,
some more.
no.
This is changing. I just had
I'm
a quick,
sorry,
I've been through
Drooch.
every one of these seats to double check. Where we've got banks where
This-
the Labor Party's ahead.
Unironically, though, this is nice. This is Western pushback towards Trumpism, right? I think people want trust, they want safety. So, you know, I think it's important. It could change the conversation a little bit. We did, I promised Chad, I regret it. Yeah, I would, yeah. You're braver than me. Because I watched a bit of it and I was like, what the fuck is going on? This is awful. My concern is this represents rejection of Americanism rather than fascism. I mean, that's okay as well. That's okay as well. I think we will remain allied with America unless they literally go full worldwide Nazi. But it's okay. I think we are consistently showing moving. Dutton lost his seat? No way. No fucking way.
Anthony's
no fucking
leadership,
way.
I think
No fucking
second,
way. No fucking way.
is
No
that
fucking way.
we,
Where are they saying this?
Won the argument over the economy, particularly the cost of living. And I think those two things together are responsible for this outcome tonight.
Where are they saying this?
And I guess to put it another way, there's a growing sense that we can't keep voting for the same two parties. And
Wait, hold on. Chat, fucking where? What? Where? They're calling it on Channel 9? Where's the Guardian link? Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it now. Hold. 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 No. You're fucking joking. You're fucking joking. This isn't called. This is a projection. is it officially called? I'm not crab dancing until it's officially called. Dutton doesn't have the preferences. ABC data is old. Wait. Until Anthony Green says it, it's not real. Chat, when they say it on ABC, we rave.
I do wonder whether he should serve a full
When they
second
say
term
it
and
on
contest a third
ABC,
election, whether
we
someone like
rave.
you should take over at some point during this term. What would you say tonight?
Well, my expectation is that if we get the result that Anthony's expecting tonight, that he'll serve a full term and run again. That's my expectation. That's my hope.
Have we ever had a better
Absolutely,
election outcome?
100%. And I think we make an effective team, and not just Anthony and I, but the cabinet, the whole party room. I would defy you to find a more unified government that enjoys more working with each other.
You'll be waiting a while
than our
before
government,
ABC
particularly
says
our
so.
cabinet.
Dutton has lost.
Whether it's Katie
Yeah, I know.
Gallagher and myself, the way that the senior leaders cohere, really right through the cabinet. This is a very effective cabinet government. That's a deliberate choice made by Anthony Albanese. I expect him to go the whole way and run again, and that'd be a good thing.
Right, I think we're going to go to Anthony Green for some breaking news right now.
No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop.
Well, the story at the moment is the opposition leader seated of Dixon. At this stage, Peter Dutton is on track to lose his seat. Now, I think I can... let me see. I think they've got the seat ready for me. Dixon, 32% of the vote counted. Now, this is basically nearly all of the on-the-day votes. Labor's ahead on 34, Peter Dutton's on 30. The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6. Now, we haven't got as many preference counts in, and I'll just show that. It's a 9.2% swing. I took the preferences that we've got from those 23 polling places, applied it to the larger number that we got primaries for, and it turns out that the swing is about 10% still. There is about 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party. I think that independent, every time you get an independent on the seat, you get this strong flow of preferences. But at this stage, we're saying that that Ali France at her third attempt should go on to win that seat, and Peter Dutton is I'm naturally cautious, almost certain to lose. But we've called it. We believe that Ali France will win Dixon.
All right, there you go. Anthony Green's called it.
James McGrath, a massive repudiation of the leader. Your response?
I think let's wait for the figures to come in. With all respect to Anthony Green, the seat of Dixon is a tough seat. It's always been a tough seat. As Anthony Green said, this is on the day figures. We need to get the pre-poll figures.
It's a repudiation nonetheless.
But this seat's always been a very tough seat.
Yeah, fucking nah.
for Peter Dutton.
Yeah, fucking nah. Yeah, fucking nah. Nah. We're not giving we're not giving that guy a moment. We're just not. Now, chat. I have lobsters. I have lobsters. I have lobsters. Oh, I don't think this night could have gone any better. This is... Oh my. I am so proud of Australia right now. I truly am. Trumpism. You don't have a hold here. You do not have a hold here. You will not have a hold here. We're keeping Medicare. To do this for so long, but nothing good has happened politically in Australia for a while. I would stand up to dance, but because I only just moved house, I can't, because I don't know if my standing desk works with all the chords the way it is right now. So unfortunately, you just have to deal with my random chair dancing. But like, this is the amount of hype that I can give you because, yeah. This is so fun! Oh my god, I can't believe this! Oh, what a delightful day! After a real shit week. Look at us. Look at us. Oh. Yeah, Pixel. I know. I know. Oh, Lord. Chat. How friggin' delightful. I know, there's probably somebody. Imagine if I just like woke someone up or something. Come on. I'll shut the door. I should probably shut the door. Delightful. Shall we just go back to watch the Cope? Shall we just go back to watch a little bit of Cope as a treat? Like just a little bit. Just as like a little treat, like a little bit of Cope as a treat.
And perseverance. And Ailey France, if she's won Dixon, is genuinely a Labor hero tonight.
This is a pretty seismic event. You know, a first-term government extending its majority is what we're looking at the moment, but also an opposition leader losing his seat.
Guys, we don't live in a bubble.
In 2007. And I might get some thoughts from Tony Barry and Cos Samaras.
Oh my God, I don't live in a bubble.
Tony,
I've actually been
losing
like
his seat, was that on your bingo card?
good at my job.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Peter had to get a very high primary vote because he had everyone preferencing against him, so he did something in the high 40s. He had 42% last time. But I think the real issue here is obviously Trump had a massive effect in changing people's perceptions about risk assessments. And when you're voting for an opposition, there's a risk involved. And at a time
your
of global
bubble is
instability,
really
whether
big.
it's 9/11 or
What's
COVID,
Sky saying?
people want to go with the incumbents.
We want to have a look. It seems their live stream doesn't give you anything. Do you know what I mean? Like they only give you this. It's like, it's lame.
So incumbency worked against governments up until very recently, the last couple of years.
Thanks to Donald Trump, that's flipped.
That's flipped.
What about things like nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear was... So I'm not
Nuclear
suggesting
was
that
dumb.
the coalition were having a great campaign until Trump came along with tariffs and sent this sort of shockwave through the community about their superannuation
They're in meltdown
balances,
mode
which have all
right
taken a
now.
hit.
Stop it.
But certainly the coalition were having a very poor campaign and that turbocharged it. But the stick that they gave to Paul Erickson to beat them to death with was nuclear energy. And it's a $600 billion claim, which, you know, was tenuous at best. But that scare campaign was incredibly effective on our polling when we put that proposition to voters. 56% agreed with the proposition that nuclear energy, $600 billion plan, would come at the cost of Medicare.
I don't know if we're safe,
So
right? We don't rest on our laurels ever with politics. You know, still work to be done, but
I think it's.
it
I
looks
think it's a
like
bit
the
deeper as
Australian
well.
public
I don't
has
think the
decided
Trump
that
factor
heading
is
towards
as
the
simple as
American
Trump got elected and
fascist
instability
hellscape
meant
is
everyone
not
thought,
what we want
"Oh,
here.
The coalition is frightening.
I think that says
if
a
you
lot.
look at the last week we had
It makes me very happy.
Sarah,
We have had
Hype
the
for people picking
coalition
the Not
spend
Cat Boy
days
party.
Look,
off message
it's
talking
true.
about
It'll be
welcome
interesting to see how it
countries,
plays
talking
out,
about
but-
the voice again. When everyone's pretty much finished with that, the country spoke.
Bro, you have to
the
say
Prime Minister
nuclear
settled it. I spoke to some
every
very
day,
senior
say it right.
Labor, you know,
Nuclear.
campaigners today who were
What
saying
do you want
to
from
me,
me? Yeah, we
at
have
this
ranked
key
choice. I know
time
it's so
where
sexy.
voters were making their minds
So when's
up
the
and
crab
there were a
rave?
lot
We
of
already did it.
undecided voters.
No,
They
no.
heard Peter Dutton talking about
We already did it.
welcome to countries and culture wars. And I think it's
Do we
been
do it one more
diabolical for
time?
their campaign. They have
Chat.
barely been able
I
to
was
stay
promised
on
a
message.
crab rave
Every single
by Nano.
day, they have struggled to talk about the economy and cost of living.
Do we do one more time? Would you like one more? We probably could. Because this is kind of crazy, right? It is. It's kind of crazy. Oh, I'm not saying it wrong? Good. I didn't think I was. I didn't think I was saying it wrong. One more. Tasty, stop sharing that clip. That's the embarrassing one. Are we doing one more? Are we doing one more? I can't think of anything to say. I said all the good stuff last time. Like, what do I even say this time? Guys. Oh, okay, I have an idea. Australia decided to say no. No to nuclear energy because we have renewables. We also decided to say no to basically no policy. It's really hard to say what we were saying no to because the Liberals didn't run a very good election campaign. They were like, we're gonna like fire some public servants. Oh wait, no we won't. Actually, we don't want you to work from home. Actually, yeah, no, you can work from home, that's fine. We promise we won't cut Medicare, although our history says that we'll definitely cut Medicare. And, what else did they even fucking run on? Oh, that's right. The fuel subsidy. That long-term, beautiful fix for Australian politics. A fuel subsidy. No. Oh, the cope on the ABC. What do you mean? We can't call it too early. In fact, I find it quite offensive that you would call it so early. You don't know the preferences. But we do. We unfortunately do know the preferences. And the preferences suggest that Dixon has decided to say, yes, Queen. Ali France. Speaking of France, that is champagne. It's not good. I'm not funny. Why are any of you here? No, SSCC. Nuclear isn't a bad source of energy. It's a bad source of energy here in Australia. It's an ineffective source of energy here. In other places, it can be necessary. It's more complicated than that, but the fact that Peter Dutton chose to run on that was really stupid. Anyway. Slay. Anyway, you're welcome. You got 2 crab raves. I can't do any more though. I don't know how to do any more. I've said everything I need to say. Not the electile dysfunction. I want to see him concede. Is that wrong? I want to see it.
Celebrating the successful governments around the country. We're just going to go in, and we'll come back to that, but just for now,
I was pointing the pathway for what my party needs to look at doing in terms of framing any
we want a little reflection on tonight before we allow you the pathway, but we'll come back to that in a moment. For now, we're just going to go and look at some seats that are flipping in New South Wales, starting...
Unironically, that poor guy is being absolutely fucking humiliated.
Up against Scott Young. There's been a lot of noise about this campaign. Let's look at the first preference votes here. And you'll see there's a big increase in the Labor vote, 46.7. Now, some of that is because a large part of this seat had an independent last time. So probably about 10% of that is the disappearance of the independent.
Millennials, I knew I could have faith
their vote
in
is
you.
up. And if you look at the change in, I think we've got the two-party preferred swing, there is a 10% swing there. The Liberal primary vote is down, and there's a 10% swing, and in the seat with a margin of 0.02%, I think it was, that is a Labor gain.
Let's have a look at the seat of Banks in Sydney's southwest, held by the Shadow Foreign Minister David Coleman. Jisoon is the Labor candidate who migrated from Malaysia. He worked for DFAT, was posted in Afghanistan, worked in Kevin Rudd's office too.
Yes, and look at the first preference votes here. Liberal and Labor are basically neck and neck there. We've got 12% with the Greens, a small vote with One Nation and the trumpet of Patriots. You look at the, I think we've got
not having to say the trumpet of Patriots.
What we're seeing is a swing there of 6.3%. The Labor Party on 53.7. Now, the counts a bit slower in that one. There may be some swing back, but that's a pretty substantial swing, 6.3. And Jisoon's, we're projecting, will be 53.7. He's actually currently on 53.5.
Communism has won.
Anthony, in the Sydney southern suburbs, the seat of Hughes that was held by Liberal Jenny Ware. What's happening?
Oh, that's
well,
so
this is a
funny.
seat always had a rough eye on because it's,
everybody knows
been
chat
heavily
the colour
affected
red
by the
means
redistribution.
communism.
It had a series of areas around Campbelltown and Ingleburn added to the electorate, which halved the margin. Jenny Ware was elected
workers'
last
rights,
time.
that's communism.
It was a very late pre-selection for all those reasons everyone's gone into the 2022 election. It was a former seat of Craig Kelly. Now, she was elected last time, but this time her primary vote, we're projecting she'll be behind on the primary vote in this contest, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing of 8.9%. I mean, Labor hasn't held this seat since they lost it in 1996. Right. This is the classic tradies seat, which Labor hasn't been able to win since they lost it in 96. But at the moment, at this stage, it looks like David Moncrief, who I must say was not one of the higher profile Labor candidates. This is not a seat that I don't think Labor, I mean, it was a seat I had my eye on just because the redistribution made major changes. But at this stage, for Labor to win back Hughes for the first time in what, that's nearly 30 years.
This is pretty wild.
That's a big change.
It is. Let's go to Richmond. The
Go
Greens
tomorrow. We already crab raved twice.
Anthony, this is Justine
about
Elliott's
Dutton losing his seat. The ABC
Labor
called it.
Local member there in northern New South Wales. The Greens candidate, Mandy Nolan, is a comedian, author, writer, artist and teacher.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be celebrating this. I thought I tried to override this result. It's actually still coming up at the moment. If you look at the first preferences here, and we won't go on to the swing on this one. At this stage, the Greens are ahead on 33.9, Labor's on 27, and the Nationals are on 18.7. Now, at the moment, I am projecting on those first preferences that the Greens will slip to second on 27.5. Right. The Labor Party will lead on 29.9 and the Nationals will finish third on 24. Now, at this stage, I would say if the Nationals are third, Labor wins that seat, not the Greens.
So you think Labor
You never
holds
crab dance?
Richmond?
Given the way those figures
was my crab
one
dancing,
interesting thing here,
all
last
right?
time, the thing
And
that got
you
Labor
know what?
off the
I have
line was
lobsters
the
year
Libertarian
round.
Party, who was known as the Liberal
And I talk
Democrats,
about
ran
them.
last time. And
All
they
right?
got about
It's
7%
different
of the
here.
vote,
I'm
probably
special.
because of name confusion.
I'm not like the
There was
other
no
crab
Liberal on the ballot
ravers,
paper,
okay?
people voted for them. Right. This
I
time
have a
under the new name
preference for the
Libertarian, they're
lobster.
under 2%. So
Don't
those
ask me
strong
why.
flows of preferences that went
You
to
don't
the
wanna know.
Nationals and Labor Nationals last time probably won't be there. The Nationals finished third on the day and pulled ahead. There's a lot more counting in Richmond. I'll put that in doubt. It's not a green gain. I will stress that.
That Hughes result, we're going to come back to that because that's going to be a standout.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, let's go to the Liberal headquarters tonight in Brisbane. Olivia Casely's there, and Liv, well, Anthony called it a little earlier. Peter Dutton's lost his seat of Dixon. So the question of leadership comes up. I can't imagine what the feeling must be in that room there. You're a well-plugged-in reporter as well. This now means it's a leadership question open for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, look, the coalition were never the favourites, but for a while there, it did look like they could make history and turf out the first-term government for the first time since 1931 and the Great Depression. Tonight, though, that hill has proved
I did see
a
the
mountain.
film The Lobster.
The mood in this room right now, I've got to say, is more reflective and less sombre than it had been in 2022. I was at Liberal HQ at that election then as well, and we're not seeing the kinds of tears that we saw at that point in time, but perhaps the sheer enormity of this walloping haven't quite sunk in yet. And when we look at this, I mean, the stark contrast to the end of last year when the coalition was riding high in the polls, I don't think we can understate the impact of Donald Trump on this election. He has been toxic to centre-right governments across the world. And the coalition, they tell me that their support has just tanked ever since his inauguration, and it continued to dive ever since as well that extraordinary meeting between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Speaking with...
You know what? It makes me feel like, you know, how I sometimes comment that, like, you know, in certain parts of Australia, we are, you know, kind of shit. You know, there's a little bit of racism. Like, there's some bad politics that float around. But maybe it's not as bad as we think. It's kind of hopeful, you know? Maybe media literacy here isn't as bad as we think. Like, and you know what's crazy is I don't know if any of you guys have watched mainstream media recently, but mainstream media has represented this and the Australian public in a way that is not reflected right now. And that also says a lot, right? Because it's quite hard to be a political commentator on the internet and feel like you're being gaslit every day by the coverage that you see on, you know, normal stuff. Like I honestly, sometimes, like, I go to bed and I'm like, am I actually wrong? Like, am I wrong? And then I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I take my time. I learn a lot of this shit. Hey, Yoel, right? I learn a lot of this shit. And nobody is paying me any money except you guys. Do you know what I mean? But it is. You kind of, you get online and you're like, am I stupid? Nope. Lol, Guppy can't even be opposition leader. Man's out of a job. Don't worry, he'll go into a cushy fucking position anyway.
How Labor has shut the door to the coalition
Lander
being able to claim
486
victory
gifted a
here.
tier 1 sub to death _ size.
They have held to every single one
We
of
did it,
these
Canada,
we're
EOL.
Only a few blanks here. Bullwinkle and Tangney. These are in Western Australia. The count isn't quite high enough for us to be able to project.
Annie
a winner
Gina will
in
take
those
care of him.
seats.
Yeah, he's going to
Now,
go into
we
some
go
cushy
further
corporate
this
job,
way.
okay?
We've got Bean
You don't have
going
to be
Jesse
worried about Peter
Price.
Dutton. He's going to be
But
absolutely fucking
otherwise,
fine.
Labor's
In
largely
fact,
hung on
let's
to
be
this
honest.
side of the...
The man has no leadership skills, okay? He was never going to be a good prime minister. He could barely, like, his debating was not good. He had absolutely zero charisma, negative charisma. But he will do fine in some cushy corporate job, okay? Who takes over the Libs? Fucked if I know. Fucked if I know. The Liberal Party is actually in shambles, my friends. The Liberal Party is in shambles. They may never recover from this. I'm not even kidding. Losing Josh Frydenberg in the previous election and now this, the Liberals are, yes, Angus Taylor will probably take over, right? Sure. But they're in shambles. Truly. Truly. So we just... Look at the red on the blue side of the map. Look at the red seats on the... Look at the seats Labor has potentially picked up. This is fucking crazy. Is it an ideal scenario for a leftist? Probably not. But it means we're going to get policy. We're going to get policy. Policy is going to go through. Look at it. That is no minority government. You are not looking at a minority government. You are looking at a majority government. Bitch, give me so much infrastructure. Like, please. I want to see infrastructure bill after infrastructure bill.
I guess we are just like the US, red wash.
But in the opposite direction, sort of. Why is this not ideal for a leftist? Look, because you would love to see a little bit of like progressive policy push from the Greens. Right? In a perfect world. Perhaps. But I sit between, I don't know what I wanted because I'm just a girl, okay? Whether I wanted a Labour majority or a minority Greens, I could have been happy with either, truly. And I am kind of happy either way. Because while I would love to see the Labour Party go more left, I think they will take this as a sign to go more left anyway, right? But I love when policy goes through government. I am a perfectionist. I'm a recovering perfectionist. And I do think perfect policy is the enemy of good policy. Yeah, we can listen to her.
It's not a smear campaign. I just want you to address it seriously, Jacinta. At the time that Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world, disturbing.
By the way, this is the Liberal.
If you don't think that I'm addressing this seriously, I am addressing this deadly seriously. In that, if you sling enough mud, it will stick, and absolutely. Labor, certainly the media, slung enough mud in terms of this particular issue.
Oh my God, it's all Labor's fault and the media's fault.
Trump. We really couldn't care less about the way Donald Trump is governing for America. We were concerned with the way Australia is being governed under an Albanese government.
But Jacinta Price, we all saw you.
The situation's not going to get any better.
She literally was parroting Trump.
Going forward,
this woman was parroting Trump.
Let's just talk about this. Sensibly, Jacinta, we saw you wearing a Make Australia Great Again hat at a time when Donald Trump was poison to the world. We saw you give a speech in which you used a Donald Trump value statement to make Australia great again. So can I come back to the question? Are you partly responsible for what the Liberal Party has suffered tonight and Peter Dutton's loss of his seat?
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there.
Oh, more mud.
Can I just say?
Stop it.
In terms of wanting this country to be great, Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words.
Yes,
right?
he fucking does.
Because the media can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue. It's the smearing that goes on.
Not the nodding in the background.
Media, just as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue. And what I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that.
Labor tried to run a fucking referendum that didn't have the support of the Liberal Party, and no referendum has ever passed without...
to be heard. Those forgotten people where Labor, and you know, if you want to take things seriously, perhaps send an investigative journalist out and watch what occurs in remote polling booths. The AEC has been alerted to this over and over and do very little to deal with that situation. I urge the ABC, as a taxpayer-funded organisation, to go out to remote communities and see for yourself exactly what occurs, because I'm deadly serious about the situation. And if you think things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud in a campaign, it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again That's what the Prime Minister has done. That's
cope,
what sticks.
cope.
I mean, it was a huge ask to try and unseat a first-term Prime Minister. It's only been done in 1931 was the last time, obviously. But believe me, this doesn't mean we give up or we back down. We'll just go harder, and we will learn from the mistakes we've made in terms of our campaign. Losing Peter Dutton is a huge loss, and the Liberal Party will determine what the leadership looks like for their party going forward.
Sad.
But we will absolutely learn from what's occurred during this campaign.
Senator Price, it's Bridget Brennan here. I mean, look, by all accounts, this has been a disastrous campaign for you. You're putting it down to the media, but what went wrong from your perspective?
This is so fun.
Well, look, I would have to say that certainly we could have provided our policies sooner to the Australian people to have a better understanding of what we wanted to do to support Australians better than what the Albanese government has done. We could have called out his lies earlier on in the piece instead of, later on in the piece. Absolutely, we could have done that. But we will learn more as we go forward as to...
I need to be very real with you all. Do you know who truly stays winning? The fucking betting apps. Sportsbet had this picked fucking miles out. Truly. It's actually crazy.
It's bucking the trend, sliding towards the Country Liberal Party tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see, obviously, in the northern suburbs of Darwin during the territory election, a huge swing. We wiped out Labor in the northern suburbs, and we did have our first Green ever in the Territory Parliament. But, crime's a huge issue right throughout the Northern Territory, and that is one where there was obviously the stabbing death of the shop owner in Nightcliff, just the other week. And those issues, a lot of Territorians are doing it bloody tough, and they're feeling the impacts of things like crime.
I know,
so, that is why we're getting that swing in terms of Solomon.
All right, Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
We are going to check in now with Dan Tehan in his seat of Wannon, as we mentioned, with Peter Dutton gone. Who will be the Liberal leader? Casey.
Yeah, David, this has been the seat of Wannon in regional Victoria, a massive seat that's drawn a lot of interest because of the run of an independent, Alex Dyson. Dan Tehan's standing by to speak with us. Let's first have a look at the figures. Dan Tehan is on 43.1% of the primary vote. He is in good shape. Alex Dyson with just under a third of the vote. I want to show you the change in vote.
What a lovely runner-up prize for the Liberal Party.
Just to show you what's happened here, Alex Dyson is up just over 11%. He has seen substantial growth in his primary vote, but Dan Tehan's vote is only down by 1.1%.
You know who else is probably having a fucking good
it's
day?
actually shaping up as a small swing at the moment to Dan Tehan.
Abby
He's in very
Chatfield.
good shape to be re-elected as the member for Wannon.
Time now to talk to Dan Tehan. Good news for you in your seat. That was a hotly contested seat, but disastrous news more broadly for the party, Dan Tehan.
I'm just going to leave this up. Did they say who won Kooyong? Not yet, but it looks like Monique Ryan is holding at this point. I like this Chatfield better. Well, you're nice. I'm unknown. I don't foray into, like, the other apps. They scare me. She started laughing and clapping when she found out Dutton lost his seat. Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, so did we. Chat, what an election outcome. Truly. That's crazy. Kooyong projected 55 to Monique Ryan. No swing in Wannon, pretty good for the LNP, the LND, honestly. Or the Independent, honestly. LNP ran an absolutely massive attack campaign. Well, it turns out it was useless. Hannah Ferguson, I actually posted one of her things today. Oh God, Trumpet have managed 4% of the votes in my electorate. That's disgusting. This is, I mean, we have that here, right? Oh my God, this towel is so wet. Chat, I'm sorry, I have to replace my champagne towel. Oh God, not again. Stop. Like, stop it. This is... Oh, God. Actually, I can just sit on the other side of it. It's fine. Scrubs, I need my rent reduced too. Wait, is that the wet side? Wait, hold on.
This is what champagne socialism looks like.
Oh my God, thank you for the 500 bits. This is what champagne socialism looks like. It is. I am a representative, okay? No, that's wet. That's also wet. Are you wet? How is every part of the towel wet? Okay, nobody clip that out of context. I spilled champagne, okay? I don't want to hear it. 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 I don't want to hear it, chat. I don't want to hear it. Romeo, stop it. Stop. Ah.
Bagig the Turk gifted a tier 1 sub to Jediland 0.
Baker, thank you so much for supporting my political coverage. Chat, I'm really grateful. This has been my job. This is my second election, my second Australian election that I've covered. And it's cool. And I felt right both times. It's like I'm almost paying attention. It's like I can sniff. Not like it's not about me, obviously, but like I can sniff what's going on.
I find you appealing in a way that feels unconventional or unusual
Not
to my
this
usual
guy
tastes,
again.
although politics absolutely bore me. Still, even I noticed today when Dutton sank into the swamp, not because folks cared, but because the mudslinging from the media.
Exactly, Guppy.
Sad like spilling champagne while trying to celebrate it.
Stop
This
it.
should have been a stroganoff in bed moment. Cozy, rich, satisfying. Not soggy and bitter.
Hold on, I might actually post an Instagram story. Aww.
You gifted a tier 1 sub to NFSM
Peanuts.
654.
Not you kicking off a hype train. Thank you. This is all Dan Andrews' fault. Yeah, just find someone new to blame. Do you know what I mean? Find someone new. You're about to watch me take a selfie, alright? Don't judge me.
Koyai's gifted a tier 1 sub to Handu.
Chat, what's my caption for my Instagram story? Give me one. Koyats, thank you for the gifted sub. Falon, thank you for the 100 bits. Chat, do you like my political coverage? Would you like it to continue? Maybe if I cover the election again in the next 2 years, we'll again get further away from fascism. I really am trying to fix things. I've never been able to fix one man, but maybe I could fix them all. Also, if you don't think that's funny, that's totally fine as well. Women aren't funny, but I am. And that's why you should give me money. Easy, babe. I believe in you. down, Dutton. Peter Dick Dutton down. If only the LNP split less votes. Dixon, more like dicks off. I actually quite like that one. Dixon, more like dicks off. I'm unironically so happy that I'm about to post an Instagram story in which I have a double chin. And I don't even care. That's so funny. I'm delightful. You're welcome. I'm joking. Dutton dressed to scram. Stop it. I cannot believe. Like, I looked at the sports betting app, so I was not stressed for the day because they're never wrong. But I didn't know it would be this good. Truly. I didn't know it would feel this. Yeah, but Sky News isn't showing the thing. I didn't make any bets, no. I do my gambling on magic cards now. Yeah, but I'm not opening, like, I'm not giving Rupert Murdoch any money. I already paid $5 to watch the first debate so I could do my job properly. And I regretted it because I don't know if you know this, but Anon.
Thankfully, Labour supports job seeker. Dutton may need it.
Lol, no, Dutton will be fine. Dutton has a portfolio worth like 30 million minimum. Dutton's fine. He literally doesn't need a job. Man can sit on his pile of cash for the rest of his life and be fine. Cunt. Anyway, not the point. So I paid $5 to watch the first debate that was on Sky News. And guess what? In order to cancel a Sky News subscription, guess what you have to fucking do, chat? You have to call them on the telephone. You can't cancel online. You have to call them. Did you know that? Yeah. They do not make it easy. You actually have to call them on the telephone. They do not have a way to unsubscribe online. So I had to call them. They still do it. There is no way to unsubscribe. It's a scam. Is it sad that the Libs retained her seat? Sure. But on the grand scheme, shivering. All right. It's okay. Perfectionism is the enemy of good. And this is why, look, if I had to make an argument for a Labor majority, which I can, it's that policy will happen. Will it be perfect policy? No. Will it be the ideal policy? Maybe not. But it will happen. And I am so for policy existing continuously over years that isn't undone by a subsequent government, especially regarding infrastructure. So, I don't know. Do I think Anthony Albanese is perfect? Oh my God, look at how grumpy this guy is. Sorry.
I think it's too early for little old James McGrath to declare on the ABC who is going to back.
Let's just take you to what Jim Chalmers just said, the tax cut the dumbest thing. What did you say? One of the dumbest things?
One of the dumbest things I've seen, yeah.
What did you
I couldn't
say?
believe it when they did it.
Well, look, I think that'll be part of our election review in terms of the decision made in relation to oppose that.
Do you think it was a bad decision?
I'm someone who always supports lower taxes, and the position that we took to the election was for overall lower taxes.
Wait,
the
they're
decision,
having a breakdown?
the basis of the decision.
But
I
you
think
don't,
it's too.
clearly you don't approve of it.
I think it's too
Wait,
early
can someone
for
give me a
us
link?
to start apportioning blame and things like that. And as Jim pointed out, they are opposite numbers. Let's just see where the party room
Oh my
ends
God,
up.
Cyber
My
Waste, you're
party is
so
in
not
a lot
wrong.
of pain. A lot of people have lost, good people have lost seats. We've had candidates who worked so hard.
Oh.
And members out there of the party and supporters who are the other side, the yin to the yang of where the Labor members are going to be.
But just coming back to your ability to read your colleagues that you talked about earlier. And the
Magic ability without speaking.
No, stick with Peter Dutton, come what may.
Oh, stop it. Oh, God. Oh, they're kind of beating a dead horse. Oh, but oh my God!
My colleagues.
I feel a bit icky watching.
Basis for why that decision was made, and understood.
Do you know what I mean? It feels wrong to watch.
For an overall lower taxation package.
Maybe it feels wrong for me to be enjoying this so much.
That I'm sure the election review will look into, and we need to make sure that the election review, as Dan Tien pointed out, looks not just in decisions that have been made by the parliamentary party and the leadership of the parliamentary party, but where the party sees itself in 12 months' time.
I know, but you're in
18
private,
months' time.
Evan.
I was
I'm in
heavily
public.
involved with the
Do you know what I mean? I'm doing this in front of people.
When David Cameron was
It can't have
leader,
too
in
much
terms
fun.
of how,
I'll get cancelled.
that party was reformed to make it a modern Conservative party without becoming a left-wing party. It was about still being pro-business and pro-civic society.
And nuclear power, where does that go now?
I'm sure that's something that we looked into.
But does nuclear power? Let me just ask you straight. Does nuclear power die with Dutton?
Well, I think traditionally when a party loses an election, all policies are up for review. That's what happened after the 22 election.
Isn't the problem here? I mean, yes, there's an issue about tax.
Oh, I just could not have foreseen enjoying myself this much this evening.
And what blame he should share with it.
Firex.
That the coalition's central proposition.
We won. Okay. We won. The Labor Party won. Peter Dutton lost his seat. I don't know. Like, we probably couldn't have hoped for a better early fucking outcome. We've crab raved twice. There's never been an election that has been this joyous. Truly.
Took in relation to small business in terms of tax write-offs, in terms of encouraging
business lunches.
Businesses, but also making sure that we had an energy.
Give me Rep TV tomorrow, Blue.
That wasn't just reliant on renewables.
James,
we had a very, in my view, an agnostic approach to energy.
May I just cut in, because you said that you're expecting to hear from Peter Dutton
soon.
It's
really interesting. It's interesting that the Greens voters collapsed, because I can see it and I can see why. And it is rhetoric, right? So Labor winning the majority of the seats here in what looks to be a landslide is probably because people are very anti-left now in like an extremist capacity. Not that I think the Greens are particularly extremists in some ways, right? But, what they've seen is they've seen Trump go very extremist, and they also do not like far left policy. So it's just, it's interesting. Like, it's because there have been policies that like push the bounds, and what happens when change happens too quickly, there is always a pushback. And the pushback, when it happens to the Greens, goes to Labor, because they're like, Labor, workers' rights still, but like not as crazy as the Greens. I don't think the Greens are crazy, right? But people do not like the way that the Greens wedge Labor as well. Not that I think that that's the majority of the vote. I do think there is some of it there. But I think most of any Green seat that has returned to Labor is because of the push of leftist politics in a particular direction and the pushback towards that, because some people are okay with progress, but if it happens too quickly, it's like they have this jarring pushback towards it. It's like, oh, okay, well, no, I was only just happy with this and now you're trying to push this at me. No. I need to go back, because humans do not like change. Humans like stability. Humans love things when they are perceived as stable. Yeah, that's why I'm still sitting here. We're sitting here waiting for the Albanese speech, at minimum. So, yeah. Hey, Nat, welcome on in. Yeah, Sunko. Trump going nuts really did fuck the LNP. Afath, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh my God, the Dutton concession would be sexy. That would be the one time in my life that I might find Peter Dutton sexy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so here for that. Like, I'm so here for that. Like, please, someone, come on. Please. Look, give a girl a Saturday night. I'm here covering this shit for you. Give a girl a Saturday night. All right? Okay? You know, what's a girl got to do to have a good Saturday night around here? What is the dot plug? I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I do want 200 bits though. Thank you, Binance. What kind of mood do you think Dutton's in tonight? Do you know what I mean? Do you think he's the kind of guy who like goes and has a cuddle and cries? Or do you think he's like punch a wall kind of guy? He's all packed to Azkaban. Did you guys see that reel that the Liberals posted that was the biggest self-own ever? Where it was Peter Dutton as a police officer. Wow. And then Anthony Albanese as a protester.
Peter Dutton moving in through the crowd.
Oh, stop it. Oh. He's even floating like a Dementor. Stop it, King. Why are we clapping? What? We love you, Peter, do we?
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that.
You know what's sexy?
I congratulated the Prime
You know
Minister.
what's
and wished he
sexy?
and
In
Jody
Australia,
and Nathan
we just...
all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his
We're not
mum would
calling
be incredibly
election
proud
fraud.
of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you.
Gracious. We can give him that.
I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dickson tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dickson, and I wish her all the very best. Please.
Not the... You know what? Okay.
Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud.
This is the most human he's been the whole campaign.
He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job,
yes,
and will do
that
into
is
the
the
future.
state of the world. No, he lost his
much,
seat, Maxi
Susan
Max.
Lee is my
He will
deputy,
step
and
down.
also Angus
He lost his
Taylor
seat.
is
He doesn't have a job.
Shadow Treasurer and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition. And
Wait,
I'm sorry
Bant
for that,
lost his
for that.
seat?
We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild.
Wait,
Can I
Bant
say
lost
thank you very
his
much to
seat?
John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job. To Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff, who are just amazing,
No way.
led by Alex
It's not looking
Dalgleish,
certain.
Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advanced team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family.
Thanks, Nana Nun.
And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, this guy
I
looks
have
so
the best
sad
media
in the
team
corner.
in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them and to all of our loyal staff. Thank you very much. That leaves me,
It's
of course,
because
with the hardest
Labor
part.
is
That is
fully
my amazing
associated
family.
with being working class.
Australians have seen, please.
And a lot of people right now feel very fucking working class.
I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they pleasure. Thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dickson and to our amazing supporters in Dickson. Dickson had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement.
Yes, snarky.
24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dickson who have placed faith in me over a long period of time. And we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dickson, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. Ultimately,
We did
live in
not
the best
miss
country
Dragons.
in the world.
We
and
did
I've always
not. We
believed that.
really
I always
did
will.
not miss.
I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Relatively concise but gracious. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He congratulated him. He spoke.
There honestly
of
was quite
the Prime
gracious.
Minister's mum.
You know, we can say this about Australia, truly. Truly. Like, he didn't go up there and lie. He didn't go up there and be like, election fraud. He didn't go up there and just fucking... He didn't do anything. Like, politics works differently in Australia in a little way. There was no venom. It was gracious. Honestly, that's the fondest I've ever felt of Peter Dutton. It's not that fond, but the bar is fucking low, okay? The bar's fucking low. Some decency goes a long way, and I'll take it, all right? You know, some decency goes a long way. I just... The bar is so fucking low, chat.
He took to his feet there to offer that concession, and that really clears it up and opens it up, the leadership at least of the Liberal Party. Peter Dutton won't be there in Parliament. He didn't reflect on the policies of where they went wrong. He did note that they were defined by the other side.
The venom did come from Jacinta Price.
We've heard the coalition,
Absolutely.
Peter Dutton and others say this Labor's lies they say against
She
them
won't-
were the reason they did so badly.
problem is-
But clearly there has to be some introspection here as well.
Jacinta Price may want to be a far-right leader, right? But she's a little bit like Candace Owens. I don't think she's as smart as Candace Owens, but she's a little bit like Candace Owens, right? She's a token for the right. She is not somebody the right would ever respect as a leader because she does not fit the demographic of what the far right want in a leader. There's no way. There's no way. No one will ever vote for her in that demographic. It's just not a thing that will happen. I don't know what to tell you. If I put on a nice, navy blue high neck dress, could be the kind of girl that a far right party might fucking vote for if I said the right things. But the reality is, you have to fit a specific demographic. And women, just in general, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Even if you are the most perfect woman, good fucking luck.
Further backwards. This is the record low primary vote for the coalition. Lessons have not been learned, James McGrath.
But I just want to go back to what Peter said.
I love
it was
watching
a very
this man.
gracious speech.
I was about to say
we looked
suffer,
at
but
the
that's wrong.
quality and the calibre of the man there.
It's true.
In terms of what he said about the Prime Minister, his sincere congratulations to the Prime Minister in relation to the mention of his mother. I think
True.
that's a good thing about Australian
You have this
democracy,
moment,
where we
King.
can have this very ugly campaign over the last 5 weeks.
Mhm.
But the guys
this is
lost,
valid.
and we have lost.
This is valid.
Was so gracious in his response.
That is
and
gracious.
I think Australia's democracy is healthier for that. But in terms of your broader point, we've lost the election. We're going to be looking at everything. But it's important. Having said that my party doesn't take the wrong lessons out of this election loss, that will make sure that we have a considered view and we take the time to work out why we lost and what we need to do. And I am going
Absolutely.
to go back to Adrian
Maintain
Schrinner
the stage.
in Brisbane
Completely agree
and
with you.
David Crisafulli, of making sure that the party that goes to the next federal...
We do not forgive Dutton's sins. And there's a lot of them. You just have to look at his fucking voting history. Gay marriage, Medicare, fucking foreign policy. There's so much, all right? We do not forget. Absolute. What I am respecting is the stability of our democracy. Because even though I am a leftist and I do think capitalism will eventually fail, truly, like that is, I truly think that is what is going to happen, just based on the things that I know. When I think about a reduction of suffering, a robust democracy is, I think, the best we've ever had. Truly. If you are talking about suffering on a mass scale, a robust democracy with fail-safes, with ranked choice voting, with the way Australian democracy is set up in comparison to American historical democracy, it's so different. And what I respect about Dutton just then is that he was respectful. He was not Trump. He wasn't calling for violence in the streets. He wasn't calling for any sort of insurrection. Do you know what I mean? Like that's just not happening here. What is happening here is politics. It is, that kind of thing, where it's not that. And I don't know. You can disagree with me. Maybe this makes me a lib. Don't call me a lib, but maybe it makes me a lib.
The party does need to have a good, hard look at itself. We've just lost our second election. And we can't pretend everything is right. We've got to make sure...
Who should do the review, in your opinion?
I don't know.
Who do you think would be well placed to follow the path that you're talking about?
Well, I think something that will be a decision for the federal executive of the Liberal Party. I did a review for the state MP after the 2017 election loss and vowed never to do one ever again. Right. So,
but after a result as profound as this one, is it time for you to step up and say, I will do it?
It's for all of us to step up.
Absolutely, Void.
I've given my life to the centre right, whether
so
in this
far
country
from equality.
or overseas.
Absolutely.
I fundamentally believe in smaller taxes, lower government and greater freedom.
The fact that it's still too early, this is insane. The Greens have no seats right now and the ALP has 82. That's crazy. This is a fucking landslide. This is wild. This is going to be a lot of disappointed people. This is pretty crazy. Like, there are going to be a lot of people that are not celebrating at all because this is still playing the middle. This is wild. There is a bit of distaste for the Greens as they couldn't get Labor to do anything of value. There's distaste for the Greens, just full stop. Not only do you have Gen Z swinging right, which you do, but again, maybe they didn't want to vote Liberal. So as right as they were willing to go was Labor. But you also, again, the push for progressivism is uncomfortable. And there is always pushback. And sometimes when it happens too quickly, the pushback is significant. Saying green 0, it just means that the counts are coming in that way. There will still be some movement in the way these. Yes, Gen Z is swinging right. Gen Z is swinging conservative. We'll have to see the stats at the end, but Gen Z is still a minority. This is majority. This is millennials. This is millennials that are pissed off with the housing crisis. This is millennials that are progressive, but are also frustrated at the Greens wedging Labor, would be my guess. There's also millennials who haven't been able to afford to have families. So, like, Liberal policy is entirely out of reach. What do you mean you care about the nuclear family? We can't fucking afford one. We're so fucking alienated from one another. Like, where are you fucking getting this from? You know? So I would say the majority of voters that have decided this election are millennials. And millennials have had such a fuck time. Remember, we graduated into one financial crisis and then it's just been fucking shit after shit after shit after shit for our entire lives. And now you look at the housing market in Australia, we don't have one. You look at the marriage rates in Australia, they're not existent because like the relationships don't exist. You look at the birth rate in Australia, again, it doesn't exist. Like it's significantly decreased because so many millennials know that it's not accessible. I feel like Greens want perfect policy 10 years from now and Labor are okay with good policy now. Jack, the issue is sometimes Labor policy doesn't go far enough, but they play the middle, right? So while Labor policy is, again, sometimes relatively progressive, they still play the middle because a lot of times they needed LNP votes to get it across the line, right? But at this point, the ALP is going to have internal politics. It is going to be the left faction v. the right faction. And this is going to be crazy because it is going to be watching. If this stays the same way it is, it's going to be watching the left faction of the Labor Party v. the right faction of the Labor Party. And then you look at policy. Yeah, the right faction holds majority, so who knows what it looks like. Hold on. Let's have a look at Anthony
Make that
Gordon.
absolutely clear. Secondly, in Victoria, all those seats that were mentioned, Hawke, McEwen, Gorton, there's a swing to Labor. It may come down with pre-poll votes, but there's certainly no swing to the coalition. And in Bruce, there's a 12% swing to Labor. So that was another seat that was mentioned. And there's that swing all across Victoria, and it's the smallest swing in the country. Labor has won Sturt for the first time since the 1960s. Wow. So they've gained that extra seat in South. I haven't looked at Boothby. I presume it's gone the same way. Substantial swing.
My friend just sent me a Spotify playlist called Playlist for Peter Dutton. The song's on it, Am I Ever Gonna See Your Face Again? No way, get fucked, fuck off. Stop, that's so funny.
Monash, no idea who's going to win Monash tonight in Victoria. So, it's some quite extraordinary results, but we need to go to these 4 Tasmanian
seats. Yeah, let's have a look at those. Shall we start with Bass, Bridget Archer's seat of Bass in the northeast of the state, covering Launceston. She's up against Jess Teasdale, a teacher in Launceston.
Yeah, and she spent many years teaching in the Northern Territories, moved back to Tasmania. This was the ejector seat. Bridget Archer broke the rules last time by managing to get re-elected, but not this time. 40% Labor, 30% for Bridget Archer, 13% with the Greens. Some of that loss of Liberal vote may have gone to some of the One Nation by the look of that, and there's an independent there. Let's just look at the swing, the two-party preferred swing here. There is a 10.6% swing. Now, that might come down 1% or 2%, but still, that's a double-digit swing in Bass.
All right, let's go to Braddon, where the Labor candidate was Anne Urquhart.
No, Tasmania is quite Liberal leaning.
To run here, and she was a long-term, so she resigned a seat which she holds for another 3 years at Anthony Albanese's urging. Gavin Pearce is the retiring member. Mal Hingston is the new Liberal candidate, but he's not going to be the new Liberal member for Braddon. It will be Anne Urquhart, transferring from the upper house at the moment. She's on 38.9. The Liberal vote has crashed by 13% on first preferences on 31. We've got over half of the vote counted. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing here. 15%.
Wow.
So something's going on in Tasmania. Let's look at Lions, which is... Oh, sorry, I'll let you do this.
Crazy.
Well, I was just going to say, Liberals have been wiped out of Tasmania.
This is crazy! Oh, my God! This is nuts! What the actual fuck?
On this, and now let's look at Lions. This is in the centre of the central seat in the state, and Brian Mitchell's going at this election. Beck White, the former state Labor leader there in Tasmania, up against Susie Bauer.
And Rebecca White, she's led the poll in Lions at the...
Guys, I'm not going to lie. I did have a conversation with my guy who's running the simulation, and I did ask. I was like, mate, I've just moved house. I'm really going to need you to pull something out for me. Yeah. But when I was asking, I did not know that he was so like open to my suggestions because this is crazy. This is so delightful. I am going to be writing this for, it's my birthday this month. It's my birthday this month and I'm being given this gift already. Like from Tasmania of all places. Like Tasmania? Like this is crazy. What is this? Oh my God, no, you still have to send presents. Guys, one of my love languages is definitely receiving presents from chat. What? Stop it.
Would re-elect Julie Collins, so she's had a bit of a scare, but at this stage I think she's been re-elected.
Looks like Julie Collins is home. So, Cos and Tony, just start with those...
Oh, Penny! Sorry.
Thank you, friends. Thank you all. Thank you for believing in Labor. Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation. The power in our 26 million people from more than 300 ancestries. And from the oldest continuing civilization on the planet. And I acknowledge the traditional owners.
Oh, slay!
Friends, we love this country. We love this country. And representing it to the world is the honour of my life.
We win, Moonshape Pool.
Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet. That invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future.
Champagne. Me.
Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves.
Hi, Mama Cheeks.
Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be. A leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries. Albo always backs what's best about our country. Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
That was very good. I think so. Not us doing a full Canada. We're doing better than Canada. It is not We're doing better than Canada at this point. Like, you could have asked for Canada and it would have been fine. We're actually doing better. How'd you go, Carter? You picked a great time to move here. Yeah, not enough.
Fellow Australians, serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life.
Same.
And it is. With
Yeah, I'm
a
truly
deep
happy that
sense
we just
of
didn't
humility
swing
and a
fascist.
profound sense of responsibility.
The bar was on the floor.
The first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet.
Carter, I will explain after this speech, but yes, I agree.
And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. For fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all.
They will not do the voice again. They will not.
To show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values. A future built on everything that brings us together.
They will not
as
run the voice
Australians
again.
And everything
You
that
fucking
sets
morons.
our nation
No.
apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen
So, Trelene, they're up for grabs.
optimism
It's
and
not great right now for the
determination.
Greens.
Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government.
Chat. Oh, I don't know. It might make me a bad leftist, but I don't know. I'm not mad about a majority government. I'm not. I'll talk about it after. Just, you gotta wait. It's complicated. We'll talk about it after.
A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect.
I respect that.
I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences.
I'm feeling a little bit patriotic too, but I don't want to get it. I don't want to let it get the best of me.
And it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness,
Chat, what he just said was you have to be
equality
gayer.
and respect for one another.
You can be a straight man in my chat and you have to be gay now.
I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that.
No,
we will never take it
it's
for
no
granted.
pink 90s.
Repaying
Labor
your
just
trust
won the
will
election.
drive our
It's red lingerie for the next
each and
month.
every day of the next 3
Only.
years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities. And our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves.
Instead of a tax break,
From
everybody
tomorrow.
gets some red
Tomorrow,
garters.
back at work.
Lol.
Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best.
Because they're all
We take
drunk.
up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind.
No, they're kissing in the background. Stop it.
Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a
Daniel,
hard life,
we have to wait and
we
see,
struggled
but yeah, it's not
financially.
looking good for the Greens.
But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today,
Cappy,
when
shut
we
up.
consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia.
I mean, he's not fucking wrong.
This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything
shut
we
up,
need
Boyd.
to
I'll
seize
talk about
this
it after.
moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. every Australian who wants a fair go at work. Fair wages. Fair wages
Yeah,
for
chap,
their work
$5 a month.
and the
I'm
right to
joking.
disconnect when they're done with work.
And don't you dare message
Every
me after stream
Australian who
finishes.
deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home.
Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally.
Again, I'll believe it when I see it.
Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every
I want to
school.
see it, but it's my favourite policy of the Labor Party.
Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
As if they defund the NDIS, I'd go to war.
We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE.
Again, we believe it when we see it.
Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment. And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy.
The NDIS is a lifesaver, John. Disability rights are at the top of my list of
that
issues.
supports reconciliation with First Nations people.
Yeah, don't mess with people's
Because we
overtime.
will be
Penalty
a
rates
stronger
stay,
nation
bitch.
when we close the gap
Hey,
between
Laurie.
Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians.
Good. Again, I'll believe it when I see it.
And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card...
Not him bringing out the fucking card again. It's his favourite fucking prop, chat.
This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue, it is green and gold. It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians.
Oh, Carter, you got one? I'm surprised.
Friends, I stand
Good for
here
you.
tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles.
Oh. I thought he was going to thank Penny Wong.
No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much.
I know,
My
Carter.
friend
I'm
and
so
our
happy
Senate
for
leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy.
Even though, again, foreign policy could use a little bit of work. But I understand we're beholden to the US. Anyway. Penny's doing God's work just in regards to China, full stop. So, look, we can thank her for that at
deputy,
least.
Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and
He's so
Katie
happy. Look at him. Oh, stop, he looks so
campaign
cheeky.
spokesperson Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson.
Yeah, because he looks so cute. And he's like, oh, I did this with my little budget. I did this. I'm a good financial
amazing
boy.
Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people.
It's true. They do have
I
more
acknowledge
women.
all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat. Who
Like
put
the
up their
fact
hand,
that the Labor
gave up
government
their
has the
time
most women
for our
ever
cause and their community.
in representative government is pretty big.
And if you excuse me for singling out one of them, who ran for
Ali
a third
France.
time in
Oh, no?
Dixon, Ali France.
Well done, Ali, fucking legend. A tee.
So many.
Stop it. Stop.
So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grainler, most of whom are here tonight.
Oh, the crowd is drunk,
I've got to say
chat.
something. It was very special on the way here. There was
The crowd is
obviously,
drunk.
there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here,
Chat, I love being right.
I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while.
I'm sorry. It's
The
just in
people
my
of
nature as a
Grainler
woman,
did
but
me
fuck, I
an
love being
incredible
right.
in choosing me as their representative.
It's delightful.
Years and 10 elections ago. I've lived in this community in the inner
You
west.
did
my
call
whole
the
life.
early crowd brave.
And it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love. And I do love it.
Oh, okay. I'm still worried about
To
the zero
Labor
green
Party's
seats, but
heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia.
I will say
The
It's
Labor
gonna be an
Party
interesting
will
3
always
years for
stand
sure.
up for jobs and people's wages and conditions. Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of
I'll
working
show you after
people,
the speech. I
and
just
we
don't
thank
want to
you.
click away from it.
To our magnificent campaign director, National Secretary Paul Erickson. Paul has run
This
an
is
outstanding
Chat,
campaign.
this is a huge majority.
Paul and I did tell people May was the right time.
Like, this is a huge majority.
And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team.
It
And
is
all of
Bob
those
Hawke
dedicated
levels. I
people
honestly, I can't
own
believe
a
it.
part of
This is a
victory.
huge
And I thank
rejection
you.
of like America, of fascism, of racism,
To my
of
personal
Nazism.
staff,
It truly
led
is
by Tim
like
Gartrell.
this is it's big. I'm proud. I'm feeling a little patriotic. It's
The
disgusting.
loyalty, the
I mean,
passion,
but I
and the
am.
commitment that you showed. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy.
I'm not
And
going to
just
lie.
a
I will
passion for
critique
changing
Anthony
the
Albanese.
country for
I
the
will.
better. thank you for what you do.
But I stand by what I've said over the last little while. Sometimes quiet leadership is enough. And this man has done a lot of quiet leading. Our relationship with China is good. The way he spoke to Trump was good.
Who's grown into a
Not
fine young
100%
man who I am
sold
just
on his
so
response
proud of. Thank you.
to Israel-Palestine. But again, I can see the political implications of having no choice but to side with Israel in that situation, right? But Aww, Jody.
Probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship and your love. You make me so happy.
Oh, stop.
Which matters. You have my heart, I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together.
Aww. That's cute.
My fellow Australians.
Is every Australian woman blonde at this point, though? I feel out of it.
And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else.
Lol.
We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people. Tomorrow we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the
a
opportunity
Westminster
of
system.
And with
Stop, the
pride and
Brits are
purpose,
coming.
optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go.
It's okay, they'll go back to America. It's okay, Prince Harry's got that
we
under
return
control.
to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Chat, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to stay here. I have to see the Liberal cope from the guy.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, he was enjoying that moment, you could tell. The emotion was there. The message of unity was the theme throughout coming together after a hard-fought campaign.
I know.
But the celebration was clearly there as well.
I know.
And this is
I'm disgusting.
An
I don't care.
Labor
We've got to
moment.
see it.
The first Prime Minister since John Howard, but the first Labor Prime Minister since Bob Hawke, of course, to win back-to-back elections. And the two-party preferred vote for Labor at the moment is around 56%. Now, that may come down as more votes come in, but at the moment, that's a higher result than anything.
Tasty, thank you for gifting Bloody Drongo. That's very kind of you. I've known Bloody Drongo a long time.
First-term governments don't normally extend. What we're seeing here, you'd have to call a Labor landslide. They're sitting on 86 seats at the moment, and to go into a second term with such a big increase is historic. And for the Prime Minister there, you could see him wanting to celebrate that. He's got a wedding to plan as well now. It's all going on.
The amazing confidence that comes from an historic victory. That's what we just watched.
Yeah, and look, to Jim Chalmers, congratulations once again. The shout-out to you
Liberals
and the team
and Labor both suck for the middle class. No, one sucks more. We'll talk about it. Hold on, I just want to watch some shit and then we can have a conversation about it.
From your perspective, this second term does give Labor generally a lot more authority, strength in the parliament, a bigger majority. Does that also give you the ability to be more ambitious in a second term?
Well, I think part of the answer to that question when it comes to our...
Jim Chalmers is like, I've got a whole fucking budget to work with. Now you have no idea. This man is like...
So I think that's part of the story. I think this government is plenty ambitious, but I know that there's an appetite in the community
Stop it.
For us in really uncertain times. Not
this
just
man's
to
like,
explain to
I'm
people
about to
how
have
we
the
will
best time of my
batten
life
down
in
the
front of
hatches,
these fucking Excel
when the global
spreadsheets.
economy is going
You don't
mad.
even know.
But
You don't
to
even
build
fucking
the better
know.
Future, to build the future that
He's like-
Anthony's been talking about through the course of this campaign. And so we
Just
take our
you wait how I'm
responsibilities
going to
seriously. We
allocate
do
these
believe we're an
funds. It's
ambitious
going to be
government,
so sexy.
but we know that there's a sense of impatience as well when
this-
it comes to some of our big national challenges.
Is this a mandate, for example, for more equitable tax reform?
We took an agenda to the election which was primarily focused on other areas. Housing supply is going to be a big...
Now you've been delivered an extraordinarily large mandate, a bigger one than even many of you were expecting.
Our agenda is the one that we took to the people. Housing, the energy transformation, making our economy more productive, rolling out the tax cuts. This is our agenda. Can I just pick up briefly on something David said? It was a unifying speech. I think it reflected the overwhelming sense of gratitude that we all feel for this immense opportunity. The opportunity to govern a country like ours does not come around every day, and we get another chance, another term.
Look, I'm going to be real with you. Labor winning this in such a landslide is both a win and a loss. Okay? It is playing the middle. Okay? There is no middle class, Ben. That's the problem. Okay? Right now there is the working class and there is the not working class. The middle class is not a real thing at the moment. It just doesn't exist. There are people who have property and there are people who don't, and there are people who can't get into property, right? It's very different. It's very different. Now, the Greens currently being on 0 seats and maybe looking at 2 or 3 seats is not a lot of wedge room. It's not. And there are pros and cons to this. Anthony Albanese is a part of the left faction of the Labor Party. But there is a decent portion of the Labor Party that are right-ish leaning, centre-right-ish leaning, right? But I'm not mad. There are more women in government, right? Think about it. There is Ali France that just took a seat of Peter Dutton. I'm a disagree. There's no middle class. No, there isn't. We watched a video on this a while ago. The middle class as a concept, sure. But right now there isn't. There is a working class who can buy magic cards. That's me, by the way, just in case anybody was wondering. There is a working class that can buy cards but can't afford a house. And then there are people who own a house but are still working class because they are paying off a debt. And then there is the bourgeoisie. And they are the people upholding the tenets of capitalism right now. The middle class across that little bit in there, it doesn't exist. Those people who think that they are middle class are working class. That is why you are seeing this huge swing to Labor, right? You are seeing this huge swing to Labor because the middle class is working class and they fucking know it. It's not middle class. There is no middle class. It is working class versus billionaires and people propping up billionaires. As a card enjoyer and non-house owner, I feel very personally attacked right now. You should see my cupboard of magic cards. I can't afford a house. I just moved into a new apartment. It's smaller than what I was living in. And it's like $70 a week more. Anyway, have you enjoyed my election coverage? Well, for just $5 a month. Sorry. I know this is going to sound fucked, but I did also buy a $100 bottle of champagne. Do I have priorities? No, I don't. No, I don't. And neither should you. Because fuck this shit, right? I have Medicare. I don't have to pay for healthcare. The Labor Party got in. Medicare's not being defunded. I'm chilling. Sorry. I know. This is so cringe. It's fine. I'm chilling. Thanks. Slay, guys. Wow, can't believe that worked. I'll take it, though.
Sure.
That's so slay. Thank you.
Dirty Deets gifted a tier 1
Kev,
sub to
thank you for your
Jackson
prime.
Midnight.
Dinah, thank you for the 5. Rollhead, thank you for your prime. 3 months later, thank you. Dirty Deeds, thank you for gifting Jackson. That's very kind as well. This shadow is like, I have 500k, Lemo and Albo, and these other rich fucks have 25 million. Sit down, bro. You're a peasant. No, but true. Oh my God, thank you for your survey, Biz. That's so kind. But there is no middle class. If you are middle class, if you feel like you're middle class, you're working class. Do you have like more than 5 million in the bank? You're probably working class. I'm not even kidding. Like people used to say, oh, you have $1 million. Oh, you're so rich. You're not. You're not. There's no difference. You are closer to being homeless than you are
a tier 1 sub
to
to
being rich.
Slaven. They
No,
have given 6
5
gift
million
subs in the
isn't
channel.
working class, right? But I'm talking about like there are middle class people as this idea, right? There are middle class people who think they are voting for people who are also.
Cam 1252 gifted a tier 1 sub to Working Clopoggies. They have given 21 gift subs in the channel.
I'm just saying the people who own one house, who are paying off a mortgage, and workers have more in common than people who own a house and people who don't own a house. The amount doesn't determine your class, the way in which you make your money. Do you work? You're working class. Truly. Oh, no, it's because ass is a dirty word. So my text-to-speech lady doesn't like the fact that you said ass. You hoe. You can't be like that. Okay? You can't be like that. Are you stealing wages off other people? Maybe you're not working class. You know?
Or in government or politics more broadly, where you sort of stop for a moment and you think, when did it become weakness to be kind or generous or inclusive or gracious? And again, I come back to the way that Anthony leads our team. You know, he's not, he doesn't...
Society gets absolutely nowhere if you leave the poor, the sick, and the disabled behind, including the old, right? Society gets nowhere. They tried this once. It was called A Modest Proposal, where they were like, okay, what if we just kill all the poor? Surely that will fix our problem. It doesn't work. You don't get anywhere. You either bring everybody along or society fractures to the extent that it doesn't function anymore. Right? And you either learn from that or you don't. So, and I think that's a really hard thing for people to understand, because people don't want to think about disability rights because it includes picturing yourself disabled. As someone who has lived for 5 years of their life in a chronic pain condition and then somehow, touch wood, right now found a way out of it, which is so fucking lucky, by the way, and it could come back at any point, just so you know. I know what it's like to be disabled in an invisible way, but to be perceived as disabled, to be struggling through life in such a way that society is not built for you. And unless you bring people like me along, we get nowhere. Truly. Like people require help. People require help. People require community. And if you leave that behind, you get nowhere. I don't know. That's just the basis of my politics. But, you know, it's also, I would never wish it upon anybody, but the things that I learned about human nature while I was in pain will stay with me forever.
Way back, trying to win back Teal seats or make up for them somewhere else. I think, and this is a judgment that I'm making now, but it could be, there'll be plenty of opinions in the days and weeks to come. I think there was a certain amount of gambling done on the idea that you could make those seats up out of bitterness and real hardship in the outer metropolitan areas, plus a strong appeal to anti-immigration sentiment, and in the last week of the campaign, a discussion about whether, you know, acknowledgement of countries on planes are annoying and so on. I think that seems not to have paid off this evening for the coalition. The Teals seem to not only have survived but proliferated.
We're going to have a look at that too.
And that path to victory through the anger of the commuter belt seems also to have evaporated. And it leaves the coalition, I think, with an enormous set of questions well beyond who is the leader going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, and just quickly, Bridget, I mean, if there were any nerves on the Labor side during the course of this week about where the Dutton attack on Welcome to Country was going, I think tonight what we saw from Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese is no fear at all now. Really, they made a real show of acknowledgement of country, and the cheer from the Labor faithful really said something, I thought.
It was ugly and unfortunate that it became a central feature of the final week of the campaign, and we just heard from a lot of Aboriginal leaders that they no longer want to be a political football, and we need some
I need
substantive
advice.
action.
My
to
son
close the
saw
gap.
you drinking champagne on election night. He doesn't speak English, but he's learning from chat. He's saying things like poppin' bottles, pepe laugh, moulding over stroganoff, and tanky caviar arc. At dinner my daughter said she's visiting Italy and he yelled pogo risotto hands. I told him to talk normal and he said cope harder normie prosecco mods. I blacklisted Twitch and he's hysterical. What do I do?
I have no advice for you, Tasty. None whatsoever. It's all sounding normal to me. Look, I'm a really good example. Both my sisters have children, okay? I have 2 kids each. And the oldest one, she's delightful. She solved Wordle on her own this morning. But it's also very funny, right? Because my sister's oldest daughter is her karma. Because my sister's oldest daughter is me. She is smart, but she is anxious and a perfectionist and all of my terrible qualities as well. She's delightful. But, yeah, no, I'm the eldest. I'm the eldest. And what I'm saying is that no matter what your kid is like, they'll turn out fine. They'll turn out fine, all right? But you've got to make sure they can talk to you. Tasty doesn't have a kid, so I'm just really using this to springboard here. But basically, you just need to make sure that your child feels comfortable talking to you and feels safe. Some of the things that I remember is my dad saying, no matter how much trouble you get in, you call me. No matter what. I don't care. You call me. If you get in any trouble, I don't care. You call me. Look at the chamber. This is crazy.
Brisbane and Griffith.
This is crazy.
Ryan, I
Look
think
at
the
it.
Greens might be more likely to win. So the Greens have lost those 2 seats. I haven't looked at Richmond recently, but I think Richmond is less likely to be a Greens win. It's very difficult. It's an extremely difficult seat to call that.
Wild.
But just looking at some of the state seats around the country, right? A lot of talk of Bruce in the election. There's a 12% swing to the coalition, to Labor, sorry. All those seats in Western Melbourne that were being talked about, McEwen, Hawke, Gorton, there was a swing to Labor. They're potentially picking up Menzies and Deakin in the eastern suburbs. So where was that big wave that was going to sort of sweep the coalition into government? It didn't happen. And in fact, they've gone backwards. They've gone
Water
backwards
Tiger,
in
red
Queensland.
is good.
They've gone
Red
backwards in New
is
South Wales, with a
more
huge
progressive
double-digit
than
swing
blue.
in Tasmania. They've lost Sturt in South Australia at the moment. I haven't seen any big changes in Western Australia, but they've got a terribly low primary vote in Forest, so they'll probably hang on. Just all round, it's just a disastrous result.
I need you to understand that Melbourne specifically is fairly Labor swinging, both on a state level and on a federal level, it looks like. I don't know what to tell you. We're all just workers and we all want fucking workers' rights and we all want fucking human rights. And there's women here and the women here are for equality. Heading to bed thanks to the best coverage of any network. I'll take it. Thanks, Toast Rack. I'm very grateful. Like, when you think about, like, women voting, right? How many women in Australia do you think are voting for the Liberal Party? That are, like, actively trying to strip them of their rights. Sure, it might happen in America. It's not happening here.
Second place last time. This time they're winning from first place. And Sophie Scomps will be re-elected.
We did,
in McKellar.
Rupert. Well, we
She's
saw
got a
one of the
2% swing
interviews.
to her and has got a margin over 5%.
James Brown, the candidate there, the son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull.
Former
son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull. Goldstein down. Let's look at the teal seats down in Melbourne there. Goldstein, Zoe Daniel up against Tim Wilson trying to win his old seat back.
Tim's ahead on first preferences, but Zoe Daniel will get a strong fold preference. I'm just looking here. We've got a preference count in 35 of 45 polling places. We're projecting Zoe Daniel will hold that seat. I'm just looking at it. It's perhaps...
Stop!
Yeah, no, I think she'll win that one. We're
Stop!
at the moment we're giving it away. I'll have a bit of a look at those numbers later in the evening. But certainly there's no big swing there to the Liberal Party. Just a small one.
Let's have a look at Kooyong, one of the most fiercely contested seats in Victoria.
You're joking.
And the two lead candidates, Amelia Hamer and Monique Ryan, are equal on first preferences. And with Labor and Green preferences to flow at above 80% to Monique Ryan, she will go on to win that seat and with a swing in her favour.
Okay, that's fine.
And what about
that's
Kate
fine.
Cheney over in the
That's
West
fine.
in Curtin of the early days in the count
Fuck
there,
you,
I know,
Amelia
but,
Hamer,
how
the
does that one
renter.
look at the moment?
Ooh.
At this stage, she has increased her vote and the preference count we've got is suggesting that she'll go on to win that seat as well. Wow. So Curtin looks like it's staying where it is. Just as a little sign there, currently Labor is within a whisker of winning Barara. Fowler, last time I looked... I mean, I'd be surprised if they win Barara in the end. The Liberal Party will have a
Princess
better postal vote
Pashley.
campaign. And even as I look now, it looks like the Liberals have firmed up. Fowler is still in doubt last time I looked. No, looks like it's firmed up for...
Wait, Banth's losing his seat? Wait, that's fucked. Wait, truly? We'll wait and see. We might not find out today. Banth is the leader of the Greens Party. Like, obviously, this is a Labor landslide. It is not the worst outcome. We could have had far worse outcomes tonight. Australia has done a Canada. In fact, you know, we were like, hey, Canada, we see what you did there. We're going to raise you and do it better. And that's what we did. Like, truly. We were like, Canada, you tried. And it was kind of sexy. But Australia has never been one to not be sexy. Do you know what I mean? Hold my beer. Hold my literal fucking beer, bro. We're going to do this better than you did. And we truly did. We were like, fascism. No, look at... Stop. Not on the phone. That's hilarious.
From the Independent that seems to have translated back into a narrow...
No, actually.
Retain?
I can actually bring Flynns up here.
There's a big swing to the independent there, but interacting oddly with the... Sorry, I don't mean to crab-splain to you, Anthony.
We don't get to do this too many more times, so we want to put you on the spot.
Sorry, it is... No,
Flinders.
grey.
Flinders.
Flinders.
I want to look at grey, actually, because grey was what I thought you were talking about. OK, now, Rowan Ramsey's retired. The Liberal vote's 35%, Labor's 23%, Anita Kuss 16%. No, I don't think she's going to catch up. Maybe it was Flinders I was looking at on the screen. Let me find it. She's down here somewhere. I'll use this technology one last time.
Peninsula.
There we are. Ah, yes. Flinders is the state seat within the middle of grey. That's what I was confused by.
You're thinking of the Rangers. I know where you're going. It's a South Australian thing.
Yes, that's very interesting. That is. Zoe McKenzie will have difficulty
Yeah,
if those
we'll
numbers
probably
continue,
accept refugees.
Because if Labor... I mean, Green preferences... will
Aussie
probably
living in
favour
America
Ben
at the
Smith.
moment and watching this at 5:40 a.m.
That's a
So happy to
disaster
see
if
this.
that
Thank you for
happens.
covering. You're fucking welcome,
This is
Lauren.
a story that's occurring is, the future generation of Liberal leadership, which includes that MP, Zoe McKenzie, and Keith Wallahan next door.
If after this election there are people arguing that the problem for coalitions, they didn't go further enough to the right and they lost votes to One Nation, it's not One Nation and those parties that lost the election, it's seats like this. And the Liberal Party is losing votes to independents all around the country.
And the number of Climate 200-backed or community voice-backed independents is growing. This election is expanding. They're going to take up more seats.
Maybe the new financing laws that the Coalition and Labor have come to an agreement on might sort of make it easier for the Coalition next time. But, it's a big issue.
But James McGrath, just quickly on that, there was this big question mark as to how much effort the Liberals would put in after the last election 3 years ago to winning back those teal seats. Whatever you did or didn't try to do, it now looks like you're losing more seats to them. Places
I hope
like
you got lots of watch hours. I appreciate your coverage.
Flinders.
Look, I'm already partnered on
problem
YouTube. I don't get a lot of money from YouTube.
With respect, I identified earlier on
you're so welcome.
in terms of the challenge
Laura,
we have is we've got
thanks for
Labor
hanging out.
on one side and then we have Teals on the other side. So
I stream
we're
mostly
being
on Twitch,
double-fronted as such in terms of
Twitch is my
the
home.
traditional fights between the governing parties, and then we have these, the cashed-up
Hey, my puggies, what did you do?
The Teal Party, backed by
But
Climate
clearly
200.
you haven't worked out how to deal
Thank you so much.
with this political reality that's hitting you from both sides.
Well, it's something that the election review can look into. But,
YouTube
in terms
research?
of, Zoe,
It's going to be Stop. 5 months?
but
Thank
all
you so
reviews
much.
need to take a serious look, and I keep talking about this, a considered look into why this has happened. The question you asked...
I'll be back. I need
you
to
must
pee.
have some idea tonight that you can say, we need to do this.
As much as I respect the ABC, I'm not going to probably take counsel from the ABC in relation to the election review of the Liberal Party.
I'm not offering ideas, I'm just asking if you have any.
But what I will do is participate in the review as a senator and someone with some campaign experience. And I think would be a tragedy for the party, to the point that has been raised on this table, that if someone like Zoe McKenzie fails to win, if Keith Wallahan fails to win, if in Bradfield, I do think Giselle will just get there. If Giselle fails to win, these are brilliant young people. They're the future of the party, and it will be a challenge for us to not have them in Parliament.
Is there also just an existential issue here, just a logistical one, which is that now, as far as I can see, the Liberal Party or the LNP, whichever, will not have any representation in most of the capital cities of Australia. Hobart, Melbourne, Brisbane, maybe give 1 or 2 seats there, Adelaide. We saw what happened in Western Australia and Perth at the last election, where the coalition was so wiped out that it's, you could say chicken and egg, but the organisation sort of became less functional. And this has got to be a concern, hasn't it? I mean, how do you attract new people if the future of the party is being wiped out, but also that your organisation is not sort of functional in the big cities?
Well, I can look at Brisbane, where we control Brisbane City Council in terms of...
You can't go back to the City Council again, James.
I'm going back to it because, with respect to this panel, the administration that has run in Brisbane by Adrian Schrinner and the team have been in power since 2004. And what they've done is they've run a low-tax agenda and a pro-service agenda. And what
This
David
is a Labor majority. It kind of doesn't matter what the other seats are. They'll just pass fucking...
He runs an administration
They will just pass
that
policy at
focuses
this point.
on service delivery in Queensland.
Hey, Hannah.
And that's to me, that is the model we should be looking at federally. So I'm not disagreeing with your point.
Amethyst, this is kind of surprising. It's kind of the Canada thing. We've swung away from fascism at this point.
Look at the Brisbane City Council and what we've been able to do there, and what the Liberal National Party will be able to do with David Crisafulli, who was mocked considerably during his term as opposition leader in terms of what he was trying to do in Queensland, but the issues he focused on were the right issues. It was the hospital ramping crisis. It was the
This is a huge
crime
swing.
crisis.
This is not what I expected either.
Look at how he is
Truly, I
governing
did
as
not
Premier
think
of
it would be
Queensland
this
in terms of
red.
from the centre
We need
right.
to keep moving. Apologies. Let's go to Jeremy Fernandez at the big board for a better look at how the state of play is going.
I did not.
You know, you take
Look
one
at the
big
red seats
board
on the
and
blue
you can
side.
see
That's
the
crazy.
scale of what's happened tonight. Let's just fill in what's gone on here since we last checked in with the big board.
Look at it,
number
not a
more
green
seats have
seat in
been
sight.
filled in with colour, so we've seen the safest seats on either end and the most
That's
marginal
crazy
in between.
as
Now,
well, like-
this first column here for Labor was one of the most
Truly.
critical parts of this equation. They needed to hang on to these seats to keep that red wall up, to keep any coalition
The tariffs haven't had too much of an impact
making
here,
its way onto this side of the wall,
but
and they've
the
successfully
instability
done
of
that.
America
We've got
has, I
Labor
think,
colouring
pushed
in
us away
almost
from
the entirety of its side of the board, and also making waves
fascism.
on coalition territory. They've claimed all these marginals on the coalition side, going all the way up to Leichhardt and then down.
Honestly, the Greens have never been super popular in Australia. They're kind of seen as like outrageously progressive hippies. The problem is they wedge Labor, right? They wedge Labor and it pisses a lot of people off. It's I mean, after this, like, depending on what seats the Greens get, this is pretty fucked. I reckon the Greens would have gone into tonight feeling pretty hopeful, and there's some major issues here. So yeah, like at most they maybe get 3 seats. Band was sure it would be a minority. I mean, look at it. Look at it. This is Australia for you. This is Australia. They think it's a 2-party system. Truly. Most people go to the polls and they vote red or they vote blue. The Greens are perceived as like crazy leftists, and any other minority party is like the racists, right? So they go to the polls and they vote green or they vote blue. And what voting red insinuates to me is that a lot of people are feeling very working class and trust Labor to support them. Not many people out here feeling like a small business that wants tax cuts. Most people are out here being like, I want fucking workers' rights. I want to keep Medicare. Look, I think I've been more realistic than to allow me to perceive a green wave, because I'm just aware of what it is to be in Australian politics, all right? The bubble, I am a leftist, right? But the bubble in Australia is big, okay? Like not many people in Australia are leftists, okay? A lot of people are happy with our democracy. And I would say to be an Australian progressive, especially on the left, you are a minority completely. but you're also working class, and I have a lot in common with working class people because I am one. But you know what I mean? I feel like I have a lot in common with tradies. I have a lot in common with teachers, healthcare workers, you know, that kind of thing. Even the ABC coverage is so conservative. Correct. The ABC coverage, everybody's like, oh my God, the crazy left ABC in Australia. That's the Overton window here. But yeah, to me, the ABC coverage is pretty like normal, if anything. It's just giving very normal coverage. But to a lot of Australians, they're like, wow, those crazy leftists on the ABC. Stop.
Labor last time. So it's difficult to keep growing at that sort of a rate. The expectations might have been you'd see a correction in a state in the West, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing roughly a status quo result.
Casey, thank you very much.
So
Casey
Terrace,
Briggs, our
that's
election analyst. You know, a moment like this is a moment to reflect on reading the room. What does this tell us about the mood of the country, about the political attitude of the electorate? I want to bring in Tony Barry, Kos-Samaras, PK. Tony, when you look at these figures, what does it tell you about where the nation's at and how the party now reviews this result?
Well, it starts with we've got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid from the fire hose.
Yeah,
and
I'm happy for us
having
to
a serious review. And it can't be like past reviews where we punish the innocent and protect the guilty.
What do you mean by the Kool-Aid?
Well, we keep on deluding ourselves that we're just a few tactical devices.
I literally spent literally half an hour before explaining how the middle class is a myth. I'm talking about working class. It's different.
Eat on those values-based narrative. But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a values-based communication. We have a bunch of tactical devices. It was pretty clear that we didn't have policies in the can. And I think any sort of review needs to be honest about the reasons for the loss and the problems we've got as a party, not just federally, the Victorian division, which remains, a basket case, the South Australian division likewise. WA just got a thrashing. So it's more than just a federal problem. It's a state of the party. And we need to start looking at how we can improve.
You're fine.
Not just being, a tactical device party.
I agree with you.
But how we sort of build on that values-based narrative.
Some of these issues, I'm thinking about the Liberal Party in Western Australia, in Victoria.
You're welcome, Mystic. To be honest, I'm pretty tired too. I'm pretty tired too. I think we'll find out tomorrow if Adam Bant loses his seat or holds or whatever. A lot will come out in the wash tomorrow, I think. Fuck. Dutton did lose his seat, Progressive. I'm not going to lie. This may be my favourite election coverage I've ever done. Not only do I feel smart and like I don't live in a bubble, but I also feel kind of patriotic, a little bit disappointed in the Greens, but do you want a home I own 3? First home I bought in my born country for $50,000 in 2005. I'm so happy for you, Ben. But if you're not going to give me like $100, I don't fucking care, bro. I'm so glad you're rich. Congratulations. Fucking YouTube chat. I swear to God. Do you know what I mean? We can sit here and do this all night long, but I don't know. Have you liked my election coverage? You don't even have to subscribe, but you could follow. I do this most of the time in like a cute, fun way that's not too heavy. I do like educational stuff. I feel like I did an okay job. You don't have to follow my YouTube. It's trash. Look, our Greens are different to American Greens. They have more standing than American Greens, but it's still probably not enough. Can we crab wave one more time in the outro? I kind of wanted to sing a few songs, but yeah, we'll crab wave at the end, for sure. I have a third of a bottle of champagne left. I have nowhere to be. I think I'm just done. My brain is done covering politics. Obviously, this is a Labour landslide. Everything else will come out in the wash tomorrow when I cover it. Since I'm around before the next rave, oh, you added the crab. Chat, what's a good democracy song? I have an idea. There's a little boy waiting at the counter of a corner shop. He's been waiting down there, waiting after day. They never ever see him from the top. He gets pushed around, knocked to the ground. He gets to his feet and he says, what about me? It isn't fair. I've had enough, now I want my share. Can't you see? I wanna live, but you just take more than you give. There's a pretty girl serving at the counter of a corner shop. She's been waiting back there, waiting for a dream. Her dreams are getting up, they never stop. Well, she's not too proud to cry out loud. She runs to the street and she screams, what about me? It isn't fair. I've had enough, now I want my share. Can you see? I wanna live, but you just take more than you give. So take a step back and see the little people. They may be young, but they're the ones that make the big people big. So listen as they whisper, what about me? Now I'm standing on the corner, all the world's gone home. Nobody's changed, nobody's been saved, and I'm feeling cold and alone. I guess I'm lucky, I smile a lot, but sometimes I wish for more than I've got. What about me? Isn't right? I've had enough, now I want my share. Can you see? I wanna live, but you just take more. What about me? It isn't fair. I've had enough, now I want my share. Can't you see? I wanna live, but you just take more. You just take more. You just take more than you give. What about me? What about me? What about me?
My Island Home.
Oh, I don't know this one super properly, but I can try.
Landslide.
ABC looking at ban? And what's happening? You can just tell me. I don't know the verses of this, I only know the chorus. Time to party. You enjoy your partying. Tiny's working hard over on YouTube chat. Six years I've been in the city, and every night I dream of the sea. They say home is where you find it. Will this place ever satisfy me? I come from this old world of people. We always live by the sea. Now I'm down here living in the city with my man and my family. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. The dry wind blows from the hills across the plain. I close my eyes and I am standing on a boat on the sea again, and I'm holding a long turtle skin to where I must be. My island home is waiting for me. My home, 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 my home. For I come from this old world of people. We always live by the sea. Now I'm down here living in the city with my man and my family. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. Wait, what is the Senate looking like now? Is it not a Labour majority? What does it look like? Who is holding the Senate right now? Wait, if Labour has to work with the Greens in the Senate, I'm not too mad, but what does it look like? Thanks, Dottie. Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
Ready for it?
Oh, slay. What a request. Abso-fucking-lutely. Stop. Thank you for the $100. And I am ready for it. Slay. Drum, what a request. Hold on. Yeah, you did, Cam. took my love, I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Oh, well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I've built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Oh, I'm getting older too. Oh, take my love, take it down. Oh, climb a mountain and turn around. If you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, the landslide will bring it down. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, the landslide will bring it down. The landslide will bring it down. Well, can you believe some of the shit that's happening? Let's see what this sounds like.
Endgame.
Okay, I know how it goes. Knew he was a killer, first time that I saw him. Wondering how many girls he'd love and left haunted. Wait, why are we loading? Did the internet die? Wait. Fuck it. Are you ready for it? Knew he was a killer, first time that I saw him. Wonder how many girls he'd love and left haunted. But if he's a ghost, then I can be a phantom, hanging on for ransom. Some boys are trying too hard, he done tried all though. Younger than my exes, but he act like such a man though. I keep him better, I keep him forever, like a vendetta. I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. I'm in breeze and lays down low, and I want to know. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I take my time. Are you ready for it? I was a robber. First time that he saw me, stealing out and running off and never saying sorry. But if I'm a thief, then you can join the hides down. We'll move to an island, and he can be my jailer. But until he's Taylor, every love and known in comparison is a failure. I forget their names now. I'm so fairy tame now, never be the same now. No, I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. Island breeze and lifestyle low. No one has to know. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I take my time. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Like the games begin. Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. Island breeze and lifestyle low. No one has to know. In the middle of the night, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I take my time. Baby, let the games begin. Are you ready for it? Oh my God, drum! You're on one. Stop it. It's a cool game. Hey, I didn't realize that wasn't on the list. I didn't realize. We should probably change the title. I wanna be an endgame. I wanna be a first string. I wanna be your 18. I wanna be an endgame, endgame. Big reputation, big reputation. Ooh, you and me would be a big reputation. And you heard about me. Oh, I got some big enemies. Big reputation, big reputation. Oh, you and me would be a big conversation. And I heard about you. Oh, you like the bad ones too. You're so dope, you don't know the dose. I'm so stuck in me the toes. We do the most. I'm in the ghost like whipping a boat. I got a reputation, girl, that don't precede me. I'll call away whenever you need me. I'm a G5. Come to the A side. I got a bad boy persona, that's what they like. You love it, I love it too. Cause you're my type, you're my type. You hold me down and I protect you with my life. I don't wanna touch you, I don't wanna be. You don't wanna see, I don't wanna miss you. Like the other girls do. I don't wanna hurt you. Drinking on a beach with you alone. I'll say, play. I wanna be an endgame. I wanna be a first string. I wanna be an 18. I wanna be an endgame, endgame. When we were young, we connected, we were a little bit older, but struggling, got issues and chips above my shoulders. Reputation precedes me, and rumors are needy. The truth is, it's easier to ignore it, believe me. Even when we'd argue, we not do it for long. You'd understand the good and bad end up in a song. For all your beautiful traits, the way you do it with ease. For all my flaws, paranoia and insecurities. I made mistakes, I made some choices. Hard to deny after the storm. I passed the days without fun. The saying is in the one with 4 words on the tip of my tongue. I never say it. I don't wanna touch you. Just another ex-love. I don't wanna miss you. like the other girls do. I don't wanna hurt you. Drinking on a beach with, I know what they all say. I wanna be your end game. I wanna be your first string. I wanna be your 18. I wanna be your end game, end game. Big reputation, big reputation. Oh, you and me, we got big reputations. And you heard about me. Oh, I got some big enemies. Big reputation, big reputation. Oh, you and me will be a big conversation. We tried to forget it, but we just couldn't. And I bury I just better keep my swear I put them. Reputation precedes me. They told you I'm crazy. I swear I don't love the drama, it loves me. And I can't let you go. Your handprints on my soul. It's like your eyes are liquor and your body is cold. Oh my God. I wanna be your end game. I wanna be your first string. I wanna be an 18. I wanna be an end game, end game. I wanna be a first string. I wanna be an 18. I wanna be an end game, end game. Sure know the making calls from the stars and the bars on a Friday night. Another boys may need a man, but I can close my eyes and have you wrapped around my fingers just like that. So baby, when you need the job done, you can call me baby. 'Cause you ain't gotta tell me, it's just in my nature, so take it like a taker. 'Cause baby, I'm a giver, ain't no need to hurry. 'Cause baby, I ain't liver, ain't no country boy quitter. I get the job done. Girl, I don't need no lifted truck revving loud to pick you up. 'Cause how I love is how I touch. And in this strip mall town of dreams, good luck finding a man who has the means to rhinestone cowgirl all night long. So baby, when you need me having wine, call me baby. 'Cause you ain't gotta tell me, it's just in my nature, so take it like a taker. 'Cause baby, I'm a giver, you no need to hurry. 'Cause baby, I live her, ain't no country boy quitter. Get the job done. Take it like a taker. 'Cause baby, I'm a giver, ain't no need to hurry. 'Cause baby, I liver, ain't no country for a quitter. I get the job done. guys.
Super graphic ultra modern girl.
Oh, it's like that. I'm your dream come true when it's on a platter for you. Then you pull back when I try to make plans more than 2 hours in advance. I slam the door, hit ignore. I'm saying no, no, no more. I got you blocked, excited. Afterthought, I finally cut you off. I feel so much lighter, like a feather with you off my mind. Floating in the memories like whatever, you're a waste of time. Your signals are mixed, you act like a bitch. You fit every stereotype, send a pic. I feel so much lighter, like a feather with you out my life. With you out my life. Do 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 do. It feels so good, not caring where you are tonight. And it feels so good, not getting like the one you like. I slam the door, hit ignore. I'm saying no, no, no more. I got you blocked, excited to never talk. I'm so sorry for your loss. I feel so much lighter, like a feather with you off my mind. Floating through the memories like whatever, you're a waste of time. Your signals are mixed, you act like a bitch. You fit every stereotype, send a pic. I feel so much lighter, like a feather with you out my life. With you out my life. Do 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 do. You want me, I'm done. You miss me, no doubt. Where I'm at, I'm out. Where I'm at. You want me, I'm done. You miss me, no doubt. Where I'm at, I'm up. Where I'm at. I feel so much lighter, like a feather with you off my mind. I feel so much lighter, like a feather with you off my mind. Yeah. I've tried even more. I've cried, and I can't recall what for. I've pressed, I've pushed, I've yelled, I've begged, I hope for some success. But the inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have run it dry. I've tried to go fuck shopping, but my fucks have left to buy. I've no more fucks to give. The more fucks I've tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt. I strive to get everything done. I play by all the rules, but I very rarely won. I've smiled, I've turned up with Atlanta, last to no avail. I've run around like a moron, doing equivocally fail. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks has just blown. I've been hunting for my fucks all day, but they've upped and fucked up home. I've no more fucks to give. My fuck ration's depleted. I've rallied my fuck army, but I'm been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense of acknowledgement has now begun to go, and I've come to realize that I don't give a fuck at all. No, I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have flown away. My fucks are now so fucked up they've refused to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have gone insane. They've come back round and past me, then they've gone fucked off again. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all dissolved. I've planned many projects, but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all been spent. They're fucked up from the building and I don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks to give. That's so funny, Osvia. I can't believe that. I actually can believe that, but that's so funny. Thank you, my puggies. No more songs. No more songs. These are my last two. I'm off to sleep because I'm just tired. I have worked really hard this week to be here. I hope you all know that. I moved in 4 days. And I tried my absolute best. I think I'm going to take Monday off. I'll work tomorrow, but I think I'm going to take Monday off. Never waste a Saturday night doing anything other than watching Peter Dutton lose his seat in the Australian election. Do you know what I mean? This man, he was so annoying. He was like going around saying he wanted nuclear energy and like trying to get people to not work from home. Not over dramatic. I know what I want and it's not that. I'm through with all these hyper mega bomber boys like you. Oh yeah, I need a super graphic ultra modern girl like me. This song is mostly about Ali France this evening. Oh yeah, I need a super ultra modern girl. Telling secrets there on the mattress, wearing nothing but glitter and lashes, and everybody with the body shaking asses as the world collapses. Not over dramatic. I know what I want. We're leaving the planet and you can't come. I'm through with all these super mega fun boys like you. Oh yeah, I need a super graphic ultra modern girl like me. We're high. I'm too nervous about in my new apartment. A super graphic ultra modern girl like me. Get up off that bar from Tokyo to New York and everything you are. Flash that camera, flash that camera. Drunk. Well, look at him moving, baby. Baby, she's the one, oh yeah. Honey, a super tropical July. You're not the sexy from the bottom girl like me. I can't sing that at the moment. I tried. Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, it's that sweet, I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know. That's that me is for so. Pull it up, down, left, right, oh. So shit, I'm lightning to know. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know. I can't relate to desperation. Might give a fucks on vacation. And I got this one boy, and he won't stop calling when they act this way. I know I got him. Too bad your ex don't do it for you. Walked in and dream came true for you. Soft skin and a perfume for you. I know a Mountain Dew for you. My morning coffee brewed for you. Now he's thinking about me every night. That's sweet, I guess so. They can't sleep, baby, I know. It's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh. I'm lightning window. That's that me espresso. I know, Nikki. I'm working late, cause I'm a streamer. Australia just voted not to be fascist. My twisted humor makes you change the lyrics in songs. My honeybees, come get this pollen. Too bad your ex don't do it for you. Walked in and stream came true for you. Then know a Mountain Dew for you. I know a Mountain Dew for you. That morning coffee brewed for you. One touch and I'm brand new for you. Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, it's that sweet, I guess so. So you can't sleep, baby, I know. Move it up, down, left, right, oh. So should I'm like Nintendo. So you can't sleep, baby, I know. Thinking about me every night, oh. So you can't sleep, baby, I know. Move it up, down, left, right, oh. So should I'm like Nintendo. So you can't sleep, baby, I know. Is it that sweet, I guess so. Is that me espresso? Ugh. Do I have to read YouTube chat? I don't wanna. I'm singing my favorite song to end with at the moment. Because of who I am as a person. I don't fucking care. Alright? I just peed, I'm good. Did I dream the whole thing? Was I just a nightmare? Different dimension, stuck in the twilight zone. Is this a black and white scene? If so, then I'm in the gray one. Hope you win for best actor, 'cause I had you completely wrong. Does she know you're not who you say you are? 'Cause I might give her a call. Or was that just not me at all? And it's not like I'm still not over you. It's so strange, this I never do. Not that I miss you, I don't. Sometimes I just can't believe you happen. It's not like I'd ever change.
learn about you. Hope this might be the last one, 'cause I'm not fooling anyone. Does she know you're not who you say you are? 'Cause I might give her a call. Oh, is that just not me at all? And it's not like I'm still not over you. It's so strange, this I never do. Not that I miss you, I don't. Sometimes I just can't believe you happened. It's not like I never change a thing, and I'm right here where I'm meant to be. Sometimes I just can't believe you
Rain check from 2 weeks ago. Fine. This is my last song. It's the last one. I'm going to bed. What a night. I'm so happy. Truly. Truly. It could have been better, but it could have been so fucking worse. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, making my way through the crowd. And I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. It's always times like these when I think of you, and I wonder if you ever think of me. 'Cause everything's so wrong and I don't belong.
the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. If I could fall into the sky, do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. If I could just hold you tonight. Oh, shut up. Maintain the sage. Who do you think you are? Chat, that's my election coverage. I'm out of here. Mainly because I'm a little drunk and I need to go have like a nap. Oh, okay. One final crab rave. One final crab rave, because honestly, this is the best election coverage I've ever done. All right. Truly. Truly. It is. It is the most delightful time I've ever had covering an election, to be honest. Not perfect, but perfect is the enemy of good. You know what I mean? I'll turn the reverb up. I have nothing left to say. I've done this twice. Able to celebrate some tiny fucking little win as the world descends into fascist hell. And not here. No, no. Not here. Not here. We might stave off the fucking depression for a little longer. Ye fucking ha, chat. Ye fucking ha.
How am I going to sleep? I'm in such a good mood. Do you know what I mean? Stop. I know, Iris. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. Having been proven so right and so on the money, I may be insufferable from now on. Do you know what I mean? New house, new me. I may be the insufferable political streamer now. Do you know what I mean? The confidence. You know? Now on, bitch, okay. Are you saying I was insufferable before? That's really rude. Okay? I'm working on it now. You can't say I was always insufferable. You give me money. What are you doing then? Useless. You second guess yourself way too much. I'm humble. She doesn't love you and insecure. Fuck off. Okay? But humble, insecure, and mostly right is so sexy. You can't deny it. I even wore my white shirt. I was so professional. Tonight, 3 crab braves, some champagne, and a little giggle. But mostly right. Oh, delightful. Eeh. Aw, it's okay. Maybe I'll pay my taxes and I'll just get the men to buy me a Mercedes C-Class with cash. I don't want a Mercedes C-Class with cash. I want magic cards and a house. Okay? I'm going to need you all to make that work for me. Chat, thank you so much for such an incredible stream. I had a really good time. I'll see you tomorrow. But then I'm taking Monday off because fuck you. That's not the truth. But I am taking Monday off because it just feels like the right thing to do. But I'll be back tomorrow. Okay? But I'll we'll fix everything. Bye. Go away. Shoo, stop looking at me. Stop it. Go away, chat.